Welcome back to Meta Fanfic, the place where your favorite worlds get rewritten. If you love powerful, what-if stories, you're in the right place. Before we begin, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a new twist in the wizarding world. Today's story is one of our most exciting yet. We will see what if Harry Potter became a god among wizards. Let's dive in. Here is short summary. Reborn as Harry Osborn, the son of Norman Osborn, Harry Potter must navigate a world of science instead of magic. Armed with memories of another life, he rises to become Spider-Man, facing heroes, villains, and a destiny far more dangerous than Voldemort ever was. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry groaned out tiredly as he opened his eyes. He was bombarded with so much white that he briefly thought that he had landed in a land made of snow, but that possibility was quickly crossed off when he realized that he wasn't actually that cold. He slowly sat up and looked around. Once again he noticed that everything was white. Everything from the sky to the flat ground that he was sitting on. The only thing with any level of color in this place was him. "Hello," Harry called as he stood up. "Is there anybody here?" He looked around. He couldn't see anyone. What the hell is this place? He wondered. Am I in heaven? Harry's guessing was interrupted when he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. He quickly turned around and spotted a lone figure walking up to him. This figure, taller than Dumbledore, was dressed in a black hooded cloak that covered him from head to toe, much like a Dementor. Harry also couldn't help but notice the massive scythe in the figure's right hand. It didn't take Harry long to put two and two together. Between the white environment and darker than night figure, he had a fairly good idea what was happening. "Hey, are you Death?" Harry asked hesitantly. "I am," the figure nodded, his voice deep and boomed in Harry's ears. "Come with me, Potter." Death turned and began walking away without waiting for a response. "I'm dead then," Harry said with a humorless chuckle, not entirely surprised. Honestly, given the fact that he nearly died every year and had the most dangerous wizard of all time chasing after him, he wasn't too surprised that he had died. Well, I supposed it had to happen eventually. Am I going to go see my mum and dad?" Harry asked hopefully as he began rushing after Death. "You can't see them, they're dead," Death said in a bored drawl. "But I am pretty sure that I'm dead as well." Harry frowned. "Who told you that?" The fact that I'm talking to you, Death," Harry said in a confused voice. "That remains to be seen," Death replied. "You see, I have an offer for you, Mr. Potter." "An offer?" Harry asked. Death stopped and stared at him. Harry couldn't really be sure, given that Death's face was covered, but a part of him was positive that the being was grinning at him. Once again, Harry opened his eyes. He quickly closed them and squinted when he felt himself get bombarded with bright lights. He was cold. He could feel something wrapped around his body that was warming him up. He tried to move his arms and legs but felt like he could barely lift them. After a couple of minutes, he was eventually able to get his eyes to open a bit wider just in time to feel something move him. Harry was unsure about if he was hallucinating or if he was really being moved around by what felt like massive hands. "Have I been kidnapped by giants?" he mentally wondered. Harry opened his mouth and tried to protest his treatment, but the noise that came out was not any noise that Harry could ever recall making, though it did sound somewhat familiar. Harry finally managed to open his eyes open enough to see, but that didn't help much when pretty much everything was blurry. At least, it was until he suddenly found himself face to face with a massive face that looked like it was twice the size of his own. "Hello," the face smiled at him. The owner of this face might have been pretty if she hadn't been covered in sweat and massive. Her face was pink, sweaty. On the top of her head she had K's hair that was done up in a bun with a few strands falling down to frame her face. "My beautiful boy," she cooed, rubbing her nose against Harry's. "Oh Norman, he's perfect." "He is," a voice agreed, a male one. The owner of the voice was standing outside of visibility for Harry and just looked like a massive blurry blob as far as Harry was concerned. "He's very good looking, must take after you," the man joked, earning a chuckle from the woman. "My handsome baby boy," she smiled brightly. "Baby." Harry was pretty sure if minds could explode then his would have. "Okay, Potter, don't panic," Harry mentally told himself as he rested in a crib inside of a particularly big room that was painted baby blue for him. He was surrounded by a bunch of soft and cuddly toys of various sizes, and he had just spent the last half an hour having the woman and man from before making baby faces and noises at him. Harry had learnt, to his horror, that he was actually in a baby's body. It was definitely a baby's body, he was sure of that. He was sure because he was small, he could barely move, and he had already crapped himself more times than he would like. The two people that called themselves his parents were most definitely not James and Lily Potter. The man was apparently called Norman Osborn, while his wife was called Emily Osborn. Harry didn't know too much about them, other than the fact that they were both really rich, and the fact that he had recently popped out of one of them. He wasn't sure how rich they were, but based on the small amount of time he had spent with them, they were definitely not the sort of people who needed to worry about money. But more importantly, they seemed to be decent enough people, at least they were based on the way that they were treating him. Harry still found it all very hard to believe. One moment he was fighting for his life in the Ministry of Magic, the next he was meeting with death of all people before he found himself reborn in another world with new parents. On the one hand, it was horrible, knowing that he was leaving behind Sirius, Hermione, Ron and all the others. Sure, he knew he couldn't really do much about it. It's not like he could just get up and go find another way back to his world straight away, but still, it felt horrible. But on the other hand, a part of him that he wasn't entirely happy with, couldn't help but think about how this could be a chance for a new life. A life without bullying relatives, a life without near-death experiences, Death Eaters and Voldemort. Though, he wasn't entirely sure they weren't in this world as well, still, he could hope. What are the chances of me having a peaceful life? Harry wondered. There we go, a nice nappy that is all clean, Emily Osborn said with a smile, having finished cleaning her baby's nappy. Come on, big boy. She carefully picked him up and gently cradled him to her body before walking out of the room and towards the kitchen. You're a good little boy, aren't you? She cooed. No, I'm a big boy, thank you very much, madam. Harry hissed angrily, or at least as angrily as a baby could hiss. Well, it wasn't really a hiss, he apparently couldn't make that noise yet. Given that his words just sounded like a short cry. Ah, don't worry, Daddy's gotten your milk ready. She said him on his forehead before she entered the kitchen where she saw Norman holding up a bottle of milk. I've checked the temperature, before you ask, he said, cutting her off as she opened her mouth. Here you go, dear. He smiled as he handed her the bottle. Thank you, Emily gave him an appreciative nod before she smiled down at Harry. Is my little boy thirsty? I'm not little and I am a bit thirsty, but that doesn't mean that. Harry found his angry baby rant cut off when she shoved the tip of the bottle into his mouth. This is so embarrassing, he thought to himself when he started ing on the teat of the bottle. Why did I have to wake up? Harry mentally complained when he felt his eyes open almost against his will. He looked up and saw that he was still in Emily's arms. She was sitting down with Norman next to her, the pair of them looking through a book together, though Harry couldn't really see what they were reading. What about Peter? Norman asked Emily. No, not Peter. Emily shook her head. Okay, then how we call him Ned? No, Emily shook her head once more. He doesn't really seem like a Ned to me. Find a different name. Harry blinked as he realized that they were trying to pick a name for him. Fine. Norman frowned before he continued going up and down the book in a random manner. How about Ron? You what? Harry frowned. No, he's not a Ron either. Emily sighed as she rested her head on top of Norman's shoulder. Damn right. What do you suggest then? Norman raised an eyebrow. We've been looking at names for the last hour. This isn't something you're supposed to rush, Emily lightly admonished. Perhaps not, but I would have liked it if we had made some progress, Norman replied, earning an eye roll from Emily. All right, swap, now. She ordered. I'm sorry. Norman asked in a confused voice. You give me the book so I can look through names, and you hold the baby while I do that, Emily explained, looking at him expectantly. Right, Norman coughed as he put the book down. How do I do that? He asked. I beg your pardon. Emily blinked. How do you do what? How do I hold him? Norman asked. How do you hold him the same way you hold a baby, Emily spoke in a slow voice. You know, because he's a baby. Yes, right, but how do I do that? Norman stared at Harry like he was a particularly complex puzzle. Are you joking? Emily laughed. What's so funny? Norman's voice matched the offered expression on his face. You, one of the most successful businessmen in the country and a guy who can easily teach science at a university level, cannot work out how to hold a baby, Emily explained in between bits of laughter. First of all, I am the most successful businessman in the country, Norman glowered at her. Second of all, I am not incapable of working out how to hold a baby. I just want to know if there's a specific method you would like me to use when holding him. You just need to support his neck while you hold him. Emily snorted as she held Harry out to Norman, not for a second believing what he had just said. Norman stared at Harry for a second before he gently picked him up, making sure to keep one arm under Harry's neck. There you go, now just keep that up until I've picked out a name. Norman hummed, not bothering to say more, and instead, he stared at Harry who stared back. Norman stared at Harry with fascination. He stared into his bright green eyes, noting the features he inherited from his mother, like his nose. He watched as the baby, his baby, stared right back at him. It was weird to Norman. Just how intelligent he thought his baby looked. Was it just him or was there actual intelligence in the eyes of the infant in his arms? It was hard to describe the feeling he had, how a mind as active as his own was content with simply staring at the infant in his arms. You look like you're having fun. Emily's voice cut into Norman's thoughts, causing him to finally look away from Harry. You've been holding him for a while. I have. Norman questioned. He was sure it hadn't actually been that long, perhaps a few minutes, 10 minutes maximum. Norman, you've been holding onto him for the last half an hour. Emily giggled, staring at him with no shortage of amusement. What? Really? Yes, silly, Emily laughed. She couldn't help but love this side of Norman. To everybody else, he was simply a scientist, a businessman, but she knew that there was more to him than that. Now pass Harry to me. Harry, Norman repeated as he handed Harry to Emily. Yes, Harry, I like that name. Emily took Harry into her arms and rocked him back and forth. It just seems to suit him, I guess. It's hard to explain. What do you think? She asked Harry. Do you like that name? Do you want us to call you Harry? She asked, not really expecting an answer. She was pleasantly surprised when Harry made a small noise that sounded much happier than the other noise he would usually make. Later that night, just before falling asleep for what Harry believed to be the fourth time today, Harry reflected on his day. Somehow, someway, he had been named Harry again, something that he was very happy about since it would have been really awkward trying to get used to another name. Though a part of him couldn't help but wonder how odd it was that he got the exact same name again, he wasn't really going to complain about that, but it was still a bit weird. Harry had spent a great amount of time in his life wishing to see his parents again, wishing he could get the love and affection that he had seen other parents shower upon their kids. The kind of affection that Norman and Emily seemed insistent on showering upon him. He knew they weren't his original parents, they weren't James and Lily Potter, but then again, they were also his birth parents. A part of Harry felt like he was betraying his other parents, but was he? He didn't think so. He would always love James and Lily, always appreciate the sacrifice they made for him. But he didn't really know them. He had heard stories about them, seen a couple of pictures, but that was it. Why should he deny himself the opportunity to get to know Norman and Emily? Harry wasn't going to start believing that he had suffered more than anyone else in existence, but he had suffered a lot. Voldemort took James and Lily from him, the Dursleys ruined 10 years of his life, and the next few years he spent suffering under attacks from dark creatures, the government and Voldemort again. Even the people that he had been trying to help, with the exception of his friends, had turned on him twice. Maybe this new family was the universe's way of saying sorry. A big part of Harry couldn't help but be happy about being in a new world with a new life, and not just for the fact that he had a new family, it meant that Harry could get another chance at having a childhood. The Dursleys had ruined Harry's childhood in more ways than one. Honestly, Harry thought it was a miracle that he was even able to make two friends. But it wasn't just Harry's social life that had been damaged, his education had also taken a great hit. The two adult Dursleys, seemingly not connected to the same reality as everyone else, were under the incredibly incorrect belief that their son, Dudley, was an angel in human form. So if Harry, the freak, got a higher grade than him, then obviously he was cheating and deserved to be punished. Something that taught Harry early on to tank his grades if he wanted to get through the day with a barely sufficient amount of food and a smaller chance of getting beat up. That habit had also continued over to Hogwarts. Sure, Harry knew that Dursley hated magic in general and couldn't give two hoots about if his grades at magic school were good, but it was hard to get over something that has helped keep you safe for years. Not to mention Hermione and Ron. Harry knew that the two of them wouldn't leave him if he got better grades than them, they had been through too much together. But Ron did have moments of jealousy, a great example being during the Tri-Wizard tournament where Ron thought that Harry had cheated his way in. He didn't think that Ron would have acted badly to Harry having good grades, but he didn't want to risk it. Plus at the time, he was more than happy to goof off and play with Ron. Having a friend after being isolated so long was more important to Harry than studying. Then there was Hermione, who studied more than what Harry thought was healthy. She was a great friend, but unfortunately, she was also incredibly competitive. Harry couldn't help but worry about her spending more time in the library trying to do better if he ever had managed to get better grades than her. Even if his grades didn't get as good as hers, he worried that she would try to make him study more than he wanted. Hermione took her studies very seriously. She might have been perfectly fine with spending an entire day in a library, but Harry wasn't. He admittedly liked studying stuff he was interested in, but he also wanted to have fun doing other stuff. Unfortunately, reading books was the only thing that Hermione found fun. Harry loved his friends, but they weren't really helpful when you were a socially inept boy who craved friends but also wanted to study a lot. Now, Harry could start over. He could study a lot and nobody in his family would mind. Emily seemed supportive while Norman was a scientist himself, so they clearly wouldn't object if Harry decided to read a lot of books when he wasn't playing around. He could make new friends too, find somebody that shared his interests. Plus, Harry could enjoy the benefits of having a rich family. He wasn't money-obsessed like Malfoy, but that didn't mean he doesn't understand the importance of it. The Dursleys had always forced him to wear second-hand clothes because they didn't want to spend money on him. Now he could have his own wardrobe of clothes that fit him, and the very thought of that brought a smile to his face. Though admittedly he did have his fair share of concerns about living with the Osborns, one small reason was that they were, from what he understood, living in America, a place that Harry had never been to before, but he had heard stories about it. According to a very reliable source, all Americans were loud and fat wastes of space, and if you couldn't trust Uncle Vernon, then who could you trust? Apparently, you couldn't trust Uncle Vernon. Who'd have known? Harry had spent a few years living with the Osborns and had confirmed that not all Americans were fat. He also confirmed that not all of them were loud, just a lot of them. Harry's life with the Osborns, while very, very awkward at the start due to the fact that he had been in a baby's body, was pretty good all in all. Emily was exactly what Harry had imagined Lily Potter was like, a loving and caring mother that always seemed to have time for him. She was, for lack of a better word, perfect, at least as far as Harry was concerned. Norman was often away on some business or the other, but Harry wasn't really angry with him. It turned out that Norman wasn't a regular businessman. He was the head of Oscorp, a multi-billion-dollar multinational company that Norman created and ran as its CEO. Oscorp apparently had a hand in everything from genetics to tech and pretty much every available field of science there was. So while Harry wasn't entirely happy about it, he did at least understand, plus Norman did do his best to make up for it when he wasn't being drowned in paperwork. Right now, an 11-year-old Harry found himself waiting in a school hallway with his mother while his father was in the principal's office, discussing Harry's possible enrollment in what Harry was told was a very nice private school. Over the years Harry had learned a few differences between America and Britain, such as the way people would say things. Thankfully, his mother was actually born and raised in England, so Harry had an excuse for any bits of Britishness that slipped through by simple saying he picked it up from his mother. One difference was the school system. In magical Britain you would spend your first years of life being taught by your parents or a school depending on your money and blood status, at least until you were 11, then you'd be off to magical school until you were 17. In the Muggle version, you have to go to primary school and then high school, which was pretty much all Harry remembered from his Muggle side of things, even though he never went to high school. But the American system seemed a bit different. Firstly, there was preschool, which was optional, but Harry's parents had sent him there in the hope of helping him develop social skills. Then there was kindergarten, elementary school, which Harry understood to be the same as primary school. Now Harry would be starting high school. From what he understood, it was divided into junior high, aka middle school, which would be grades 6 to 8, while the grades after that would be regular high school. Why don't they just have it all be called high school? Harry couldn't help but wonder as he stood up. Harry, what are you doing? His mother asked. I'm just going to go to the toilet, Mom, Harry answered, gesturing down the hall to the toilet. Okay, please be quick, dear. Okay Mom. Harry nodded before he walked off to the toilet. A minute later Harry was washing his hands in the kitchen sink, thinking about if he actually wanted to go to this high school, or middle school, or whatever it was called. On the one hand, it was quite impressive looking and would look good on any future applications he might make, plus it could be quite good for him since he was quite advanced in comparison to kids, mostly due to the fact that he had studied most of this stuff before, but also because he was no longer worried about Uncle Vernon pulling a belt out if Harry got good grades. But on the other hand, he really wanted to be around regular kids his age and have a childhood as close to normal as possible, not to mention that the last time he went to a private school he ended up getting attacked yearly. But surely this school wouldn't be anything like Hogwarts, would it? Hello, a voice said just as a boy started using the sink next to him. Are you going to join here as well? Yeah, Harry paused as he took a good look at the boy next to him, a haughty-looking, pale boy with K.'s nearly white hair that was slicked back. Please tell me that this is a coincidence. He mentally begged. My parents are waiting to talk with the principal, it's ridiculous that he hasn't already talked to them. The boy drawled as he began washing his hands. After we're done my parents said we could go to a game store, I think I'll bully father into getting me a new bike as well. I'm Drake, by the way. Drake Malter. Right, Harry dully replied, are you kidding me with this? He thought to himself. Drake Malter, seriously, do you have a bike? The boy, Drake, asked. I'm more of a skateboarder, personally, Harry answered. He had tried riding a small skateboard a few years ago and eventually got quite good at it. It was no broom but he liked it well enough. Skateboarding. The boy sniffed. Isn't that a bit uncouth? That's a matter of opinion, Harry shrugged, not knowing what else to say. Well, do you do anything else? I'm quite a big fan of soccer, Drake smirked. My father says it would be a crime if I'm not picked for the school team. Really? Harry asked, have I somehow found a Muggle Malfoy? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if I became a national-level player. His smirk grew bigger, especially since I'll be coming to this school. It was easy getting in here with parents like mine, or your parents, you know. What? Harry raised an eyebrow as he turned the tap off. You know, rich. Yeah. Good, the boy nodded approvingly. I know the school makes some exceptions for some kids who aren't rich, but I think they shouldn't. If they can't afford it then they shouldn't be allowed to come, don't you think? Drake asked Harry who had finished drying his hands. Harry stopped and stared at Malfoy's Muggle counterpart for a good few seconds before he turned around, and without another word, walked away. He walked out of the bathroom and towards his mother who was looking at some art posted on a wall opposite her. Harry stopped next to her and tugged on her sleeve, causing her to look at him. Mom, I don't want to go to this school. It was a bit awkward, explaining that he didn't want to go to a fancy private school, but Harry did his best. He made several arguments regarding normalcy, the attitudes of the others there and the desire to have more interactions with normal people. Norman had not been happy with that choice and had argued against it, but thankfully for Harry, Emily had argued in favor of Harry. Emily had also attended a public school, and quite frankly just wanted Harry to be happy. Though she did warn him that there would be no takebacks and that if Harry was going to go to a different school then he would have to put up with it, something that Harry thought was reasonably fair. This was why Harry was currently heading to Midtown High School in his father's limo. He was sitting in the back with his mother and father, the former of which was fussing over his hair and clothes. Since Midtown had no official school uniform, the students were free to wear whatever clothes they wanted. Harry originally just wanted to go to school in a simple shirt and jeans combo, but his mother had insisted that he at least try and look smart. Which was why Harry was currently wearing a pair of smart brown shoes, gray trousers and a white buttoned shirt under a thin black jumper. The clothes weren't as big of a problem as Harry's hair. He might be an Osborn, but he still had the classic Potter hair, aka a wild and uncontrollable mess. "Dear God, what is wrong with your hair?" Harry's mum blurted out before throwing her comb away in frustration. "I don't know, I guess my hair is just rebellious." Harry shrugged before he ran a hand through his messy hair. It was a fact of life, the sun was bright, the sky is dark at night, and fixing Harry Potter's hair is a losing fight. "Are you sure you don't want to go to that nice private school?" Norman frowned as they stopped outside of the school. The school might have looked fairly decent if you weren't comparing it to a massively bigger and richer school. "I'm sure, Dad." Harry barely managed to stop himself from rolling his eyes. His father really wanted him to go to that school, but Harry was not willing to risk the possibility of spending another 5 years with a Draco Malfoy, even if it was a Muggle one. There was also the possibility that there was another person similar to Draco at this school, but Harry was more than willing to ignore that possibility, and when he couldn't, he remembered that a regular school would at least decrease the chances of that happening. "Honestly, Norman," Emily huffed as she stared at her husband in a disapproving manner, "you act like your son will catch a disease or something if he stoops down and mingles with the common folk." "No, it's not like that," Norman sighed. "It's just that I feel like the other school was much better." Perhaps it was, but Harry did not want to go there, so he won't, yes? Emily asked, raising an eyebrow in what was a clear invitation for him to agree with her and spare himself the trouble of what would happen if he didn't. "Of course," Norman nodded, dutifully giving Emily a small smile. "Thanks, Mum." Harry smiled at her before he picked up his backpack. "Okay, love you." Harry pecked her on the cheek before he nodded to his dad, who gave him a nod back as he pulled out his phone when it started ringing. "Good luck, Harry," Norman told him before he answered his phone. "Yes, Otto." "Yes, no, that shipment was authorized last Tuesday. Have a good day at school, sweetie." Emily smiled at him, seeing that Norman was now preoccupied with work. "Thanks, Mum." Harry nodded and sent a final goodbye to their driver before he stepped out of the car and closed the door behind him. A few seconds later the car drove off. Harry gave a small wave in its direction since he figured that his mother was probably looking back at him. Once the car was out of sight, Harry turned his attention back to the school and saw a group of boys and girls staring at him. "Yeah?" he asked the group of people that looked to be a year or two older than him. "Dude, you just came out of a limo. Are you rich or something?" one of them asked. "Well," Harry thought about his answer, "truthfully, if you weren't as rich as someone like Tony Stark, then you were basically a peasant compared to Harry's family, at least money-wise. A bit." Harry eventually settled on. He gave the group a small nod before he walked over to the school. Harry currently found himself sitting down in a classroom that he was apparently supposed to report to at the start of every school day so he could be registered. The teacher that was supervising them, a teacher called Mrs. Smith, had asked that everybody get up one by one and introduce themselves. "Hi guys, I'm Liz Allen," one pretty girl in nice clothes said just before the most muscular kid in the class stepped up. He might not have been the tallest. That achievement went to some boy named Kenny Kong, but this latest kid looked the most athletic here. He had combed K's hair, a grin on his face, and was dressed in expensive-looking jeans and a t-shirt. "I'm Flash," the boy announced. "Flash Thompson." "I don't have a Flash Thompson on the register." Mrs. Smith frowned as she stared down at the paper in her hands. Maybe you've come to the wrong classroom." "What?" Flash blinked. No. Oh wait, there is a Eugene Thompson." Mrs. Smith smiled. "Call me Flash," the boy insisted. "If you're sure," Mrs. Smith murmured before signaling Flash to sit down. Once he was sat down, she began calling for the next few students to come. Hi," said a skinny boy with brown hair and glasses, dressed in black shoes and smart black trousers along with a white buttoned shirt. He had a pen and pencil sticking out of his chest pocket. On his head he wore a pair of glasses much like Harry used to in his previous life and did for a few short years in this life before he got contact lenses. Apparently Harry was also destined to have bad eyesight in every world, though this boy's glasses weren't as expensive judging by how they looked. Harry looked around the class and saw that this boy and himself probably looked the nerdiest when compared to everybody else's casual clothes. "I'm Peter Parker." His voice held a nervousness that he had tried and failed to hide. "Excellent, take your seat, Mr. Parker," Mrs. Smith told him before looking down at her register. Peter awkwardly shifted on his feet before walking back to his seat. Unfortunately for him, he didn't notice Flash putting out his foot. A second later the whole class witnessed poor Peter Parker falling straight down to the floor while his glasses fell off of his head. A great many of them laughed, though none laughed as loud as Flash, who looked like he was bursting with laughter. "What happened?" Mrs. Smith interrupted, standing up and seeing Peter on the floor. "Mr. Parker, what happened?" "He tripped." Flash laughed while Harry rolled his eyes. Even if Harry didn't have a problem with bullies, he didn't think that tripping over somebody was that funny. "I didn't trip, you tripped me," Peter hissed as he looked around for his glasses. Meanwhile, Flash stopped laughing and glared at Peter. "Shut it, dweeb." "Mr. Thompson," Mrs. Smith interrupted. "That is horrible behavior. Since this is the first day of school I am willing to give you a pass, but if I ever see behavior like this again then expect to see yourself in detention, is that understood?" "Yes ma'am," Flash mumbled, looking less than pleased. "Here you go, dude," Harry said to Peter after picking up the boy's glasses and handing them to him. "Thanks," Peter said gratefully before he put them on and stood up. He gave Harry an appreciative look before he went to his seat. "Now, it is your turn to stand up and introduce yourself to the class," Mrs. Smith told Harry. Harry bit back a sigh before he stood up and walked to the class. He stopped in front of everyone and began introducing himself. "Hello, my name is Harry Osborn." "Osborn." Mrs. Smith blinked before looking down at the register. After a second she found his name and looked back up at him. "As in the son of Norman Osborn?" she asked, wide-eyed. "Yep." Harry barely refrained from rolling his eyes. Apparently, he was destined to be burdened by fame, even if the fame came from somebody else. "Amazing," the teacher blurted out. "Is your father?" Mrs. Smith, if I'm done then can I go back to my seat and sit down now?" Harry asked, interrupting her before she could say any more. Mrs. Smith paused before realizing that she was about to fangirl over a celebrity to his son. Yes," she said with an embarrassed blush. Harry went back to his seat while being careful to not get tripped up just like Peter had been earlier. Fortunately Flash had the necessary brain cells to realize that it wouldn't be a good idea to repeat the same trick in front of a teacher who had already caught him doing it. Hi," a voice interrupted Harry as he looked at his timetable after exiting the classroom. Harry turned around and saw Peter Parker standing in front of him with his own backpack in his hands. Do you, have science first as well?" he asked awkwardly. "Yeah," Harry nodded. "Do you know where it is?" Harry asked. "Not really," Peter admitted, "but I figure that we just follow the signs around the school until we find it." "Fair enough," Harry smiled. "Should probably get started then, don't want to get late." "No, we don't want that," Peter agreed. "Do you want to go together?" he asked hopefully. "I don't see any reason why not, we're in the same class anyway, might as well." Harry agreed. Peter smiled happily at him before the two began walking together through the school hallways, doing their best to not crash into the sea of students and teachers going in every direction. "So, I'm Peter by the way," Peter began. "I know, Peter Parker, right?" Harry asked. "That's right, you're Harry Osborn, right?" Peter asked. "That's right," Harry confirmed before looking forwards and seeing a sign on the wall. "I think we have to go right." "Seems right," Peter said in an amused voice before they followed the directions of the sign. "So, are you actually Mr. Osborn's son?" "Yeah, why?" Harry asked suspiciously, hoping that Peter wasn't another fanboy. He had already had to deal with them in his last world. Colin Creevey was more than enough, thank you very much. Though, Harry also knew that in this world it was more likely that most people just wanted access to the vast amounts of money that Harry's father possessed. "Oh, I didn't come and talk to you because of who your dad is," Peter said quickly, hoping he hadn't just offended Harry. "It's just, I'm a bit of a fan." "Really?" Harry raised an eyebrow. In his experience, 11-year-old kids weren't usually big fans of scientists and businessmen, even rich ones. Instead, they preferred to look up to sports stars and celebrities. "Yeah, I read his paper on nanotechnology," Peter smiled. "It's really brilliant stuff." "You understood it?" Harry asked in a surprised voice. "Well, most of it, well, a bit of it," Peter admitted, looking slightly embarrassed about not understanding all of it. "Like I understood what he was getting at when he pointed out the various differences and benefits that come with the use of different materials." Harry stared at him. Apparently, the boy didn't know just how amazing it was for somebody his age to have read a science paper by Norman Osborn and a bit of it, most of it. You must be pretty smart then, Harry commented, earning a blush from Peter. A bit, Peter mumbled. Great, if they pair us up then you can work with me in science then, Harry grinned. Between you and me, I bet we'd get top marks. Yeah, that sounds great. Peter quickly agreed just as they arrived outside of the classroom. I don't think the teacher's in yet. Peter frowned before he tried the door, which was locked. Well, I suppose we just wait then. Harry shrugged. I guess so, Peter agreed. So, what do you do for fun? He asked, seemingly intent on making conversation. I guess I like to read, Harry answered. I like fictional stuff, but when your dad's like mine then you tend to like reading non-fictional stuff as well. I like science and stuff, I suppose, but I also like watching films and playing video games. Peter's eyes seemed to be twinkling by the end of Harry's answer. Dude, I'm the exact same, Peter smiled. What's your favorite movie? I don't really have a favorite one, but off the top of my head I suppose that I would go with Tim Burton's Batman, Harry answered. Oh, I love that one. Peter grinned. It was awesome, the Batmobile was so cool. Definitely, Harry grinned back. I really want to ride it, maybe one day I can convince Dad to build one. Harry joked. That would be so cool. Peter exclaimed, apparently not picking up on the fact that Harry was joking. Harry was about to correct him but then stopped when he remembered that it was an actual possibility. Norman was rich enough and probably wouldn't mind making it. If Harry phrased it as a challenge or a business idea then Oscorp would probably be selling Batmobiles within a year. Yeah, it would be. Harry's grin got wider. Though you know what else would be cool, the Batwing. I love that, shame it was. So weak though. What the hell do you mean weak? Harry scoffed. Didn't you see all the damage it did? Dude, it got taken out by a single gun. Peter pointed out. A very long and powerful gun, Harry corrected him. Still a gun, Peter reminded him. Anyway, what did you think about the sequel? I liked it, Harry hummed thoughtfully. I thought the first one was better though. Same, Peter nodded. My aunt didn't really like the second one. Why not? Harry asked. Apparently it wasn't really appropriate for kids my age. Well, to be fair, there was animal cruelty, dead people, people getting their noses bit off, a couple of parents trying to kill their own baby by throwing him off a bridge, all of the interactions between women and the penguin, plus. I get it, Peter gently interrupted. Just saying, Harry replied. What about your mom? Excuse me. Peter blinked in a confused manner. You said your aunt didn't like the film, what about your mom? Harry asked, though immediately he felt like he made a mistake when he saw Peter look a lot tenser. I live with my aunt and uncle, my parents aren't around anymore. Peter recited. I'm sorry, Harry said, not knowing what else to say. Suddenly a thought occurred to him. Do your aunt and uncle treat you nicely? Harry asked, narrowing his eyes. What? Peter looked confused but answered the question. Yeah, they're really nice to me, why? No reason, Harry grunted. He was about to say more when suddenly the rest of the students arrived. Yo Osborn, Flash said upon spotting Harry. How are you doing? Peachy. Harry dryly replied while wondering what Flash wanted with him. We're going to go to the mall after school, Flash said, gesturing to a few kids around him including Liz. You want to come with us? Not really, Harry answered honestly. Come on, Harry, it'll be fun. Liz smiled at him. I appreciate the offer but I don't really want to go to the mall today, maybe another time. Harry saw a few kids looking disappointed. A part of him couldn't help but feel like he was costing himself future friends, but a bigger and more cynical part of him told him that they had just wanted him to come for his money, and so far it looked like he was right. Oh, hey dweeb, Flash smirked, remembering that Peter was here. Find your glasses. He laughed while a few people snickered behind him. Right next to those brain cells you dropped, Peter responded without thinking but almost instantly regretted it when Flash narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. What did you say? Flash glared at him and was about to take another step but stopped when Harry placed a hand on Flash's chest to stop him. Flash, this is the first day of school and I'd rather not start it with you attacking my friend here. Besides, I don't think you want to be known as the kid that got detention on his first day. Harry stopped speaking and gestured down the hall to the teacher that was walking toward them. Flash glared at Peter again before backing off. Sorry, the teacher apologized as he opened the door. I'm not normally this late, but there was an incident involving a pair of scooters that I had to deal with. Now, get in everybody and we'll get to work on studying the best topic in the school, science. The teacher grinned as the students walked in. The students all sat down and Peter couldn't help but notice that Harry had voluntarily sat down next to him. Wow, Peter thought to himself. I actually managed to make a friend. That was a lot easier than I thought. Mighty talk from a man standing in lava. Shuri smirked. What kind of nonsense is this? I'm sorry, did he just Wakanda nonsense this? Harry asked. So, that was an interesting first class, Peter said. As they left the classroom. Don't you think? Yeah, a bit basic though, Harry hummed thoughtfully. I suppose that's just because it's the first lesson. I'm just glad he didn't hand out homework. Peter smiled. Peter could admit to being a nerd, but that didn't always mean he liked doing homework. Anyway, what do we have next? Harry asked as he pulled his timetable out of his pocket. Ah, history. Sounds fun. Peter shrugged. Excuse me, a voice said. The pair stopped and turned around to find a girl with K's hair tied into a ponytail. She wore pink glasses and had a pair of braces on her teeth. She was dressed in brown shoes, a blue skirt and a white shirt under a black sleeveless jumper. She wore a black backpack plus a green hairband and had a copy of a timetable in her hands. Do either of you two happen to know the way to history? She asked hopefully. You're not that lucky, Harry chuckled. We don't know either, we're trying to find it as well. Do you want to come with us? Sure, if you guys don't mind. She agreed. I don't mind, Peter piped up. Thanks, she smiled before she started walking along with the two of them. Hold on, I'm rubbish with names, you're. Harry stared at her for a while. He remembered her from the class introduction. Gwen, right. Gwen Stacy, she nodded. I'm Peter, Peter Parker. Peter smiled. And I'm Harry Osborn, Harry replied. So, how are you liking school so far? It's all right I suppose, Gwen shrugged. We've only really had one lesson so far, but I thought it was interesting. You a science whiz nerd too? Harry asked. I don't know about that, Gwen smirked, but I like to think I'm pretty good at it. Same, Peter grinned. I'm hoping to get top of the class in science. Shame you'll have to settle for second place, Gwen replied with a smile on her face to show she wasn't trying to be rude. So that would leave you in third then, Harry commented, because I'm obviously going to get the top spot. Dream on, Gwen responded. Science is my best subject. Yeah, but it's my best subject as well. Peter cut in. That's fair, but it's mine as well, not to mention that my father's one of the most famous scientists of all time. Harry grinned as he looked between Peter and Gwen. They weren't Ron and Hermione, but maybe these two could end up being good friends as well. So, as far as first days go, that wasn't bad, Harry commented as he, Gwen and Peter walked out of school. It was all right, apart from Flash, Peter grunted. Yeah, I didn't like him either, Gwen agreed, not exactly a fan of the loud boy. Still, it was nice meeting you both. Oh wait, there's my dad. She pointed at a car where a K's man wearing a police uniform stepped out. That's a police car. Harry pointed out, looking at the multicolored car with a very noticeable police siren on top. My dad's a policeman, GWE said proudly. He's going to be a captain soon. Huh, good for him, Harry replied. Ah, and there's my ride. Harry pointed to a black limo. Whoa, Peter breathed out in amazement. That's pretty cool. Thanks, do you have a ride? Harry asked. Huh, oh yeah, my uncle is picking me up. There he is, Peter pointed at a brown-haired man who had just stepped out of a car. So, I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, see you later. Harry nodded just as Gwen said her goodbyes and walked off. Okay, goodbye. Peter walked off as well while Harry walked to his limo and opened the back door to find his dad sitting in the back seat. Hello son, Norman Osborn greeted him casually. How was your day at school? He asked. I thought you were at work, Harry frowned as he sat down in the car. I left early, Norman said simply as he closed the door. Now, how was your day at school? Norman repeated. It was good, Harry answered as the car started driving off. The classes weren't bad. And I made some friends. That's nice. Yeah, their names are Peter and Gwen, they're both really smart. That's excellent, I'm glad you've enjoyed your day, Norman replied. And, you are sure that you want to stay in this school? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Dad, give it up. Harry sighed, rolling his eyes. I don't ever give up, Norman replied. A moment later he sighed and leaned back in his seat. But if you're truly happy at this school of ours, then I will drop the subject. Thank you, Harry said appreciatively before pausing and staring at him. Did you get into another argument with Mum about it? He guessed. I don't want to talk about it, Norman stiffly replied. Time skip. Harry, honey, you'll be late for your field trip. Harry heard his mother call. Don't worry, I'll be right down, 15-year-old Harry called back as he stared at himself in the mirror. He was currently wearing red and black trainers, blue jeans, and a white shirt along with an open black hoodie. His hair was as untamable as ever and his emerald green eyes shined as brightly as always. A huge part of him was glad that after the first week of school he had been able to convince his parents to let him dress how he wanted. He picked up his backpack and headed downstairs where he found his mother waiting for him at the foot of the stairs. You're going to be late, Harry. She frowned, standing with her weight leaning on one leg and her arms crossed. You're the one who was excited about going to this science exhibit in the first place. Sorry, Mum, Harry apologized as he quickly leaned up and said her on the cheek. Where's Dad? Your father was called in for an emergency at work, now do you have everything you need? She asked as she reached her hands out and straightened up his clothes. Yep, Harry nodded. Oh, and Peter's coming over here after too. Yes, I remember, she cut him off before sing him on the forehead. Will Gwen be coming as well? Not really, she's got stuff to do at home. Harry shrugged. Well, give her my best, now go ahead and enjoy yourself. Thanks, Harry grinned before walking to the exit. Love you, Mum. He called over his shoulder. Love you too, dear. He heard her call back, he was positive that she was smiling at him. Thanks, Arnold, Harry said as he got out of the car, having arrived outside of the building where the science exhibit was being held. You're welcome, Arnold, the Osborn family's driver, replied. Do you need anything else before I go? Not really, enjoy your day, Harry said before slinging his backpack over his shoulders. Thanks, you too, I'll pick you up at the usual time. Arnold nodded before the car windows rolled up and he drove off. Harry turned around and saw Peter and Gwen walking towards him. Hey guys, Harry smiled as the two approached him. Peter was wearing a pair of brown shoes, blue jeans and a green flannel shirt while Gwen was dressed in knee-high brown shoes, a purple skirt and a white shirt plus her green hairband. How are you guys doing? Great, Gwen smiled brightly, looking a lot prettier than before since she had lost her braces and now wore her glasses since she had chosen to get contact lenses just like Harry. Eventually Peter followed in her direction and ditched the glasses for contacts as well. Come on, we need to meet the others there. This is unbelievable, Peter said as the trio walked over to the spot where they could see the rest of the students gathering. I've heard a lot about this place, apparently they're one of the best when it comes to studying radiation. I've heard that Dr. Bruce Banner even worked with them before and that guy is like a master in all things radiation. It's definitely a great place, that's why Dad is looking to buy it, Harry replied. Are you serious? Gwen blinked. No joke, Harry confirmed. From what I understand, Oscorp is currently in negotiations with the company's owner. Great, if your dad buys it then we could have unlimited access to it. Peter grinned. And do what? Harry snorted with amusement. We'd probably end up breaking something. I don't know about that, Peter responded. Between the three of us, we could probably do something groundbreaking. We are the smartest brains in the world. In the world. Gwen laughed lightly. We're the smartest brains in our school. Our school is our world so it counts, Peter argued. Besides, our competition here is very. Peter trailed off and stared at Flash who was laughing along with the rest of his friends. Underwhelming. Well, to be fair, the majority of the school is a lot smarter than Flash, Gwen commented. So is the majority of the planet, Harry said, glancing at Flash who was now placing an arm around Liz Allen. The last few years at school had been interesting for Harry, but thankfully without any near-death experiences, which made it a lot better than Harry's Hogwarts experience, not counting the lack of magic. Harry had become great friends with Gwen and Peter, the three of them having formed their own group. Flash on the other hand had become quite popular in school, especially since getting on the school football team, though Harry still found calling American football, football, while calling regular football, soccer, to be a bit weird. Flash was near always surrounded by the football team and Liz, who was now apparently his girlfriend according to the school rumor mill. Harry was initially quite popular at school, being the son of a rich billionaire and all, but eventually, his popularity died down when people learned he wasn't willing to toss out cash like sweets. It took a while, but eventually, the students realized that Harry wasn't going to be spending a ton of money trying to make friends. Harry and his friends quickly became known as the brains of their year. Gwen was slightly more popular than Peter was once she lost her braces and glasses. Apparently, even Muggle boys were ers for pretty girls. Peter was probably the least popular member of the group, not helped by Flash's attempts to bully him. Though thankfully those attempts had decreased after Flash kept getting pranked over and over, something that Harry would deny, suggesting to Gwen and Peter, hoping that the Marauders and the Weasley twins would be proud. Flash might not have been the brightest bulb in the school, but even he could work out that the pranks were connected to his attempts to bully Peter. After the fourth time he got covered in green paint, he learned to dial down his attempts to make Peter's life hell. Though with that being said, the trio occasionally would perform another prank to remind Flash if he forgot. Their last prank ended up in Flash landing on top of the headmaster. Apparently, vengeful geniuses could be a bit dangerous, who knew? "All right class, gather around, Mr. Adams," the group's science teacher said before taking a few minutes to do the class register. "Now, everyone, this is a rare and special opportunity for us. I'm expecting all of you to be on your best behavior, is that clear?" "Yes sir," the class chorused, though some a lot more dully than the others. "This is unbelievable," Harry said as he and his friends walked around the room they had been brought into. Inside was pretty much every piece of scientific equipment that you would need in a lab. And then some. Some students like Flash and Liz looked like they would rather be anywhere else. Meanwhile, Harry and his friends felt like they were in science heaven. Hey, look." Harry pointed to a picture on the wall. "Is that who I think it is?" "That's Bruce Banner," Gwen breathed. "Told you guys," Peter smirked before looking around. "Oh my god, I hope your father buys this and lets us have it." "Yeah," Harry couldn't help but nod in agreement. Harry would always do his best to not imitate Malfoy and demand that his father buy him everything he wanted, but it didn't mean he wasn't tempted. "What's this?" Harry stopped alongside a glass case. Inside the glass case were 15 separate glass boxes, each of which contained a spider. "Ah," one of the tour guides stepped up next to them. "I see you've found our spiders. Impressive, aren't they?" "I've seen bigger," Harry replied, shivering slightly as pictures of Aragog and his children shot into his head. "What's so special about these?" he asked. "These aren't regular spiders," the guide smiled. "They've all been genetically altered and each of them has been experimented on. Some with drugs, but all of them have been exposed to varying levels of radiation. Unfortunately, we won't have much longer with them." "What? Why?" Peter asked. "Their lifespans aren't very long," the guide mentioned, choosing not to mention the fact that their experiments had likely decreased those short lifespans. "But still, all 15 of them are treated very nicely here, or at least as nice as you can treat spiders." 14. Gwen corrected. "I beg your pardon." The guide blinked. "There are 14, Gwen repeated, taking another look at the glass case. "One of them is missing." "Huh." The guide stared at the glass's case. "Oh yeah, you're right, one of our guys must have taken it out for tests. Anyway, John," another tour guide called. "Dr. Danielson needs some help in Lab 3. "Oh, well I guess that's my cue to leave," the guide, apparently called John, said before nodding to the three. "I hope you all enjoy your trip here." He nodded before walking off. "Oh, poor spiders." Peter frowned. "I'm not really a fan of spiders," Gwen shivered slightly. "They're fine at a distance," Harry spoke up. "I just don't like big ones." "Class," Mr. Adams called. "Gather around over here please," quickly does it. "Let's go see what he wants." Gwen quickly walked back to Mr. Adams with Peter following behind. Harry was just behind the pair but suddenly stopped when he felt a large pain in his hand. "Ah!" Harry hissed and shook his right hand. He looked down on the floor and saw a spider scurrying away. "Harry, are you all right?" Peter asked, having stopped when he noticed Harry wasn't following them. Yeah, I'm fine," Harry said quickly, suddenly feeling slightly lightheaded. Let's go. He quickly started walking before Peter could respond. Dude, are you sure that you're alright? Peter asked Harry midway through their field trip after Harry had sneezed for what felt like the 25th time. I'm fine, Harry insisted before coughing slightly. You don't look fine. Gwen frowned as she looked at Harry, who was looking a lot paler than he normally did, not to mention the fact that he looked like he was sweating quite a bit. The fact that he kept sniffing and rubbing his now red nose didn't help matters. Really, I'm okay, Harry insisted once more before he was hit by another coughing fit. Damn it, why is my own body trying to prove me wrong? He mentally raged. No, you're not. Gwen placed a hand on Harry's forehead. You're burning up. We should tell someone. I'm fine, Harry pulled her hand off. Besides, I don't want to make a fuss. There were few things that Harry hated, and being confined to a bed in a hospital wing was one of them. Harry, if I get worse then I'll tell somebody, Harry cut her off. I promise, but the way I see it, there's only a couple of hours before we go home. Fine, Gwen lightly tutted as she stared at him. But you had better tell us if you get worse. Ah, Gwen, Harry lightly laughed as he placed an arm around her shoulder. It's so nice to know that you care, I'm flattered. Ha, ha. Gwen let out a fake laugh before she pushed his arm off. You're as hilarious as always. I know. Harry grinned at her. See, he can't be all bad if he's still cracking jokes. Reasoned Peter, joining Harry in trying to lighten the mood. Don't encourage him, Peter, Gwen rolled her eyes. Honestly, I swear the two of you are going to drive me mad one day. You love us, really. Harry moved forwards to jokingly kiss Gwen's head, but she quickly jerked her head out of his reach. I'd rather not, thank you, she said as politely as she could. No offense, I'd just rather not catch whatever you've got. Harry stopped and turned his head away from the two of them before he began coughing violently. Fair enough, he croaked. Dude, wake up. Harry heard Peter say before Harry opened his eyes and saw Peter standing in his room. What? Harry blinked repeatedly before he began rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, noting that he was lying down in his bed. Well, you fell asleep on me. Peter began explaining. Huh. Harry blinked once again before he recalled exactly what happened. Oh yeah, he nodded. He remembered him and Peter coming back to his house after the field trip. They had gotten started on their homework before Harry had lied down on his bed. That was the last thing he remembered before being woken up. How long was I out for? He asked. About 2 hours, give or take a few minutes, Peter answered. I finished my bit of homework and then I played on your PlayStation for a bit. I would have left you to sleep, but I've got to go home and your mother is making food. Food, he said in an impression of Homer Simpson. A smile appeared on his face. I could go for some food right now. His stomach chose that moment to rumble. I can see that, Peter said in a dry voice. Anyway, I'll be going now, see you later. Peter gave him a little wave before walking out of the room. Harry let out a sigh before he laid back in bed. It was about 10 minutes later before Harry was able to muster up the energy to sit up. He rubbed his eyes once more before he looked down at the back of his right hand and saw the bite mark from the spider that had bitten him. A part of Harry knew that it was better to probably tell someone, but another part of him couldn't help but feel like he should stay quiet and leave it alone. He was positive that he'd be fine eventually. It was another 5 minutes before Harry felt ready to stand up. Even then he was more than ready to go back to bed. Harry let out a deep yawn as he walked downstairs, where he found his mother laying out dinner on the kitchen counter. Hey Mom, Harry gave her a small smile as he took his seat. Hello, Harry, how are you feeling? Peter told me that you weren't feeling well, she replied as she sat down with him. Do you need to go to a doctor? She asked. I think it's a virus or something, Harry coughed. I'm sure I'll be better by morning. You're always so stubborn about being sick, Emily complained. With you, I can never tell if it's something minor or major because you treat them all the exact same. She sighed, remembering that time that Harry had slipped down some stairs and ended up banging his head on the floor when he landed wrong. Any other child would have been bawling their eyes out, but he had tried to wave it off as a minor bump. Sorry, Harry said in a sheepish voice. I just don't want to make a fuss. Harry, your health is important to us. It is not making a fuss if you tell us that something might be wrong. Emily admonished. What do you think makes more of a fuss? Telling us early that something might be wrong or letting it get worse and making us take more time and effort. She gave him a look, the same one that she would occasionally give his father. Harry felt himself wilt slightly under her gaze, something that was fairly impressive when you consider the other things that Harry had stared down over the years. "Sorry, Mum," Harry apologized. "That's fine," Emily rubbed her forehead as she looked at him. "I'm not trying to nag you, Harry, but it is important that you tell me these things. Now, are you okay?" "Well," Harry paused, indecision on his face before he was interrupted by a particularly violent cough. "Not really." "Well, what's wrong with you?" Emily asked, somewhat pleased by his admission, but also not entirely happy given the fact that her son was ill. "Well, on our trip earlier I was bitten by a spider and—" "What? Is this really necessary?" Harry asked for what felt like the 7th time, lying down on a hospital bed with his mother and father standing on one side while a doctor and nurse stood on the other side. "Yes," the doctor said with a nod. "It's better to be sure than not find out later." "You two read from the same book or something?" Harry asked his mother as he gestured to the doctor. "Wisdom comes in all shapes and forms, but it more or less sounds the same," Emily smirked. "Indeed," the doctor agreed with a smile. "Is he fine?" Norman cut in. The doctor turned to the nurse who handed him a few papers. "He seems to be," the doctor nodded after skimming through the papers. "We contacted the people responsible for the spiders and they've confirmed that none of the spiders there are actually harmful to humans. Their venom might have been deadly for their prey but thankfully not for your son. He has a fever, and I'll give him some medicine for that, but other than that, he's perfectly fine. You can take him home. If he feels bad then maybe give him a day or two off of school to rest, but he won't need more than that." Good. Norman smiled. "May we please have a moment alone, doctor?" "Of course, sir." The doctor nodded before he walked out along with the nurse. "Good. Now, when we get home, you're grounded," Emily told Harry. "Grounded?" Harry blurted out. "For what?" "Oh, let's see what I can think of." Emily hummed thoughtfully. "Perhaps because you lied to me and maybe also because you didn't immediately seek medical attention straight away after getting bitten." "But I've got a fever," Harry pointed out. "Isn't that enough punishment?" "Because I'm feeling a bit sadistic, no." Emily shrugged. "Wow, see if I ever tell you anything about my health ever again," Harry said, shaking his head in disbelief. "If something like this happens again then I won't be so nice," Emily warned before turning to Norman. "I blame you for this, he gets this stubbornness from you." "That's debatable," Norman argued before pulling out his phone. "Now, if you'll both excuse me, I'm going to go and talk to our lawyers." "Dad, no," Harry spoke up. "It's fine, really, It's not fine," Norman cut him off in a firm voice. "If it wasn't you then somebody else could have been hurt, but quite frankly, you're my priority here." "Dad, one of the reasons I didn't tell anybody about being bit was because I didn't want to make a fuss," Harry complained. "Perhaps, but quite frankly, if these scientists are incapable of stopping spiders from escaping and biting children then quite frankly they deserve to be sued," Norman argued. "Besides, this is beneficial to us anyway. I was going to buy the place anyway. Once I sue them they'll need the money more and I can lower the price I'm willing to pay if—" "Are you kidding me?" Emily cut in, staring at him with disbelief. "Just making the best out of a bad situation," Norman defended. "Well, to be fair, that is what a good businessman would do." Harry jumped in. "You're on his side now." Emily blinked. "You grounded me, quite frankly I am on whatever side you're not." Harry shrugged. "Besides, he's too stubborn to listen once he gets an idea in his head. Takes one to know one, son." Norman chuckled. "You two are going to give me gray hairs before I even reach the age of 50. Emily groaned. The next day Harry woke up with a yawn. He shifted himself into a sitting position and ran a hand through his hair before he suddenly winced as a large flapping sound assaulted his ears. His hands instinctively shot up to his ears. "What the?" Harry hissed as he turned his head and saw a flock of birds fly past his windows. "What on?" Harry found himself cut off by a large buzzing sound, the sound being followed along by another set of wings. "Bloody hell." Harry cursed under his breath as he tightly covered his ears with his hands for what little good it did for him. "Harry!" He heard his mother yell for him. "Ah!" Harry gasped out and fell back on his bed. "It's time for breakfast," she called again. "I'm coming," Harry yelled back, desperate for her to be quiet, only to wince as his own yell made him feel like his head was about to explode. A moment later at least one of Harry's problems was solved when his hand suddenly reached out instinctively and grabbed something out of the air. Harry shook his head and saw just what he caught. His eyes widened with amazement as he stared at the fly that he was holding by its wings. Unfortunately, Harry could still hear the sound of its buzzing. He quickly got up and rushed to his window. He tossed open the window before throwing the fly out and quickly closed it again, wincing when the window slammed down. Unfortunately, Harry's troubles didn't stop there. A second later he spun around quickly as his ears were assaulted by the sound of something crawling in his room. He looked around and, a moment later, found the source, a spider crawling on top of the wall opposite him, snapping its fangs as it did so. "Oh, just shut up and stop moving," Harry groaned, closing his eyes. It took a few seconds but eventually, Harry realized that the crawling and snapping noise from the spider had stopped. He opened his eyes and spotted the spider in the exact same spot as before. "What?" Harry thought intelligently before he nearly fell to the floor when he heard the fly from earlier flying outside his window. Harry's face twisted into an angry expression before he opened the window and grabbed the fly with ease before crushing it in his hands. Though Harry instantly regretted it a second later when he nearly collapsed as the noises intensified as he was assaulted with a variety of sounds from people yelling to car horns. He fell to his knees, letting out a short cry of pain. It took a considerable amount of effort for him to reach up and close the window. "Ah!" Harry internally cursed, not willing to speak out loud. Even the sound of his breathing was torturous for him. "Please, stop," Harry mentally begged, not knowing what was happening, just that he wanted it to end. 5 minutes later Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he was finally able to get his hearing to bearable levels. He let out a gasp as he pushed himself off of the floor to a standing position. He blinked and shook his head before he noticed two very weird things. Firstly, the spider from before still hadn't moved. Harry could see it from across the room, positioned in the exact same spot as before. The second weird thing was the fact that Harry could see a small spider across the room despite not putting in his contact lenses. "What's happening to me?" Thankfully for Harry, his new changes had decided to happen during a weekend, meaning that he had 2 whole days to get used to it. The bad news however was that he didn't know if he could last the whole weekend. It had taken him half an hour to get his hearing under control, which was obviously far too long seeing as his mother had opened the door and walked into his room a second later to check on him. "Harry, why haven't you gone down to eat?" "Honestly, I'm very busy this morning and now your food is cold and She trailed off when she saw Harry sitting on the floor, holding his head in his hands. "Harry, are you alright?" she asked quickly, dropping to her knees in front of him. My head feels like it's going to split," Harry groaned just before Emily pulled him into a hug. "What's wrong?" she asked, running one hand through his hair while the other rubbed his back. Everything was so loud. Harry sighed deeply. "It's better now." Maybe we should take you back to the doctor." Emily frowned as she moved back to get a good look at him. "You're looking quite pale." "No," Harry snapped at her quickly. "Harry," she blurted out in a shocked voice. "I know that you don't like the doctors, but if everything was too loud in here then I don't want to go out there." Harry protested. Is everything still too loud?" she asked in a quiet voice. "No," Harry admitted, "but I'm not risking it until I'm sure it'll stay that way." "Fine, get back in bed then," Emily ordered after taking a few moments to think about her next move. "I'll bring you some food and then call a doctor over." She thought for a moment that Harry would protest against calling a doctor, but instead, she was thoroughly surprised when he simply nodded before standing up. "I'm too tired to argue," he told her before he planted a kiss on her forehead. He then took a few steps towards his bed before he allowed himself to fall face first on it. Later that day Harry slowly felt himself wake up. His gaze shifted over to the clock on his desk and he saw that it had just become 2 in the afternoon. The doctor had been by earlier. Apparently, when you're an Osborn, you can get doctors to come over quite quickly. The doctors checked him and declared that he should be fine, but if he doesn't feel better then he should be taken to a hospital for further checks. They also gave him a bit more medicine to help him along. At least my head doesn't feel like it's going to burst," Harry commented to himself as he closed his eyes once more to see if he was going to be able to fall asleep again. After a minute of this he realized it was unlikely to happen and opened his eyes, only to find a spider standing right in front of his eye. Ah! Harry jumped back, but not quite in the way that he had intended to. It took Harry a moment, but he realized that he was staring down at his bed. In fact, he was staring down at the entire room. He could see his bed right under him, the nightstand next to it, the desk and chair on the wall on the right of the bed, and the cupboard on the wall that was on the left side of the bed. He could see the posters on his walls and his skateboard lying down on the floor under the window opposite his bed. He could see it all, though he was struggling to understand why he could see it from the ceiling. After processing the fact that he was somehow on the ceiling, he stared at his hands and feet with amazement as he realized that they were now stuck to the ceiling, explaining why he hadn't fallen straight back down to the bed. What the bloody hell? He whispered to himself. How the hell am I doing that? He wondered before he looked around and spotted something, the spider he saw yesterday, sitting in the exact same position as it was when Harry told it to stop moving. Are you kidding me? Harry slowly and carefully managed to turn around so he was now facing the ceiling. This is some of the weirdest shit ever. He gingerly tried to crawl forwards and was unable to keep the shock off of his face when he did so. Slowly and carefully he made it over to the wall where the spider was. Hey, hey, he called out softly. Spidey, come to me. A moment later the spider shook slightly before it began crawling towards Harry. It crawled quite slowly, obviously feeling the effects of staying still for so long. Harry decided to speed things up by crawling towards the spider as well, stopping halfway down the wall before he reached up and picked up the small crawler. The crawling was weird for Harry. It was only his first time doing it, but it felt so natural to him, almost like riding on a broom. Can you understand me? Harry asked. The spider didn't make a noise, but Harry immediately got the sense that the spider was saying, yes. What's happening to me? He asked. He felt the spider's response and the words, I don't know, shot into his head. That's not good. Hey, it's good to see you, Peter said as he and Harry met up at school. Are you okay? Are you still sick? I'm better now, Harry shrugged, having spent the last 2 days getting used to what he was able to do. Thankfully he had gotten his sense under control. He had also learnt that he had full control over any spider that he came in contact with, plus he could stick to anything with any part of his body. There may or may not have been a period of time when he stuck his skateboard to the skin of his back and tried to roll down his wall before catching himself just before he was about to hit the floor. That also may or may not have stopped after he got it wrong one time and landed on his shoulder. How are you doing? Same old, Peter replied just before Gwen arrived. Hi guys, Harry, are you okay now? She asked in a concerned voice as she raised her hand and placed it on Harry's forehead. Peter was telling me that you were sick. I don't think you have a temperature. I was, Harry admitted as she removed her hand. But I'm better now, and put your hand right back there please. What? Why? Gwen blinked. Because it felt really nice, Harry answered honestly before grabbing her hand and putting it right back on his head. Your hand is so soft. Is that a new perfume you're wearing? He asked curiously. Yeah, Gwen nodded, staring at him oddly. Thanks for noticing. She added, not entirely sure what else to say. Oh, you're welcome, I just think that. Harry's words were suddenly cut off by his body suddenly freezing. Before he could think, he felt his arm snap up and catch a basketball that had just been about to hit him in the side of the head. Whoa, Peter blurted out while Gwen had taken a step back. That was awesome, dude. Thanks, Harry blinked before he tossed the ball to a couple of kids that had rushed towards them and apologized for nearly hitting them. Once the kids were done saying sorry, the trio began walking into school. As they did so, Harry couldn't help but think about what had just happened. It was such an odd experience. It felt like his entire body had frozen just before he felt a tingling sensation in his head. The next thing he remembered was his arm shooting up to catch the ball. This is so weird, he thought to himself. So, you're sure you're all right? Gwen asked. How sure are we talking about? Harry asked. Like, 100 out of 100, sure. Gwen suggested. Completely sure. Don't be ridiculous, Harry scoffed. I don't even know what's wrong with me at this point. I just have guesses about what's going on. Well, what's your best theory at the moment? Peter asked. The Nargles are back at it again. Harry blurted out without thinking. What are Nargles? Gwen asked. looking about as confused as Peter was. Nothing, Harry coughed. I think it's probably just some virus or something, it'll go away soon. That's what you said about Flash, Peter reminded him before gesturing to a nearby wall where Flash was laughing loudly with his best friend, Kong. And I remember you saying that in middle school, yet he is still here. Unfortunately. Gwen huffed. Yeah, well, I can always hope, Harry said with an amused snort. I totally aced that chemistry quiz, Gwen said with a smug look on her face as they left the science classroom. I did too, Peter quickly replied before pausing in thought. Actually, I might have gotten the 23rd question wrong, did you guys put half a gram for it as well? Yep, Harry confirmed with a smile while Gwen nodded in confirmation. In that case, I think I did get it right, Peter said with a pleased smile. What about you? He asked Harry. Do you think you did well? Oh, well, I'm perfect, aren't I? Harry said casually as he shrugged his shoulders. I'll take that as a yes. Peter rolled his eyes. Yo, CUNY Parker, a voice called, causing the three to stop and Peter to groan. CUNY Parker, Peter repeated mockingly. Honestly, you would have thought that he would have thought of something new by now. I would have hoped that he had realized how much he sounds like a caveman when he says it. Harry sighed before the three turned around to find Flash and Kong running up to them. What do you want? Peter asked in an annoyed voice. All right, nerd, Flash grinned as he stepped in front of them. Adams gave me and Kong homework but we don't have time to do it for us. He told Peter before Kong held out 2 homework assignments. Are you serious right now? Peter blinked, genuinely unsure if Flash actually was asking what Peter had heard him ask. Yeah, me and Kong need to practice for the game this Saturday, we don't have time for homework. Flash scoffed. You do it, you geeks love doing homework. Alright, first of all, it's Kong and I, Peter began, he was admittedly only 90% sure he was right about that. No, you ain't playing on the field, dumbass. Flash laughed. Merlin, give me strength, Harry whispered under his breath. Second of all, Peter continued. This may surprise you, but not all smart people like doing homework. Especially when it's somebody else's homework, Gwen added. Even more so when that person can't even ask nicely. Long story short, I'm not doing your homework, Peter finished. Besides, even if I did it then the teachers would know it's not yours. What makes you think that? Because I'm a lot smarter than you are. Peter pointed out in the same voice one would use to point out obvious facts such as the sky is blue or grass is green. You're not that much smarter than me. Flash objected. Oh, bless his innocent little heart, Harry laughed. What's that supposed to mean? Flash glared at him. It means that you compare to him the same way a guy with a few guitar lessons would compare to Jimi Hendrix. Shut it, Osborn. Flash snapped, not knowing who that was but knowing that he didn't appreciate what Harry said. Because it most definitely wasn't a compliment. Nobody was talking to you. Yeah, well, we're done talking to you, Gwen spoke up. Yep, Peter agreed. Let's go guys. Aw, man. Kong let out a disappointed noise. Wait a sec, Flash spoke up, red-faced. I need that homework done. Then how about you just do it, smartass? Harry kindly suggested, as he rolled his eyes. Because I don't want to and I don't have time. Tough shit then, Harry replied, not for a moment believing that Flash didn't have the time to do his homework. If the boy was fine going out nearly every day after school then he clearly had time for homework. What, do you guys want money or something? Flash asked. Flash, my family could probably buy your bank by the end of the week. Harry pointed out. Why don't you just off, Osborn? Flash glared at him. You're the one who approached us, dickwad. Harry reminded him while glaring back. I bet you think you're a big man because you're rich. Flash continued. I bet you think you're great because you stand up for puny Parker all the time. I think I'm smart than you, given that I don't insult the guy whose help I want, Harry casually replied. I don't think I'm better than anyone, Flash, I just know that I'm better than you, and it ain't because I'm rich. Please, you aren't anything without your rich daddy. It doesn't matter if my dad's rich as God or poor as piss, I'm still smarter than you, Harry replied. You're not smarter than me. Flash hissed. I'm a genius compared to you. Really? Because the way I see it, if your brain was dynamite then you wouldn't have enough to blow that haircut off your head, Harry replied. Do you want me to kick your ass, Osborn? Flash threatened, stepping forwards. Harry was a Gryffindor in his previous life, though some people with knowledge of wild animals thought that he should be in Hufflepuff given that he was very much like the honey badger in that he doesn't back down and is ready and willing to fight anyone. I'd like to see you try, Harry said, taking a step forward. Flash clearly outweighed him in muscle and size, but that didn't mean that Harry was going to stand around and take any punches that were thrown his way, nor would he stand down and let Flash bully him or his friends. I'll hit you so hard that not even Google will be able to find you. I'll break your legs. How are you going to do that when you get knocked out? I hope you lose all your money, asshole. And I hope you get a blowjob from a shark. Arg. Flash let out an angry cry before throwing the first punch. Harry raised his hand and ended up blocking the punch. He had raised his other hand at the same time and was about to throw one of his own, but it turned out that there was no need for it. The second Flash's hand had connected with Harry's own. A loud crack was heard. Arg! Flash screamed again, this time in pain as he pulled his hand back and clutched it to his chest. What's going on here? One voice demanded as a teacher made his way towards. I'm going to sue you, Osborn. Flash hissed before wincing in pain. Sometimes, just sometimes, I miss Malfoy. Harry thought to himself as the students around him watched while Flash began loudly telling the teachers about how everything was Harry's fault. Are you okay? Gwen asked in a concerned voice. Yeah, I'm fine, Harry reassured her. Dude, are you worried? Peter asked. He said he'd sue you. Mate, my dad's lawyers deal with people trying to get billions of dollars from his company. I think they can handle Flash, Harry said confidently before glancing down at the hand that Flash had punched. I really need to start performing some tests. He thought to himself. I will. Start right after Dad's lawyers kill Flash. He decided. Hi, I'm back, Harry called as he and Peter and Gwen arrived at his penthouse home. I will never get over how rich you are, Gwen commented as she looked around the penthouse with amazement in her eyes. I'm just glad we became friends before you found out how rich I was. I can't stand gold diggers. Harry rolled his eyes just as Norman walked into the room. Ah, hello son, he said, pausing as he noticed Harry's friends with him. Ah, hello Peter, Gwen. He greeted them with a smile. He couldn't help but approve of Harry's choice of friends. The two might not have been as rich as Harry, but they were both certainly smart enough. Norman figured that the three of them together could do great things. How was school? Oh, it was all really great, apart from one small thing, Harry said as he and his friends all sat down. Oh, and what was that? Norman asked curiously. We're being sued, Harry casually answered. I beg your pardon. Norman raised an eyebrow. We'll probably receive a notice sooner or later that we're being sued, Harry replied. And why on earth would we be sued? Norman asked as he sat down opposite Harry. Well, Harry kind of accidentally broke somebody's arm, Peter spoke up. Kind of accidentally broke somebody's arm. Norman repeated. I think it was his wrist actually, Harry commented. It wasn't his fault, Gwen said quickly. He was defending himself. From this person whose arm he broke? Norman asked before turning to Harry and narrowing his eyes. Are you hurt? He asked quickly. No, I'm fine, the other guy got hurt. Norman hummed, resisting the urge to actually praise Harry for that. Tell me what happened. Well, it started when the guy tried to bully Peter into doing his homework. Harry began before he started explaining how he and Flash had gotten into an argument and how Flash tried to throw a punch at him. And then Harry caught his hand when he tried to hit him, Gwen added when Harry was nearly done explaining. Yeah, Peter nodded. Then we heard a snapping sound. Yeah, I think he didn't punch me properly and ended up damaging his own wrist. Harry finished. So, to sum up, Norman stared at the trio with his fingers interlinked and resting just under his chin. His voice was as calm as ever, but it was noticeably slower than before. This boy demanded that Peter do his homework while insulting you all, and then threw the first punch and has then threatened to sue you because he is incapable of throwing a punch properly. Is that it? He asked, looking quite stiff. That would be it, yeah, Harry confirmed in a slow voice as he stared at Norman. Dad, are you all right? No, son, I am absolutely far too angry to be all right now, Norman answered honestly. I don't want the three of you to worry about this. If this boy tries to sue us, then let him try. I would gladly take him to court. My lawyers will rip him to shreds and I will happily watch it happen. Told you, Harry whispered to Gwen and Peter before turning his attention back to Norman. Thanks, Dad. There is no need for you to thank me, you're my son and you did nothing wrong, Norman told him in a firm voice. Besides, I'm not letting my hard-earned money go to some undeveloped child with an overdeveloped ego. Children like him were exactly the reason why I didn't want you to go to that school in the first place. I'm just glad you found 2 people worth your time. He finished, gesturing to Gwen and Peter. Oh, thank you, sir, Gwen said, blushing slightly. Please, call me Norman, Norman told her before standing up. That goes for you as well, Peter. I'm happy to say that I think that you're both very good influences on my son and I like to think that he has been a good influence on you. Now, I will go contact our lawyers and tell them to remain ready. After that, I will be busy in my office if you all need me for anything. Your mother should be back in time to make you dinner. Thanks, Dad, you're the best. Harry grinned. I know, Norman said with a smile before he walked off. Wow, your dad's intense, Peter said once Norman was out of the room. Awesome, but intense. True, Harry chuckled before going over to put the TV on. So, what do you guys fancy? Want to watch something or do you want to play on the PlayStation? PlayStation, Peter yelled. TV, Gwen yelled at the same time. Me, Harry sighed, knowing he had better jump in before the two started arguing. We'll do an hour of TV and then an hour on the PlayStation, cool. Yep, Gwen said quickly before snatching the remote from the table that it was resting on. Now sit down, I have an episode 1 need to finish. What exactly are you watching? Harry asked before seeing what Gwen put on the TV. Batman the Animated Series. He blinked. Yeah, I like it, Gwen said defensively. Not judging, just impressed. Harry grinned before he rushed over to the kitchen. I'll get some popcorn. Thank you. Peter and Gwen yelled. A minute later Harry came back with 3 bowls of popcorn and handed 2 to Gwen and Peter before sitting next to Gwen with his own. Oh, thanks for waiting for me before you started it. Harry grinned. Yeah, well you brought popcorn so I thought I'd be nice. Gwen grinned back before pressing the play button. As the episode began she started to eat her popcorn. Don't eat too much, you'll bloat up. Harry joked. Shut up. Gwen laughed and lightly slapped him on the arm. Okay, Harry said, having gone straight to his room after Gwen and Peter left. Let's start testing this stuff out. He rolled his shoulders a few times before taking off his shirt. He was about to start but stopped when he caught sight of himself in the full-length mirror next to his desk. Bloody hell. Harry gasped as he stared at himself in the mirror. Harry had never been particularly proud or ashamed of his body, at least not his current one. He was okay in muscle mass for somebody his age and he had fairly decent abs, but now his abs were no longer just fairly decent. Is that 8 of them? Harry blinked as he counted along with his abs. I didn't know you could have more than 6. He realized that it might be a bit narcissistic to stare at himself for so long but he couldn't really help it. Plus as far as he was concerned, he was documenting the changes in his body and there were definitely a few noticeable changes. Firstly his stomach had flattened out and his muscles had gotten bigger, not massively so but definitely bigger. He supposed that the only reason his friends hadn't noticed was that he had been fully covered and wore a hoodie. His body was also a lot more ripped than before, he had a lot less fat and more muscle. Amazing, Harry whispered to himself before shaking his head. Come on, focus, Osborn. Admire yourself later, first let's test out this stickiness. He decided before looking up at the ceiling. Here we go. He let out a deep breath before holding his right arm up. He took another small breath before he jumped up, easily reaching the ceiling. His right hand touched the ceiling and stuck to it, allowing himself to hang from it. This is so cool. He laughed before he stared up at his hand. This is unbelievable, my strength has definitely increased, he thought to himself. I'm holding myself up like it's easy, I might as well be holding a feather. Harry slowly and carefully removed his thumb from the ceiling and was thankful he hadn't dropped straight down from the ceiling and onto the floor. He removed finger by finger until eventually, he was held up from the ceiling by just his index finger. He paused and looked down at his own body before staring back at his finger. Maybe I need to start putting on weight, he commented, amazed by how easily he held himself up. It wasn't just the fact that he was able to stick to the ceiling, it was also the fact that he felt like he could have held up a bottle of water just as easily. Hey Harry, Gwen said as she walked into the room, I'm sorry I forgot my She trailed off as she goggled at Harry, who was now staring back at her with wide eyes. Notebook. She weakly finished, staring at Harry. What is happening? She asked in a quiet voice. I'm Batman. Harry blurted out. What? I'm Bat Wayne. I mean Bruce Bat, I mean. What? I'm not actually Batman, and can you please close the door? Harry hissed at Gwen. Oh, sorry. She quickly shut the door just before Harry dropped down from the ceiling. You were on the ceiling. She hissed once she shut the door. No, I wasn't, Harry said, choosing to go with Fudge's favorite tactic for dealing with conflict, straight up denial. Yes, you were. I saw you. Gwen glared at him. You were hanging from one freaking finger. Shush. Don't talk so loud, Harry shouted. Apparently that tactic only worked for Fudge. And what did you come back in here for anyway? I thought you went home. I forgot my notebook, she shouted back as she pointed to the book on Harry's desk. Oh God. Harry sighed as he ran his hands through his hair. Yeah, Gwen said before trailing off, her lips feeling suddenly dry as she stared at Harry. Gwen, Harry paused when he saw the flushed look on her face as her gaze moved up and down while she stared at him. Oi, stop objectifying me with your female gaze. What? She blinked, shaping out of her gaze. Sorry, I just always wanted to say that, he explained with a small grin. I'm sorry for looking, Gwen said sheepishly, averting her eyes before finding his discarded shirt. She quickly grabbed it and tossed it to him before turning her back. Why were you shirtless anyway? She asked as she waited for him to get dressed. I planned on doing some physical experimentation with my body, Harry answered as he put his shirt back on. He stopped as he took a moment to register what he had just said. That came out wrong. Oh, for God's sakes, Gwen sighed before turning around, somewhat relieved yet disappointed to find him covered. All right, what experimenting were you doing? Sticking to the ceiling. Yeah, pretty much, Harry confirmed. I figured that Dad would be busy with work and that Mum would be busy watching her weekly TV drama, and obviously I thought that you had left. Yeah, well, here's a pro tip. Next time remember to lock your door when you try physical experimentation with your body, she advised, rolling her eyes. Harry opened his mouth to respond but stopped as he thought about Gwen's words. That's not bad advice, Harry admitted, and I will remember that for next time. Here's hoping, Gwen sighed. Now, are you going to explain or what? Since when could you stick to ceilings? A couple of days ago, Harry answered honestly. Something happened to me and I began changing. I think it had to do with the spider that bit me during the field trip. The field trip? Gwen echoed. I remember you looking quite sick. It was a bit more than that, Harry said with a forced smile. I felt sicker than I had ever felt, and then one day I woke up and my senses are thrown into overdrive. I was able to hear a spider walking across the room. It was overwhelming. I thought my head was going to split. Then like the next day I wake up and find a spider standing right next to my face. I try to move back and the next thing I know I am hanging from the ceiling. Gwen, I can't freaking crawl across walls. Crawl across walls, she repeated with disbelief before remembering what she had just witnessed a few moments ago. Show me. She took a step back. Show you. Yeah. Show me you crawling across walls. She gestured for him to get a move on. Harry rolled his eyes but did as she said and walked up to a wall before he slowly crawled up the wall until he was on the ceiling and looking down at her. Is this proof enough for you? He asked a stunned Gwen. Oh yeah, she weakly nodded. Are you uncomfortable like that? She asked Harry, who was still looking down at her from the ceiling. No, Harry shook his head. That's the weird part. I feel like I can stay up here all day. My limbs aren't tiring at all, he added before he dropped down on the floor, landing next to her. I haven't tested how long I can stay upside down, but it feels like I could do it forever. Amazing. Do you know how you can stick to walls? She asked, looking excited. Not sure, Harry admitted. I have a few theories. I went on Google and researched how spiders do it. There's a ton about them using some very small hairs to stick to surfaces. Recently, scientists have come to understand that spiders use something called van der Waals force, an electrostatic force that attracts all surfaces on a molecular level. The spiders have tiny hairs on their feet, and each hair causes a slight bond to a surface. It's basically like a magnetic hold on something. But I'm not sure if that's the same case for me. I've noted that any part of my body can stick to anything. It's possible that I have these hairs all over my body, but it's also possible that something else is playing a major factor in this. Harry finished, choosing not to mention that he didn't know for sure that his magic was not at least partly responsible for the new changes in his body. Like what? She asked curiously. I just have theories, Harry said, adopting Dumbledore's method of not answering the question. My role models need work. He thought to himself. Well, either way, this is amazing. Gwen gushed. Have you told your parents yet? What? An alarmed look came onto Harry's face. No, no, no. No, thank you. We are not telling anybody about this. The only reason I'm telling you anything is cause you already found out about it with your master detective skills. Yeah, my masterful skills. Gwen resisted the urge to roll her eyes and instead impatiently continued. But why can't we tell anyone? Do you realize what could happen? Yes, I do. Harry quickly cut her off. If we tell anyone, then we increase the risk of me getting experimented on and the government taking an interest in me, and I am not letting that happen. Harry, the government. Isn't that a bit dramatic? Gwen asked. Gwen, if the government learnt that a boy can have his strength increased and stick to walls, then they are damn sure going to take an interest to see if they can do it themselves or prevent anyone else from doing it. Aren't you sure you're being a little bit stubborn? She asked, half joking. Gwen. Harry leaned forward and stared at her with an intensity that Gwen had never seen from him. I would rather trust you to operate on me with a rusty pair of pink scissors than I would trust the government to not try and take advantage of me. The first one has a higher chance of survival for me. So I am begging you, please, do not tell anyone. The fewer people that know, the better. Please. He emphasized his point by staring right into her blue eyes with his bright green ones. Fine, Gwen said eventually. I won't tell anyone, but only if you tell Peter. What? Harry asked in a confused voice. Harry, he's as loyal to you as a dog. If he was your dog, then he'd be called Hachiko. All right, first of all, you both complimented and insulted him with that comparison by calling him a dog, Harry pointed out. Secondly, I don't know, I think it would be better to keep this to as few people as possible. Yeah, I agree, with 2 being the minimum number of people that need to know about your secret, Gwen replied. Harry, Peter's just as smart as the 2 of us and he could be really helpful. This will all be a lot easier for you if you let us help you, especially since you don't want to tell your parents, which I'm not entirely happy about, by the way. I will think about it. Harry sighed. Thank you, Gwen said appreciatively, knowing that was the best she would get from Harry right now. Were there any other changes in your body that you noticed? She asked. Increased muscle mass and lower body fat. Harry listed off. Gwen hummed and decided to turn around and not look at Harry. Are you thinking about? Nope. Hey, Harry, Gwen said as she met Harry outside of school the next day. All right, pervert, Harry asked casually, earning a light slap to the arm from Gwen. Shut up, Gwen said, quickly looking around to make sure nobody had heard him. Besides, it wasn't really my fault, was it? You're the one who has lived your entire life without learning how to lock your door. Hey, I know how, I just forgot. Harry protested. Whatever, are you going to tell Peter today? Gwen asked, giving him a questioning look. I don't know, Harry sighed. I think maybe we should just keep this between ourselves and. Harry, he's your best friend, Gwen interrupted. You have always been there for him and he's always been there for you. You know that he won't tell anyone if you tell him not to. You're not going to leave it, are you? Harry asked knowingly. Nope, Gwen sang, giving him a big grin. Fine, but just Peter, Harry said in a firm voice. Nobody else. The fewer people that know, the better. You're really worried about this, aren't you? Gwen asked, dropping her smile. Yeah, Harry nodded. After his experience with Umbridge, Lucius Malfoy and Fudge, he was admittedly not that trusting with governments or most people in general, something that was not helped by years of neglect and abuse before becoming part of a secret world that had to hide from the rest of the world. Hey, it'll be all right, Gwen said, grabbing his hand with her own. Peter won't tell anyone, and I won't either, promise. Thanks, Harry smiled at her. She smiled back, glad that she had cheered him up a bit. Are you two dating? A voice asked. The two turned around and saw Peter standing there and staring at the two of them. No, why? Harry asked in a confused voice. Because you're holding hands. Peter slowly pointed out as he gestured to Harry and Gwen's hands. Oh, the two blurted out before quickly letting go of each other as if they had been burnt. That's awkward. Harry sighed before turning to Peter. How are you doing anyway? He asked. Fine, Peter grunted before the three of them started walking inside. Do you guys want to come over to my place today? He offered. I asked Aunt May and Uncle Ben and they said you could come over. That sounds nice, Gwen replied. And, will your uncle be at home? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. No, he's going to be at work, Peter answered. But your aunt will be there, right? Harry asked in an intrigued voice. Yeah, why? Peter looked at Harry suspiciously. No reason, Harry quickly replied. Anyway, I've decided, yes, I am definitely coming to your house. We're here, Aunt May, Peter announced as he and his friends stepped into Peter's house. Hello, a voice said just before an attractive and kind-looking woman with brown hair stepped out of the kitchen. Ah, Gwen, Harry, it's nice to see you again. She smiled at them. Hello, Mrs. Parker. Gwen greeted her before Harry pushed past and gently grabbed May's hand and said her knuckles. It is good to see you again, Mrs. Parker, and I must say that you are looking absolutely exquisite today, Harry said, smiling at her. Dude. Peter looked at Harry with disbelief. I am very flattered, Harry, but I'm still married. Aunt May reminded Harry, looking more amused than anything. Happily. Harry asked. Dude. Peter blurted out. Relax, man, I'm joking, Harry said as he let go of Aunt May's hand. Mostly joking anyway. He thought to himself. I like you and Ben too much to do anything, not that I think I'd be successful if I did do anything. He frowned as he added the last part more to himself than anyone else. Anyway, I'll be going upstairs, you kids let me know if you need anything. Aunt May spoke up. We'll just be in the basement. Peter let her know before he grabbed Harry by the arm and began dragging him away. Gwen followed after the boys and eventually, the trio arrived in the Parker family basement which had been converted into a small lab for Peter. Dude, did you really just flirt with my aunt? Honestly, nobody has a sense of humor, Harry said with mock suffering in his voice. Anyway, the reason for our visit was not for me to flirt with your bombshell of an aunt. I will mix a bunch of chemicals at random and toss them in your pants. Peter threatened. Sorry, Harry sent him an apologetic look that was slightly offset by the smile on his face. Are you done? Gwen gave Harry an unimpressed look. Yes, Harry sighed before turning to Peter. Anyway, I came here today because I want to tell you something. What is it? Peter asked curiously. Well, it's sort of like this, I think that, no, it's probably better if I just show you. Harry looked up at the ceiling, he bent his legs slightly, preparing to jump. Ah! Gwen sharply interrupted him, she walked past the two of them and locked the basement door before sending a pointed look towards Harry. Right, Harry said slowly and with a hint of embarrassment, thanks. You're welcome, Gwen rolled her eyes before walking back up to them. Now, Peter, Harry has something to show you. Right, Harry nodded before he leapt up into the air and stuck himself to the ceiling with one hand. Peter gasped and took a step back, staring at Harry like it was the first time he had ever seen him. How are you doing that? Peter gulped. We have a few theories at the moment, Gwen spoke up. Wait, you knew about this? Peter blurted out. I only found out about it yesterday, and keep your voice down, Gwen told him. I had left my notebook in his room and came back upstairs to find him exactly like this. She gestured to Harry. I think this has happened because of our field trip, Harry said as he kicked his shoes off of his feet. Field trip? Peter asked. You mean when you started getting all sick? Yeah, Harry confirmed with a small nod before he pulled his feet up and was now stuck to the ceiling by his feet and was looking down at Peter. I got bitten by a spider there, then I started getting sick and then the next thing I know my senses are dialed up to 11 and I can stick to walls. What do you mean your senses are dialed up? Peter frowned. I woke up one day and I felt like I could hear everything around me, and I do mean everything. I was able to hear a bloody fly go past me and I could hear a spider crawling, Harry explained before he saw a spider web hanging in a corner with a spider hanging on the web. Watch this, Harry told them before he crawled across the ceiling until he got close enough to the spider. He held his hand out and the spider obediently climbed onto it before Harry dropped down onto the floor. He walked over to Peter, holding the spider in his hand. Raise a leg, Harry commanded and the spider lifted one of its legs. Now, lower it. The spider did as it was told and lowered the leg. You can control spiders. Peter gasped. That's amazing. Can you shoot webs? Webs. Harry blinked as he went back and placed the spider on the wall and let it crawl back up to its web. You might be able to, actually, Gwen hummed thoughtfully. You've so far seemed to gain the powers of a spider, maybe you can produce webs. Let me try then. Harry raised a hand and pointed it at a beaker. He jabbed his hand forward but nothing happened. Go web. Harry tried again but still, nothing happened. Web attack. Shazam. Webs. Go web, go. Harry lowered his hands and turned to the other two. Yeah, I don't think I can produce webs. Well, maybe you have to try it from somewhere else, Peter suggested as Harry walked back towards them. What do you mean? Harry asked as he stopped in front of them. Well, where do webs come out of spiders? He asked. Harry frowned for a moment before he understood exactly what Peter was saying. There are no webs coming out of there, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Are you sure? Gwen asked teasingly. Positive, Harry gave her an unamused look. Maybe it might come out of there. Peter pointed in between Harry's legs. It does not come out of there either. Harry snapped. Have you tested it out? Peter asked, earning a look of pure disbelief from Harry. I've pissed a few times since I got these powers and I'm sure that each time liquid has come out, Harry stated in a flat voice, while Gwen tried her best to suppress her laughter with her hand. Well, maybe we need to do some more testing and I'll make a deal with you, Harry cut him off. I will only allow you to test my ding-a-ling if your aunt is the one doing all the testing. Harry stared at Peter who stared at him in return. You know what, you're right, Peter suddenly declared a few seconds later. I'm sure there's nothing of substance in there. He finished by casually gesturing to the area between Harry's legs. Oi! Harry yelled as Gwen began laughing loudly. Hey! Peter suddenly said half an hour later. The group had spent their time discussing Harry's abilities and honestly just watching him crawl around the place. I've got an idea. What is it? Harry asked from his position on the ceiling. Are you going to get down from there? Gwen asked in an amused voice. I honestly don't really want to, Harry answered. I mean, I've got no problem with being in the ground but this is surprisingly comfortable. Anyway, Peter continued speaking. What I was going to say, is why don't you make some web shooters? What? Harry blinked. Think about it, Peter replied. If your body can't produce webs then why not make some artificial ones to do it for you? You know, so that way you're like a proper spider. But why would he need to make webs? Gwen asked. Why not? Peter replied. Fair enough, Harry said, moved by Peter's brilliant argument. He dropped down onto the floor and landed on his feet. I'm up for it, it sounds fun. Right, Peter smiled brightly. We haven't made anything in ages. That's because the last time we made something you ended up in hospital. Gwen reminded him. Yeah, but those rocket skates did work perfectly. Harry pointed out. I mean, it's not our fault if that cyclist suddenly started driving in Peter's way. Exactly. Peter agreed before he pulled out some papers and pens. Let's get started. Yeah, Harry grinned before turning to Gwen. Are you going to help us? He asked with a smile. Gwen pretended to think about it. Yeah, why not? If I'm here then there's less chance of you two injuring yourselves. Your compassion is overwhelming, Harry said in a dry voice. Alright, so obviously we will need something to shoot out the webs and some webs themselves. I'll go with making the webs, I think I know what to do. Already? Peter asked. It's hard to explain, but I just feel like I know how to make it. Harry shrugged. Anyway, you can work on the firing mechanism. Yes. Peter grinned. I'll help you with the webs, Gwen told Harry. Great, Harry said appreciatively. I'll go get some snacks and drinks, Peter said suddenly. We'll probably end up needing them. He walked past the two of them and headed upstairs. You see, Gwen said to Harry once Peter had left. I told you it was a good idea to tell Peter. Tell me that again when he gets us both covered in webs, Harry joked. But yeah, I am glad we told him. Good, Gwen smiled. Do you want to tell your parents? She asked. Sort of, Harry admitted. But not really, I think the fewer people that know, the better. If you're sure, Gwen replied. What do you plan to do with these web shooters anyway? She asked. Honestly, I'm just going to probably play with them when I'm bored and just web stuff. I mean, what other possible use could they have? Okay, testing, web shooter, attempt number 11, Harry announced as he and Gwen placed their goggles on. Peter, who was already wearing his goggles, was performing a last-minute check on the webshooter. The webshooter at the moment was not that impressive, given that it currently just looked like a bunch of circuitry connected to an old watch. "We ready?" he asked Peter. "Ready." Peter grinned before pressing a button. He was positive that it would work this time. "Nothing's happened." Gwen frowned. "Give it a sec." Peter rolled his eyes. He was about to say more when suddenly a bunch of webs shot out of the webshooter, hitting Peter in the face. "Aw, damn it." Peter groaned before he began pulling the webs off of himself. "Okay, webshooter testing attempt number 11, going as well as my attempt to seduce Peter's Aunt May," Harry said under his breath before he walked over and helped Peter get unwebbed. "It's better than the last one," Gwen commented as she joined them. "True." Peter quickly agreed after getting some webbing off his face. "This one didn't even catch fire," he added. "Thankfully," Harry nodded. "Honestly, at this point, I am glad that we haven't tested it out with the finalized version of the webs." It had taken Harry a grand total of 5 attempts to work out how to produce webs. His fluid, when exposed to oxygen, would transform into actual webs. He had found it surprisingly easy to make. His best theory was that he had instinctively gained knowledge on how to make them thanks to the spider bite. To be honest, that wouldn't be the weirdest thing that had ever happened to him. "So, how was your day?" Peter's Uncle Ben asked as they all sat down around the Parker family table for dinner. Peter's Uncle Ben was a kind-looking middle-aged man with brown hair and soft brown eyes. "It was fine," Peter answered for Gwen and Harry. "We were just down in the lab." "Oh, doing what?" Uncle Ben asked. "Homework, mostly," Gwen answered quickly and calmly without missing a beat. Good, good," Uncle Ben nodded approvingly before thanking May after she poured some more food onto his plate. "So, Peter's told me about this whole business with that Flash kid." Uncle Ben spoke to Harry in a conversational tone. "I imagine that that's been quite a hassle for you." "Yeah," Harry sighed. "Dad's lawyers are dealing with it at the moment. It shouldn't be a problem for too long." "What's going to happen?" Aunt May asked curiously. "Well, Dad told me that it's an easy case for me since Flash initiated the confrontation and was the one that escalated it to violence, not to mention the fact that I didn't respond violently. Dad said he plans to have his lawyers take as much money as possible from them." Harry shrugged. "He is really not happy with the whole situation. I mean, people try to sue him all the time, so it kind of pissed him off that people were trying the same with me. I think he wants to make an example of them so that the rest of the school doesn't get any ideas and tries to sue me for whatever thing they can think of." Uncle Ben hummed. "And you're okay with it?" he asked. "With what?" Harry asked, not entirely sure what Uncle Ben was talking about. "With suing the boy?" Ben asked. "Yeah," Harry nodded. "Why wouldn't I be? He's the one that tried to sue me first." "That is true." Ben hummed. "Uncle Ben, the guy's a total jerk," Peter spoke up. "He's always showing off his money as well, even though Harry's family could buy at least 2 of his houses. Personally, I think it's a good idea to sue him, maybe then he'll leave us alone." "Perhaps," Ben inclined his head slightly. "Though there's no guarantee." "Well, what do you think Harry should do?" Gwen asked, sounding slightly confused. "I mean, Flash is the one who started everything and it's not fair for Harry to suffer because of it." "And I agree with that," Ben nodded to her. "I just want you to make sure that this is the right course of action for you." He added to Harry. "What you do now could end up seriously changing that boy's life, not to mention his family's life." "What would you do?" Harry asked, trying to hide the fact that he was slightly irritated by what was sounding a lot like a lecture. "If it was me, I wouldn't be against suing, but I would also think about how much money I'd be trying to take from him." "Ben," May began in a disapproving voice. "I don't mean to lecture, and I don't mean to preach," Ben said quickly. "It's just that you are a very wealthy boy, Harry. This Flash kid and his family could lose everything." "Flash is fairly wealthy too," Harry argued. "Besides, if the spoiled idiot wants to sue me, then he should be prepared to face the consequences, not to mention that his family supported his decision." "I'm probably not sounding too good right now," Ben said with a self-deprecating chuckle. "I don't think I'm getting my words out properly. I know what I'm trying to say, I just have a hard time saying it in the right way. Look, Harry, just because you can do something, doesn't mean you should." My brother, Peter's father, lived by a set of words, a code if you will. One that I also try to live by, and one that I've been trying to teach Peter over the years. He believed that with great power, there must also come great responsibility. And you have great power, not just with your money, but also with your brains. You three kids have great power, and with that, you have the responsibility that comes with that power, understand? He asked. Silence filled the room. Peter and Gwen looked to be thinking about his words. You're wrong, Harry said suddenly, causing everyone to look at him. There's no responsibility that comes with power, Harry added, images of his previous life passing through his mind. Memories of the Dursleys abusing him, of wizards and witches using their power to get whatever they want, of the Ministry using their power against him. Harry's hands twitched slightly at the memory of a life he had done his best to forget about. The only thing that power gives us is the ability to have more freedom to do what you want. That's the way the world works. The physically stronger people dominate the physically weaker, the rich dominate the poor, and the powerful do what they want. I don't think that's true, Ben replied. I do, Harry shrugged. Your great power and great responsibility thing does sound nice and all, but how many people do you think actually follow that? The corrupt officials in pretty much every major department ever, including the police and government. Hey, Gwen protested. Not your dad, he's a gun-wielding angel, Harry told her with an apologetic smile before turning back to Ben. How about the criminals in the streets? Businessmen, who solely focus on the money they can produce. The school bullies. What about firemen? The non-corrupt police officers? Ben countered. The doctors. The soldiers that fight to save lives. Some would say they're heroes. Heroes. Harry scoffed. The worst thing in the world to be is a hero. Really? Peter looked at him with disbelief along with Gwen. Dude, heroes are awesome. To each his own, Harry shrugged. Personally, I think it's overrated, the pay is terrible. All right, Mom, Dad. Harry greeted as he entered the penthouse and found his mother sitting down on the sofa, watching TV while his father was standing in the corner, on the phone with someone else. His father gave him a small nod before continuing with his conversation. Meanwhile, Harry sat down next to his mother, who smiled before kissing him on the forehead. So, how was your time at Peter's house? She asked. It was good, Harry replied. We just did our homework and hung out for a bit. Is that all you did? She raised an eyebrow. Well, I beat Peter in a Yu-Gi-Oh duel after he beat Gwen, Harry grinned proudly. We also spent some time inventing and experimenting. What were you making? She asked, not entirely sure if she should be worried or not. We were trying to invent a cure for stupidity, Harry answered without missing a beat. Unfortunately, it didn't work as Peter still thinks he's better looking than me, poor soul. There, it's done, Norman said as he hung up his phone call and walked over, interrupting whatever Emily was about to say. I hope you're happy, he told Emily, rolling his eyes. What's going on? Harry asked, sensing a bit of tension between the two of them. Well, Norman spoke up before Emily could, looking almost glad that he was the one answering the question. Your mother insisted on me contacting the lawyers and having them reduce the amount of money that we will be countersuing for. He finished by sending a flat stare at Emily. What? Harry blinked and stared at his mother. Why? Harry, Emily sighed. This Flash kid is undoubtedly a jerk. Undoubtedly. Harry quickly agreed, still looking confused. But he and his family are not as wealthy as ours, we hardly need their money, so we don't need to take as much from them as possible, Emily began. Mum, the guy deserves it, Harry protested. He's been trying to bully Peter for years, he attacked me and is now suing you for that, Norman helpfully added. And now he's suing me for that. Harry repeated as he gave his father an appreciative nod before turning back to his mother. He deserves it. Harry, Emily began. His family deserve it as well, Norman spoke up. They know exactly what they're doing, they're greedy imbeciles who heard what their son said and decided they wanted to use the chance to gain some of my hard-earned money. Exactly. Harry agreed before Emily could come up with a counter-argument against his father's point. Harry, listen to me, Emily replied in a calm voice. I wasn't always as wealthy as I am now, and neither was your father. You've lived an entire life with more money than most kids your age, but what you need to know is that money doesn't grow on trees. We don't know how badly this could change that kid's lifestyle, Sure, we could look into his family's finances, but we might not get it right. Plus, that's not to mention the strain we could cause between the boy's family. Harry, I'm sorry, but you've lived a pretty nice life. You don't really understand what it's like to struggle the way others do. She finished in an apologetic voice. I see, Harry said in a slightly frosty voice. Excuse me. He stood up and began walking away. Harry, where are you going? Emily called, a worried look on her face. To my room, Harry answered without looking back. He heard his parents start arguing with each other, but he tuned it out and quickly made his way inside the room before he closed the door and locked it. As soon as he had locked it, Harry paused and took several deep breaths. On the one hand, he definitely understood what she was saying, but on the other hand, he couldn't help but be a little pissed off by it. He understood that as far as his mother knew, he was simply a rich kid that had lived a fairly nice life. But he knew better. He wasn't a simple rich kid. In his past life, he had lived through things that most people wouldn't be able to before he had even taken his AL exams. It had taken the worst Dark Lord of all time to end him. That's not to mention the utter hell he had gone through with the Dursleys. Sure, he had a great life here, but that didn't mean he always had. He knew that everyone in this world thought he was a rich kid, and it more than likely sounded a bit emo, but none of them really knew how hard his life actually was. Though admittedly, he couldn't really tell everyone that he had been a wizard in a previous life, he would be considered crazy at best. I should probably apologize for that outburst, he thought to himself. I'll do it tomorrow. Harry let out a small sigh before he looked down and blinked when he looked at his door handle which was now crushed. That's going to be awkward to explain. Harry ran a hand through his head as he made a plan to buy a door handle and replace it without his parents noticing. Okay, testing webshooter, attempt number 15. Harry put his goggles on and made sure that the other had their goggles on. He was also glad to see that Gwen had a fire extinguisher ready. Ready? He asked Peter, who was wearing a thick pair of gloves on his hands. Ready, Peter confirmed. He pressed the button and a second later they were all awarded for their efforts by a web line that shot straight out of the device and caught onto the wall opposite. Holy shit. Finally. Gwen cheered. Eureka! Harry exclaimed, earning looks from the other two. What did you just say, Eureka? Gwen asked, raising an eyebrow. I've always wanted to say that, Harry said without a hint of embarrassment. Well, the webshooters seem to be working perfectly. Gwen grinned as she watched Harry release a web line in order to grab onto a dangling chain. He swung from the chain and landed in the rafters. This shit is awesome, Harry commented before jumping off the beam he was standing on. The middle and ring finger on his right hand pressed down on the webshooter button and a web shot out and attached itself to the ceiling, allowing Harry to slow his fall down so he could land easily on the floor. I'll say, Peter smiled, not unlike how a mad scientist would. The three of them would currently be found in a hangar at an abandoned train station a few blocks away from Peter's home. The trio would often come here for their more destructive experiments. Thankfully, everybody else usually stayed away for a few reasons. Firstly, this place was undeniably filthy, covered in rust, and looked about as safe and clean as a cave full of starving lions, and secondly, there were just so many better places to hang out. All right, we should probably get onto testing my strength, Harry suggested. Yes, Gwen agreed as she poked Harry in the arm. I don't think we really have the necessary equipment needed to test the full limits of your strength and your durability though. What do you mean? Peter asked. Well, an increase in strength will naturally result in an increase in his durability, right? Gwen reasoned. Think about it, if he had the strength to pick something heavy up, then his body would have to be able to be durable enough to. No, that's not what I meant, Peter cut her off. We can test his durability perfectly fine by hitting him with a few baseball bats. You're not hitting me with anything. Harry's voice caused the two to look where Harry was standing, only to blink in shock when they saw that he was no longer there. Dude, did you turn invisible? No, I'm right behind you. The pair turned around and saw Harry a few feet away holding up an old metal box in the air with one arm, which was pretty impressive considering that the box was roughly the same height as him. Conclusion. I'm pretty strong. And a bit of a show-off, but we'll gloss over that, Gwen added in a casual voice, ignoring Harry's unnatural display of strength. Huh, look at me, back down on the ground, walking and sitting like a peasant, Harry jokingly whispered to Gwen and Peter as sat in Harry's room, eating pizza. Yes, as commoners are glad to be graced with your presence, Gwen rolled her eyes. As well you should be, Harry grinned at her. Dude, can you molt? Peter asked suddenly. I beg your, what? Harry blinked as he and Gwen stared at him. Can you shed your skin? Peter asked, staring at Harry with a raised eyebrow. I've read that all spiders shed their skin. It happens more when they're young, but it can continue later in life as well. A few weeks before it sheds, the spider will start to act oddly, it might stop eating or get bald patches. You haven't shown either of those signs yet, but you never know. I am almost entirely positive that I will not start shedding my skin, Harry said, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. But if it happens then you will be the first person I'll tell. Fair enough, Peter nodded appreciatively. Oh, do you think you have venom? Peter asked. I do not, Harry frowned as he considered Peter's words. Though it might be possible. All right, put that pizza down, Gwen suddenly ordered. You're not eating anything else until we confirm that you're not going to be spitting venom everywhere. Can't I at least finish my pizza? Harry protested. No, Gwen told him. The last thing we need is for you to accidentally spit venom on either one of us or somebody else. Can you imagine seeing your mother and accidentally hitting her in the face with venom? Right, that would be bad. Harry agreed as his face paled dramatically. Let's get to testing that. Glad you agree. Now, I think that we should. Gwen found herself cut off by Harry quickly shoving a pizza into his mouth, earning an unimpressed look from Gwen. What? Harry asked defensively after he had finished swallowing it. I'm hungry. In his defense, Peter began. He has been eating a lot more since he got his spider powers. Thank you, Harry said appreciatively before picking up another pizza, only for it to be snatched out of his hand by Gwen. No more pizza until we make sure you're safe, she said, resisting the urge to roll her eyes. Damn it, Harry, stop making me be the responsible one, I don't like it. Well, Flash seemed to be happy to ignore you today, Peter said as Harry and Gwen walked together as they headed to the cinema after school had finished. Shame it took getting sued to have that happen. Harry shrugged. Flash's family had ended up losing quite a bit of money over their attempt to sue Harry. They were in no way living off garbage and sleeping in cardboard boxes, but the family had undoubtedly lost more than they would have liked. So, anyway, what are we watching? A comedy, Peter suggested. Or maybe a horror film. Can't we watch something with a bit of action instead? Gwen asked. An action comedy it is. Harry decided. Unless we happen to find a horror action comedy. Let's just see what's available there, Gwen shrugged. You know, I heard that they're showing a documentary on Tony Stark and how he became Iron Man. Makes sense, Harry hummed. That documentary on Steve Rogers ended up being pretty good, so I imagine one on a modern hero would do just as good. I'd really love to take a look at his armor, Peter grinned. Say what you want about the guy, but he's a tech genius. Yeah, well, Oscorp is better at biotech and chemistry. Harry declared. As far as films go, that wasn't bad, Gwen said later as they left the cinema. Peter hummed thoughtfully. I think it's a 7 out of 10. 7.5, Harry replied. The start was a bit boring. Though, if I'm honest, I'm just glad that I was able to keep my hearing in check throughout the film. Oh yeah, I forgot about that part, Peter admitted. You had it under control. Yeah, I've pretty much got it under control, even though I slip sometimes, Harry answered. It's really weird though. Like, right now, if I focus on it then I can hear just a ton of stuff. Like, I can hear the birds on that rooftop over there, I can hear one woman yelling at someone a block away and Harry suddenly stopped, causing Gwen and Peter to stop as well. The two stared at Harry, watching as his eyes widened and his face paled significantly. Harry, what's wrong? Gwen asked, staring at him with concern. The kid's in trouble, Harry muttered, his voice barely loud enough to be heard by Gwen and Peter. Kid? What kid? Gwen frowned. Are you okay, buddy? Peter asked. I think that. Don't have time, move. Harry pushed past his friends and walked into the alleyway on his left. Gwen and Peter stared at each other for a moment before they chased off after Harry, who was power-walking through the alley. Harry, what's going on? Gwen hissed as they caught up to him. Shush. Harry shushed them before he suddenly started sprinting forwards and performing a massive jump. He soared through the air before landing halfway up the wall of a 5-story building, He stuck to the wall upon landing and he quickly started crawling up it, barely remembering to avoid the windows. Soon he reached the top windows. He crawled to the window on his right and stared through the window at the room inside, seeing what looked like an ordinary bedroom with a bed, desk and even a clothes cupboard. Harry tilted his head to the side, allowing his ear to be closer to the window. He was positive that his senses weren't lying. Harry placed a hand on the window and gently pushed it up. Thankfully it was already unlocked. Once the window was open, Harry climbed into the room, slowly and carefully, making sure to try and make as little noise as possible. He slowly crept to the cupboard, his hands grabbed the door handles just as brief images of his own cupboard under the stairs flashed into his mind. Harry took a deep breath before he opened the door. The first thing he saw was a bunch of clothes hanging from a rail as one would expect to see from a clothes cupboard, but then Harry looked down at the small figure that was sitting in the corner, trying to make himself look as small as possible. The boy had uncared for brown hair and blue eyes, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and blue jeans. His face was quite pale and Harry couldn't help but notice a bruise on his right cheek and on his arms, nor could he avoid noticing the bloodstain on the boy's shirt. The boy looked to be about 4 years old, but given how malnourished he looked, Harry couldn't be sure. The boy's eyes widened considerably upon seeing Harry. He opened his mouth but Harry quickly raised his own hand and made a shushing noise as he placed one finger over his own lips. Thankfully, the boy understood and stayed quiet. Harry gave him a short nod before he slowly kneeled down on the floor so he was staring directly at the boy instead of looking down at him. "What's your name?" Harry asked in a quiet voice. Ryan," the boy whispered. "Hi, Ryan, I'm Harry," Harry whispered back. "I heard somebody hitting you a few seconds ago. Was it your dad?" he asked in a soft voice. Not my real dad," Ryan replied, looking ashamed for some reason. "I'm adopted." "Why did he hit you?" Harry asked. "He always does, every day," Ryan mumbled. "Have you told anyone?" Harry asked despite already having a good guess about what the answer would be. "No," Ryan shook his head, looking at Harry as if he was mad. "Do you want to get out of here?" Harry asked. "You mean run away?" With you?" Ryan blinked, staring at Harry with wide and watery eyes. "No, I'll call someone. They can get you away from here. Get you somewhere safe where you won't get hurt every day. Is that what you want?" he asked, doing his best to not cringe at the sight of another kid in a cupboard. "Yes please," Ryan mumbled, looking like he couldn't believe that he was even able to receive such an offer. "Good boy," Harry sent him a warm smile. "Stay here, I'll go and phone somebody and hopefully you'll get out of here today." "What if they don't take me? What if I have to stay here?" Ryan asked, looking quite worried. Well, we'll see what happens," Harry coughed. "Stay in here and stay quiet, I'll try to get help as soon as possible." Harry gently closed the doors before he turned and headed to the window. He climbed out, closing it as he did so. He crawled down the building for a few seconds before he dropped down from the second floor and easily landed on his feet. "Harry!" Gwen hissed as she and Peter rushed over to him. "What happened in there? Did you?" "No time, I need to find a payphone," Harry decided, not wanting to use his own phone and increase the risk of getting himself involved more than he needed to be. He rushed past the two who once again rushed after him. The two ran after Harry until he stopped by a payphone and began dialing a number. "What are you doing?" Peter panted as he and Gwen stopped next to him. "Give me a sec," Harry whispered before he heard a voice on the phone. "Hello, I wish to make an anonymous report. I've discovered a child that's being abused and he needs help as soon as possible." "He'll be okay, the kid will be okay," Harry chanted to himself as he laid back in his bed. He tried to sleep but he found himself unable as his mind insisted on replaying his meeting with Ryan. "He'll be okay, the kid will be okay. How do I know that?" Harry wondered as he kicked the duvet off of himself and stood up before he began pacing around the room. "I should have done more, should have done more," he thought to himself. "But I did enough, didn't I? I contacted the authorities, that's what you're supposed to do. But I don't know if they helped the kid properly." He paused and ran a hand through his hair. "No," he whispered to himself. "I'm done playing hero, I did my part, it's not my business anymore. The kid will be fine, now go to sleep, damn you." "Are you okay, Harry?" Emily asked as the Osborn family sat together for dinner. "You're looking quite tired." "I've not slept at all," Harry rubbed his eyes tiredly as he answered. Is there a problem, son? Norman asked, raising a single eyebrow. I don't really want to talk about it. Harry shook his head slightly. Well, we can't help you if you don't tell us, Emily pointed out, and from the looks of things, you look like you need to tell us. I don't want to get into specifics, but I did something to help somebody and I feel bad because I keep telling myself that I should have done more, Harry explained, sounding quite tired. Could you have done more? Emily asked. I don't know, maybe, Harry sighed. I did everything I feel like I could have done at the time. Then that's good enough, Norman responded. There is no point in torturing yourself over what could be. If you feel happy that you did everything you could have done, then let the matter end there. I don't really see why you're troubled over this if you think that you had done what you needed to do. Peter's Uncle Ben told us about this code that he and Peter's father apparently lived with, that with great power comes great responsibility, Harry began. I don't agree with that line, but I'm wondering if he was right. I don't agree with it either, Norman sniffed. I won't deny that with great power there should be more responsibility, but the world is not that simple. Plenty of people with power have abused that power in some way or the other, and finding people who don't is becoming increasingly rare. Here is what I believe: with great power comes great consequences. My father once told me that the only thing that matters in life is what you can do and what you can't do. Harry, Emily spoke up. You can't live your whole life over a single code. You're a good kid with your own morals and a good heart, live life by that. Like your father said, life is not so simple that you could live through it by hanging from a single line. The burden of great power comes with the responsibility of making hard choices. You're a good kid, power is power, what you do with it is what defines who you are. Harry hummed, staring down at his plate, considering his parents' words. His father's words sounded somewhat similar to Voldemort's with his, "There is only power," line, but Harry couldn't deny that both of them were at least partially right. Those with power had more they could do, but like Harry's father said, that just meant greater consequences. Oftentimes Harry wished he could simply be like Voldemort and ignore the consequences so long as he gets what he wants, but unfortunately that wasn't him. His mother's words sounded nice as well. He couldn't help but be reminded of something he had heard in his previous life, something that he suspected he would never be able to forget even if he tried. We've all got both light and dark inside us. Sirius Black, Harry's sworn godfather, had told him. What matters is the part we choose to act on. That's who we really are. Later that night Harry was lying comfortably on his bed, his head sinking into the pillow and his body into the mattress. He felt a lot better than the night before, and felt like today he could actually be able to go to sleep. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Harry had barely been about to fall asleep when suddenly his phone began ringing. Harry let out a small groan before he picked up his phone and saw that Gwen was calling him. "Gwen?" Harry asked as he answered the phone. "What's up?" He yawned. "I was just about to fall asleep." "Harry." Gwen cut him off, sounding quite worried. "Listen to me. What's going on?" Harry asked, suddenly more alert as Gwen's tone had made it quite clear to him just how serious this situation was. "I asked my dad about the kid from earlier," Gwen continued, still sounding very serious. "The guy who adopted him was a mutant." "A mutant?" Harry repeated. "Yes, but listen to me," Gwen said quickly. "My dad just told me that he had escaped from police custody." "So, what are you going to do about it?" Gwen asked Harry as Harry and Peter sat together in the school canteen at lunch. Harry didn't need mind reading to know what she was asking about it. "I'm not going to do anything about it," Harry answered honestly. "It's not any of my business." "Not any of your business?" Gwen repeated with disbelief. "Harry, you're the one who helped the kid in the first place." "And I did my job and told the authorities," Harry argued. "If they can't keep a criminal locked up, then that's not my fault. Besides, it's the police's job to catch him, not me." "Are you sure?" Peter asked after swallowing his food. "You could start doing the whole superhero thing, give Iron Man a run for his money." "You have to be joking," Harry snorted. "You think I want to be like Stark? If he wants to have all that fame and attention, then I wish him the best of luck, but that's not me. Besides, I don't know what you guys want me to do. I can stick to walls and I'm pretty strong. You want me to go out and hunt down a mutant who I have no knowledge about?" "I heard my dad say that he only has enhanced strength and sharp teeth," Gwen replied. "But to be fair, you've also got those web shooters as well." I don't care if I have the Iron Man suit and Captain America's bloody shield, Harry responded. I'm not going to go and risk my life trying to be a hero. Let the police protect the kid and catch the guy. Fair enough. Gwen let the topic die down since quite honestly she didn't really want Harry to start running off and fighting crime, though she couldn't help but find the situation odd. Harry was always the first person to stand up for Peter and herself if any of the other kids ever started messing with them, yet he was seemingly intent on avoiding this to the best of his ability. At this point she didn't know what to think, something about it just seemed so out of character for him. You alright? Harry called out as Gwen and Peter entered their favorite fast food shop after school had finished. Gwen and Peter had gone to take the group's usual seats by the window. Meanwhile, Harry had walked over to the till where he saw the owner working at the register. The owner, an elderly man with a jovial smile near permanently on his face, had slicked back white hair, a bushy mustache and a rather nice pair of sunglasses. How are you doing, Stan? Harry asked. Same old, Stan replied with a shrug, smiling kindly at Harry. What about you kids? Doing okay. For the most part, Harry confirmed with a nod. Anyway, we'll have 2 of our usual burger meals, 1 chicken wrap meal and we'll each have a Pepsi for our meal drink, please. Coming right up, Stan said warmly as one of his workers went off to prepare the order. Stan opened his mouth to say something before pausing and staring at Harry. Are you okay? He asked with a small frown. Why do you ask? Harry frowned back. I don't know, you just seem a little off. Stan looked thoughtful as he stared at Harry. Like you have a different vibe today. Are you okay, kid? I am, Harry said, mentally wincing at the slight hitch in his voice. He really needed to work on his delivery. I'm just going through a few things at the moment, he admitted. Aren't we all? Stan sighed as he shook his head. Well, whatever it is, I hope you get through it okay. Thanks. Harry gave him a small smile. Just call me when the food's ready, Harry added before he left the till and went over to sit with Gwen and Peter. How's Stan doing? Gwen asked as Harry sat down next to her while Peter sat opposite the two. Stand still, the man, Harry gave her a small shrug. Best chips in the city, by far, Peter proclaimed with a grin on his face. Best burgers too, Harry grinned. You two need to start eating something other than burgers, Gwen laughed when the boys stared at her as if she had just said something blasphemous. What? The both of you always order burgers from here. He makes other good stuff too, you know. But we want burgers, Harry and Peter said at the same time. You can have burgers, Stan called happily from the till where a tray with their food was waiting for them. Burgers, Harry and Peter cheered. See ya, Stan, the trio called out as they left the shop, their stomachs filled, or at least Gwen and Peter's were. Harry wouldn't have minded some more. The trio soon started walking towards Gwen's house, chatting with each other as they did so. So according to this, that big green thing on the news could apparently be Bruce Banner, Harry said, looking at the website he was reading from on his phone. Either that or Stephen Hawking is a lot stronger than he looks. He added as he thought back to that news report that had been on TV a while back. It had shown what looked to be a couple of giant monsters battling in Harlem. Both were other 10 feet tall, possibly 15 feet, one of them was bald, a dark green and had spikes popping out of his body. While the other one, the one that was apparently the good guy in the situation, was green with black hair and for some reason was wearing purple shorts. The two of them had wrecked a great portion of Harlem before eventually, the angry green giant defeated the other one. The media had named him Hulk. Nobody really knew where he had disappeared after the battle, or at least the general public did not know, but that didn't stop many theories from being made about him. Some believed that he was an alien, and others thought it was a scientific experiment gone wrong. I mean, that makes more sense than the last one I read, Peter hummed thoughtfully. The one that said he was a magical creature. Gwen asked. Yeah, that one. Could be possible, Harry spoke up. You believe in magic, Peter scoffed. I believe that anything could be possible, Harry shrugged just before they arrived outside of the building where Gwen stayed. I mean, look at me, I stick to walls, mate. Yeah, but that's all science, Peter argued. Your body reacted to a spider that had been experimented on a lot. Yeah, but I think that. Harry found himself cut off as Gwen's father came out of the building. Hi Dad, Gwen began but stopped at seeing the stressed look on her father's face. not to mention the fact that he had his police badge and gun with him. What's wrong? Nothing, sweetheart, just some work business. Gwen's father waved them off. Sorry, I can't stay and chat. He gave them all a brief nod before walking past them and crossing the street before he got into a police car that just pulled up. What's going on? Peter wondered. Is he? Shush. Harry gently shushed him before turning his head to the side and aiming his ear at the car that Captain Stacy had just gotten into. What the hell's going on? Harry heard Captain Stacy hiss to the other policeman. I don't know, sir, the other cop confessed, sounding almost as stressed as Captain Stacy. All I know for sure is that he escaped and he has the kid. Gwen and Peter were tempted to ask what was happening but stopped when they saw Harry's eyes widen and his skin pale. Damn it, Captain Stacy cursed. Do we have any leads on where they are? He asked, sounding hopeful. What do you think he's hearing? Peter whispered to Gwen as they both watched Harry. I don't know, but it doesn't look good. Gwen frowned as Harry continued listening in on the police conversation. A few seconds later the car's siren suddenly started blaring loudly, causing Harry to wince. The car drove off with the other cars on the road making space for it. What did you hear? I'm going to go home, Harry said suddenly, looking quite sick. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. He added before he turned and took his skateboard off his back and dropped it on the ground. He got on it and started riding away whilst ignoring the calls from Gwen and Peter. Eventually, Harry turned into an empty alley and traveled down it until he was sure he was alone. He popped off of his skateboard and immediately put his hands on the nearest wall for support and staying upright. What felt like millions of thoughts quickly traveled through Harry's head, thoughts that switched in and out so fast that not even Muhammad Ali in his prime would have been able to keep up with them. Thoughts like how the kid could be dead, in pain, perhaps being tortured at this very moment. Am I overthinking this? Maybe they wouldn't hurt him. Harry thought hopefully before he felt his head tighten in pain, almost as if the more intelligent part of him decided to punish the stupid part. His memory of finding the kid let him know that the kid's adopted father clearly didn't mind harming the child. Besides, being a kid didn't stop the Dursleys, didn't stop the Death Eaters or Voldemort either. Harry took several deep breaths. No, 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 I can't do this. I'm not Harry Potter anymore, I'm Harry Osborn. I don't have to help anyone. I don't have to help anyone. I don't have to help anyone. The police are going to help the kid. I don't have to help anyone. The police will find him. The police will save him. I don't have to help anyone. But the police were the ones who weren't able to help the boy in the first place. I'm not doing this, no more of that stupid, saving people thing. I don't have to help anyone. I don't have to help anyone. I'm not Harry Potter, I'm not Harry Potter. The boy's in danger. I'm not Harry Potter. I don't have to help anyone. Am I still the same guy who jumped on a troll? No, I'm not Harry Potter. I'm not Harry Potter. I don't have to help anyone. What did helping people get me? It let you keep your friends alive. My last friends are probably dead right now, I've got new friends now. I don't have to help anyone. You were a hero. And that got me killed. Harry snapped loudly as he remembered being blasted into the cursed veil by Voldemort, panting and breathing heavily, but ultimately just thankful for the brief pause as the thoughts in his head were no longer arguing with each other and he was now instead able to focus on his breathing. Fortunately, nobody was around to see Harry acting quite mad. Unfortunately for Harry, his reprieve was a temporary one. I can't do it again, it'll just get me hurt, or worse. His thoughts resurfaced, the words rising up in his head like an army flag, ready for battle with the opposing side. Maybe you don't have to do it all the time. The other part of him thought, seemingly reaching for a compromise. Just help the kid, you've gotten involved now. End it, save the kid. Harry's breathing slowed down, his thoughts slowing with it. Just Ryan, just save Ryan, then go back to being plain old Harry Osborn. A compromise was reached. I hate this in myself, Harry muttered as he sat perched on top of a train at a train yard. It was currently dark out, and instead of finding himself comfortably sitting in his room and listening to music or watching TV or even going to sleep, but no, he was instead on top of a damn train trying to find a mutant. Harry was currently dressed in dark trainers, black trousers and a white shirt that was under a black hooded jacket. Around the lower half of his face he had also made sure to wear a gray bandana to decrease the chance of getting recognized. He had spent the last half hour combing the area, trying to find Ryan. According to what he had overheard from Captain Stacy, this was the area where they suspected Ryan and his kidnapper to be. Harry had nearly run into a few cops already. Mum's asleep, Dad's at work and I'm their failure of a son that's running around trying to play hero, Harry whispered to himself. What the hell am I doing? He wondered as he stood up. He was ready to jump down and head home when all of a sudden he heard something. Harry paused and focused on the sound. Crying. He mentally realized. Quiet boy. Harry heard a voice, a man's voice hiss. Is that really unlucky or lucky? Harry wondered before he cancelled his plan to go home and go to sleep before jumping over to the next train with ease. Harry hoped from train to train until he was right on top of the train that let him look down to see Ryan being dragged by the arm by a man who was dressed in white shoes, blue tracksuit bottoms and a gray hooded jumper. The man had brown hair and a mean look on his face. I said shut up. He growled at a whimpering Ryan. Ryan stared at him fearfully. Harry narrowed his eyes, not just at his treatment of Ryan but also at what Harry noticed when the man opened his mouth. Harry remembered Gwen saying this man had sharp teeth. Well, the man Harry was staring at had sharp and pointed teeth that looked like they belonged to a shark. You stupid freak, Harry heard the man say as he raised his hand to slap Ryan. Harry wouldn't be sure if it was the saving people thing, the fact that this man was about to slap Ryan, or even his own memories of Vernon Dursley hitting him in a similar way, but Harry growled before leaping off the train and towards the man. Hey, asshole! Harry yelled just before tackling the man to the ground. Ryan yelped before jumping back out of the way. Harry raised a fist to punch his opponent but quickly found himself thrown off him and crashing straight into the train he had just jumped off. Harry slid down to his feet before he felt his head tingle. Without thinking he moved his head to the side and barely avoided a punch that dented the train, leaving a fist-shaped impact where Harry's used to be. You want to with the teeth. The man roared before using his other hand to try and punch Harry in the stomach. Harry jumped up and stuck to the side of the train as the man's fist crashed into the bit of the train where Harry's torso used to be. That's what you named yourself? Harry blurted out before kicking the man in the head. He held back on his power as he didn't really want to take off the man's head. Not yet anyway. Unfortunately, he ended up holding back too much as Teeth was seemingly not that bothered by it. He grabbed Harry by his ankle and pulled him off the train before slamming him face first on the ground, hard. He hadn't stopped there and pulled Harry up into the air before slamming him down on his back. Ow! Harry quietly whispered. Leave him alone, Ryan cried, throwing a stone at Teeth's head, but it only succeeded in irritating the man. You're becoming more trouble than you're worth, boy, Teeth growled. Stay quiet or I. Ooh. He found himself cut off as Harry had pushed himself onto his hands and kicked Teeth in the face before transiting onto his feet. Harry leapt towards Teeth, who caught him and slammed him against a train hard enough to dent it. Who the hell do you think you are? Leave him alone, Ryan yelled, running forward and grabbing Teeth by the leg and trying to pull him off. Get off me. Teeth shoved Ryan, causing the boy to fall to the floor and bang his head on the ground. Kid, Harry blurted out before he reacted by throwing a right hook to Teeth, actually proceeding in knocking one of his teeth out. Harry grabbed Teeth and tossed him to the ground. He tried to get up but Harry stopped him with another punch to the face. Once Teeth was back down on the ground, Harry followed up with another punch, followed by another. He punched and punched until Teeth only had 5 teeth left. Blood poured out of his mouth and his eyes were dazed. Harry grabbed him by the neck with one hand and sat him up. You touch that kid again, and I will know. He followed up by punching Teeth back down. Harry roared loudly as he threw a few more punches. Harry stopped, panting slightly as he stepped back and stared down at the beaten and bloodied person that was lying down in front of him. He felt his knuckles sting. He felt something on his hands that he was sure was blood. Damn, Harry whispered to himself. Well, that brings back memories. A voice cut through the air. Harry quickly spun around and looked up, finding the source of the voice. Standing on top of the train was a man dressed from head to toe in black. Black shoes, trousers and a black full-sleeved shirt and black gloves. On his head, he wore a black eyeless mask that covered the top half of his face. Harry stared at the man for several seconds before blurting out the first thing that came into his head. Who the are you? What do you want? Harry asked, staring up at the mysterious stranger. I really don't want to get any more blood on me. Easy, easy, the stranger said, holding his hands up in a peaceful gesture. I'm not here to fight you. Then why are you here? Harry asked, not relaxing in the slightest. A voice in his head that sounded a lot like Mad-Eye Moody told him to stay vigilant until he was sure that this man was not a threat. Same reason as you, apparently. The stranger gestured to the unconscious body that Harry was standing over. Harry paused as he remembered the kid was still here, as if realizing that Harry was thinking about him. The kid let out a small groan as if to say, yes, I am still here. Harry quickly rushed towards the kid, making sure to keep his guard up in case the stranger decided to attack. Ryan, you okay? Harry asked, kneeling down next to Ryan who had managed to sit up. Harry kept his hands away from him as he didn't want to cover the kid in blood any more than Ryan wanted to be covered in blood. I think so, Ryan mumbled. He had a small cut on his forehead. Though, thankfully for Harry's sanity, the cut wasn't in the shape of a lightning bolt. Ryan blinked and stared with wide eyes at Harry. Relax, kid, it's me. Harry grabbed his bandana and lowered it long enough for Ryan to see his face. Why? You? Ryan stuttered. Harry nodded and pulled his bandana back up. You're that one, who said? Yeah, exact same one, you doing good? Harry asked before pausing. I mean, apart from the pain and the kidnapping and, you know what, never mind. I'm sorry to interrupt, the stranger called, still standing on top of the train. But the police are coming, they'll be here soon. How would you know that? Harry looked at him while asking that question. I just do, the stranger answered before tilting his head slightly. I'd give them 2 minutes. But, whatever. Harry rolled his eyes before turning back to Ryan. Look, the police are going to come here and pick you up and take you someplace safe, then they'll take your idiot of an adopted father to jail and… Where is he? Ryan frowned and looked around before letting out a startled yell upon seeing Teeth unconscious on the floor with blood dripping from his near-toothless mouth. Did you do that? He asked Harry. I did this because he did that. Harry gestured to the cut on Ryan's forehead. Is he dead? Ryan asked hesitantly. No, he's alive. The stranger answered confidently. Butt out for a second, sockhead. Harry sighed before continuing to talk to Ryan. Anyway, the police will ask you some questions, and I want you to tell them everything. Harry really wanted to tell the kid to lie, but he didn't really trust a kid who looked between 4 and 5 to lie expertly to policemen. Besides, even if Ryan did tell the police everything, there was no way that it would come back to him. Sure, Ryan could tell the policeman that he saw someone with black hair and green eyes, but Harry was far from being the only person in the world with green hair and black hair. Besides, between Harry being a minor and having access to Norman Osborn's lawyers, it was highly unlikely for anything to happen to him even if he was caught. Oh, okay. Ryan nodded. Good boy, Harry said before he and Ryan heard the sound of police sirens. Okay, I've got to go. Be good. Harry nodded to him before he turned around and looked at the stranger. Follow me, said the stranger. Why should I? Harry asked. Because I can help you, now hurry. The stranger said in an impatient voice before walking off. Harry let out an agitated sigh before he followed after him. That was a good thing that you did, the stranger said as he and Harry stood on top of a nearby rooftop. Harry watched as the policeman took Ryan and handed him over to an ambulance that had arrived. Why are you here? Harry asked, still staring down at all the cops and medics that were swarming the scene. That guy you fought, he occasionally operates in Hell's Kitchen, where I operate. The stranger explained. Who the hell are you? Harry asked. Who are you? The stranger countered. I asked you first. Harry pointed out. Harry didn't get an answer and the masked man instead settled for staring at Harry from underneath his mask, though unfortunately for him, Harry was stubborn and wouldn't answer first, so Harry decided to change the subject. You know, most people cover the bottom half of their face. Harry pointed out as he gestured to his own bandana before gesturing to the stranger's face and his mask which covered the top half of his face. I'm not most people, the stranger countered. I get the sense that you're not either. You know, I wasn't entirely sure if it really happened, but I'm pretty sure that you had stuck yourself to the side of that train. What did you want with the kid? Harry asked, ignoring the questioning tone. What did you want with the guy? Same as you, stop him and save the kid, the stranger answered. I had heard he was a mutant and planned to observe him and make a plan of attack when all of a sudden you get involved. So, how long have you been doing this? he asked. Doing what? Dressing up and saving kids. This is a one-time thing, Harry shook his head. I'm just here to help that kid and then I'm going back to my regular life. Really? The stranger asked skeptically. You really think that that's how it'll work? That this is a one-time gig? It is a one-time gig, Harry insisted. The kid is safe, my work is done. Is it? He asked. Why help the kid in the first place? Why not leave it for somebody else to do it? Are you a licensed therapist or just hungry for conversation? Harry asked in an irritated voice. What do I even call you, anyway? I don't know, what do I call you? He countered. Let's go with Spider, for now, Harry said, not really able to think of a better name. Now, your turn, what the hell do I call you? I don't really have a name that I go by, though I have been called the Devil before. The man smirked briefly. The Devil and the Spider, what a pair we make, Harry snorted, shaking his head with disbelief. You helped that kid, why? Devil asked. It's not really any of your business, is it? Harry said in a short voice. You helped him, what's going to stop you from helping the next kid you come across? Devil asked, ignoring Harry's tone. Hey, I stumbled on that kid unintentionally, Harry replied. I thought he was just being abused by some regular asshole. I didn't expect a fugly, sharp-toothed mutant to kidnap him. I got involved and that's why I helped him, but that's done now. So being a hero for a day is enough for you, huh? Devil asked. I am no hero. Harry hissed at him. You're angry, Devil noted. What's wrong with being a hero? He asked curiously. Everyone wants to be one. I've grown out of that stupidity, trust me when I say that the price that comes with it is not worth it. I thought this was your first night. Devil asked. First night dressing up, I've saved people before and it got me nothing. You need a reward. Devil asked, his voice still just as calm as it had been all night. I didn't want a reward, I wanted a life, but I wasn't allowed that. Harry snapped. Listen to me, man, I don't know who you are, I don't know what you can do and I don't know what drugs you're on, but trust me when I tell you that this is not worth it. You keep playing the hero and you'll be left with nothing. Go home, find your friends, find your family and appreciate what you have. If you don't stop then all that will be left is your bloody body, broken and battered on some random pavement. And for what? Do you think you can help everyone? Save everyone? You can't. And why the hell are you encouraging me to do this? Aren't you all supposed to be like, you're too young to do this, or some crap? I should be trying to stop you, the Devil agreed. And I am tempted to, he told Harry in an honest voice. But I won't. Because, as I stand here, next to you, I already know one thing for certain. I know that you are not going to stop. You say you will, you might even believe it right now, at this very moment, but you won't. You should, I'd really recommend stopping, but I don't think you will. You're crazy. Harry shook his head before he turned and started to walk off. A while back, Devil spoke again, causing Harry to stop. I had just come out of a bar with a friend of mine, wanted to go home and hit the bed. But then, I heard something, heard a little girl. What? Harry turned and stared at him. A sad truth in life, there are all types of abuse and far too many victims of each, Devil spoke in a solemn voice. I did to this girl's father the same thing that you did to that guy. I tracked him down and I beat him down, I warned him what would happen if he did it again, and then I beat him even more. I still check in on that girl every now and again. I knew at that moment that I would never stop doing what I do, and I was right. I know you can stick to things and that you're very strong, so I'll let you in on something I can do. My senses are massively better than the average person, I hear a lot. And I mean a lot. After that girl, I didn't stop because I realized I could do something. Muggers, abusers, people who prey on the innocent, I could stop them and I have been doing so. I haven't saved everyone, dear God, I wish I could but I haven't because I can't. I can't and I hear that every day there's a new victim. But I go to sleep happily, knowing that I've done my best to save as many people as I could. Knowing that I saved a mother, a father, a sister, a brother or even just some random guy with no family. So, what? Harry asked in a frustrated voice. You're saying I should go around and start playing vigilante? No, Devil shook his head. Personally, it's my sincere hope that you do give up this life. That you do as you want and live a normal life. Really kid, I swear, that's what I want for you, that's what I hope you get. But the sad part is, you remind me way too much of myself for me to believe that will happen. So, if you do continue down this path, then I really would recommend that you wait a few years. Either way, when that happens, I'd like to help you out. If you need to contact me, if I need to contact you, which I bloody won't, I'll find you, mate, not the other way around. Harry firmly interrupted before he turned and started walking away. I don't want anything to do with you and your stupid see-through mask or any of this bullshit. I'm going home, I'm going to wash this blood off of me, and then I'm going to sleep and try and dream about my best mate's bombshell of an aunt. I'm done with this, and I am done with you. We'll see, kid, Devil whispered to himself, a hint of sadness in his voice. Ing hell. Harry cursed under his breath before he was able to sneak into his room. He had stopped off in a public bathroom and washed the blood off of himself before he made his way home. The hardest part was sneaking up to the penthouse and not getting caught. Harry had opted to crawl up the side of the building and slip in through a window, a process that felt longer than it might have been and had scared the crap out of Harry, who partway up realized that he was not fond of being high in the air without a broom under him. Eventually, though, Harry had been able to get inside the penthouse. Thankfully his mother and father appeared to be asleep, though it was possible that Norman was still at work, leaving him easily able to sneak towards his room. He opened the door and quickly closed it behind himself, allowing him a moment to stop and take several deep breaths. So, a voice spoke, causing Harry to jump and see Gwen leaning against the wall opposite Harry. "Have you had a good night?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, wasn't bad," Harry coughed, awkwardly standing still as he stared at her. What are you doing here?" he asked. "No, my questions first, where were you?" she asked, staring at him. "I was, with Peter." Harry shrugged. "He fibs, he is sly, and he's telling a big, fat, old lie." A voice sang just before Peter dramatically walked out of Harry's closet. "What the bleeding hell were you doing in my closet?" Harry blinked. "I got in so I could dramatically walk out," Peter explained before pointing an accusatory finger at Harry. "Where were you?" I was. If you say you were at my place, then I'm going to slap you," Gwen warned before Harry could continue. "I was, spending time with a man." Harry eventually settled on. "What?" Gwen blinked. "Yeah," Harry nodded before turning to Peter. "I guess we both came out of the closet today, huh?" "Oh yeah, why did you fight this guy then?" Gwen asked, sounding both irritated at his lie and concerned for him. "What on earth makes you think I fought anyone?" Harry asked. "How about the bruises on your knuckles?" Gwen pointed to Harry's hands. "What bruises?" Harry asked innocently as he put his hands behind his back, only to be met with two non-amused stares. "Fine," Harry let out a deep breath. "I went after Ryan, the kid you saved," Peter asked. "The very same," Harry nodded. "I found him and his adopted father, and I may or may not have ended up beating up the guy." "You what?" Gwen gasped, staring at him with slightly more disbelief than Peter. "He's in police custody now, and Ryan should be in a hospital, and you should be too," Gwen interrupted. Just to be clear, I should be in police custody or a hospital," Gwen hissed, cutting him off. "You should be in the hospital right now." No, and hell no," Harry spoke as loud as he dared, which wasn't particularly loud as he didn't want to risk his parents hearing. "First of all, I am fine. You always say that, and you can't decide that. You're not a trained medical professional," Gwen pointed out. "Yeah, but it's my own damn body, I should know what's right with it or not," Harry countered. "Besides, I can't go to the hospital. If I go, then that increases the risk of me getting caught. The kid's already seen my face, and I'm not doing anything to increase the risk. I've got a few bumps and bruises, but nothing that won't heal. I swear if I end up feeling worse tomorrow, then I'll get it checked out, but as far as the rest of the world is concerned, I was simply right here for the whole night." "What on earth possessed you to go out and track down a criminal?" Gwen asked, sounding quite worried, and alarmingly for Harry, she looked like she was close to crying. "Is that what you're going to do now? Go out at night and fight crimes?" No, and once again, hell no." Harry quickly shook his head. "This was a one-time thing. I got involved with Ryan, so I helped him out." End of story. "Harry, is it the end of this story?" Gwen asked with watery eyes. "It is, Gwen, really, it is. Why are you so upset?" Harry frowned. "Harry, My dad's a policeman, he's been one for as long as I can remember, Gwen sniffed, rubbing her eyes. Every day we worry about him, worry that one day he won't come back. There have been so many times where we've found out that he'd nearly died, and he's a trained officer, Harry. Powers or not, you're not trained and you don't have any good equipment. I don't want to have to worry about you the same way I worry about him. I don't want to stay home every day and wonder if you'll come back because you decide to play vigilante. Gwen, Harry interrupted her and pulled her into a comforting hug. She gladly hugged him back and rested her head on his shoulder. I'm sorry I worried you, but I promise you, it was only this one time. The rest of my life, I'm just old, plain Harry. I'm sorry, Gwen sniffed a few moments later as she pulled away from him. I was just worried. I get it, really, Harry replied. I am truly sorry that I worried the both of you, honestly. Now, onto my questions. What are you two doing here? We were supposed to have a sleepover, remember? Peter asked, rolling his eyes. Oh right, I thought that was tomorrow, Harry confessed. You're one of the most important people in my life and one of the most intelligent I've ever met, but damn, you can be dumb at times. Gwen rubbed her forehead as she stared at him. Pretty much, yeah, Harry agreed without hesitation before adopting a contrite look. I feel like I should tell you guys something. What? Peter blinked before spotting the way that the corners of Harry's lips twitched up. I wasn't with a man, I was actually fighting that guy, Harry said in a voice filled with mock regret. I'm sorry, Peter, you're the only one that came out of the closet today. Hate to break it to you, Harry, but I'm still straight, Peter told him in a fake regretful voice. Really? Harry dramatically gasped. Yes, forgive me, Peter said, dramatically clutching his heart. There's nothing to forgive. Harry tried not to laugh as he pulled Peter into a hug. I love you just the way you are. Oh God, you two are so annoying. Gwen laughed before she joined the two of them, making it a three-way hug. Now, can we please have some fun tonight? She said once they had let go of each other. I don't think I'll be allowed to have many more sleepovers with you guys. Why not? Peter frowned. Oh, I don't know, maybe because we're no longer kids and we're growing kids that are close to the age of consent. Gwen huffed. Oh, right. Peter blinked before Harry lightly slapped him on the back of his head. I knew your hormones would cause us problems. Harry gave Peter a disappointed look. What? Yes, shame on you, Peter. Gwen agreed, playing along. Why is it my fault? Peter demanded. It looks to me like your hands have healed up, Gwen said as the trio sat down for breakfast the next day. She took one of Harry's hands in her own and began examining it. I can't see any bruises at all. Does it hurt? She asked in a concerned voice. Not really, Harry answered as Gwen lightly ran a thumb over his knuckles. It was stinging a bit last night, but it's fine now. He added. Is it really fine or are you just saying that? Gwen narrowed her eyes at him, earning a small chuckle from Peter. It's really fine, Harry insisted, ignoring Peter. I swear. That's good, Gwen relaxed, before letting out a small sigh. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm being nagging. Am I being nagging? A bit, Harry laughed. But it's fine, honestly. So, how's your family been doing? Did your dad catch any criminals or anything? He asked. I don't know, but for some reason, I can't help but feel like he's going to end up catching a toothless mutant soon, Gwen replied with a small smile. Wow, Harry said in a mock-shocked voice. Wonder how. It shall forever remain a mystery, Peter said in a dry voice after swallowing another spoonful of cereal. Anyway, what are we doing today? Personally, I'm fine with just a day of TV and games. Are you two up for it? Harry asked them. Fine, but I have to go at 1, Gwen reminded them. My ballet class is today. I have literally nothing to do all day, but Aunt May said I had to be home before dinner, Peter replied. Yeah, but ew. Gwen leaned back when she saw a spider crawling near her. Oi, go away, Harry told it. The spider stopped in its tracks before turning around and crawling away. That's so cool, Peter breathed out, a grin on his face. You're our own personal pest control. Glad I could help. Harry rolled his eyes. My hero, Gwen said in a dramatic voice. Though seriously, thanks, I don't like spiders. Hello everyone, a voice said. The trio turned to see Harry's mother walk in. Did you all have a nice night? She asked. It was productive, Harry answered on behalf of the trio. And did anything big happen yesterday? Emily asked in a knowing voice with a massive smile on her face. No, why do you ask? Harry asked, feeling more than a little uncomfortable. Had his mother found out what he did yesterday? She couldn't have. If she had, then Harry would likely be having his ears shouted off. I don't know, it just feels like something had happened. Emily smiled before gesturing to Harry's hand, which was still being held by Gwen. The two teens realized what she was referring to and quickly let go of each other. Nothing happened, Harry told her while a pink-faced Gwen quickly nodded in agreement. Right, Emily drawled, clearly not believing them. Emily, where did you put that briefcase with all the papers in it? Norman asked as he walked into the room, dressed in a nice blue suit with a red tie. I think I had left it in the bedroom, Emily replied, pecking him on the cheek. Have a good day at work. Did you have breakfast yet? Thanks, and yes, I have, Norman replied after kissing her cheek. He then addressed Harry and his friends. I'll be going now, please behave. What do you mean, behave? Harry asked, pretending to be offended. Look at us, we're perfectly innocent little angels. Well, two of you might be, Norman gestured to Peter and Gwen. You, on the other hand, are most definitely not, he added before turning and walking away. Harry blinked and stared at his father's back with wide eyes until the man had left the room. The audacity, Harry said with disbelief and a slightly dropped jaw, earning a giggle from his friends. It's weird, isn't it? Peter asked the next day when the trio arrived at school and began talking outside. That one day you find out your best friend's got spider powers and is beating up mutants, the next day, you're back at school like nothing happened. He whispered to Harry and Gwen. Life's weird like that, Harry chuckled. Trust me when I say that it's weirder for me, I mean. I'm the guy who sticks to walls, and it's not just my hands and feet either. I've found out that pretty much any part of my body can stick to anything. The other day one of my fingers got stuck to my arm by accident. Though, luckily I do have it under control for the most part. Yeah, well Peter trailed off and seemed to stare at something slightly past Harry. Pete, you okay? Harry frowned. I think something may have caught his eye. Gwen sounded somewhat amused but also exasperated. She raised a hand and pointed past Harry. Harry turned to see what she was pointing at and saw Liz Allen, texting on her phone whilst sitting on one of the school's benches. Oh, you have got to be kidding me, please tell me you're kidding me. Harry asked, turning back to face Peter. Oi, Harry clicked his fingers in front of Peter's face to snap him out of his daze. Are you back in the land of the living? Please, tell me that you are not interested in Liz Allen of all people. Well, Peter blushed as he struggled to come up with an answer. I mean, oh my god, Gwen groaned. Seriously Peter. Hey, what's wrong with that? Peter asked defensively. I mean, she's the best looking girl in the school. Dude, Gwen's right here. Harry frowned as he gestured to Gwen. She's much better than Liz, Harry stated as if that was obvious knowledge. Oh, thanks. Gwen smiled brightly at him. You're welcome, Harry smiled at her before turning his attention back to Peter. As for you, you complete disaster of a human being, stay away from Liz Allen, she is not good enough for you. Not good enough for me. Peter blinked. Dude, are you kidding? She's too good if anything. Look at me, nerd with glasses, then look at her. Peter, we'll admit that she's good looking, but is she really the sort of girl you'll want to hang out with? Gwen asked. She's done nothing but look at you like you're dirt since you got into school. Yeah, Harry agreed. I mean, I'll admit she's good looking but her personality doesn't match up. Yeah, but she spends so much time with Flash so obviously she's going to act as if she hates me, Peter argued. Act? Gwen and Harry repeated with disbelief. Yeah, Flash isn't around at the moment so I'm going to try and talk to her now. Peter smiled to himself before walking off. Pete, I wouldn't do that, Harry called but Peter apparently did not hear him as he continued walking toward Liz. Right, so that's going to go well, Harry said sarcastically. You think? Gwen frowned. You don't? Harry asked. Well, Gwen bit her bottom lip. Maybe he'll get lucky. She offered hopefully. Go out with you. The two heard Liz shriek. Harry and Gwen turned their attention to Liz, who was now standing up and staring angrily at Peter, who had taken a step back from her. It was also very likely that Peter had noticed that everyone around them was now staring at them. I wouldn't be caught dead with a geek like you. I'm sorry. Peter began but was cut off by a loud, booming laugh. Oh, this is priceless. Flash chortled as he and Kong arrived. Parker, you're stupider than I thought. You actually thought that you had a chance with Liz. He laughed for several more moments before he gave Peter a hard stare as he put one arm over Liz. Unfortunately, you missed that opportunity, Parker, not like you would have gotten it anyway. Flash suddenly reached out with his other hand, grabbed Peter by his shirt, and pulled him closer until they were only a couple of inches apart. And if you ever talk to my girlfriend like that again, then I will. Oi, Flash, Harry's voice interrupted Flash, who saw Harry and Gwen approach. Is there a problem here? Harry asked, handing off his skateboard to Gwen. I got no problem. Flash snorted before shoving Peter in Harry's direction. Peter nearly fell over, but Harry caught him before that happened. Just tell your pet geek to stay away from my girl. Noted, Harry responded as he stepped past Peter and stopped in front of Flash. But, the thing is, I have a problem. My problem is that there's this asshole who thinks it's acceptable for him to touch my friend. Let me make something clear, Flash, you don't touch him like that again. Oh, are you upset because I touched your boyfriend? Flash laughed. Mighty words coming from the guy who has his backside wiped by King Kong over there, Harry retorted, gesturing to Kong. Oi, Kong protested. I don't wipe his backside. Harry, Peter spoke up. Let's just go, man. He added, looking uncomfortable. Fine, Harry nodded to him before turning his attention back to Flash. Don't touch him again. Or what, Osborn? Flash asked, looking amused. Or I do some damage to your other hand, Harry replied. Hey, maybe you'll sue me again, except we won't be so nice the second time. What's that supposed to mean? Flash demanded, no longer amused. It means that you got lucky, Flash, Harry replied, taking a step forward so that their faces were nearly touching. We lowered the amount of money we were suing for. My mother felt bad for you. You could have lost a lot more than you did. You mess with my friend again and then we will have a problem, and when we have that problem, I'll sue you so hard and soft fast that you'll be diving into dumpsters for food before my family even gets a single dollar from you. Harry gave Flash one last glare before he turned around and walked away with Peter and Gwen following behind him. Thanks, Harry, but you didn't have to do that for me, Peter said once they were far enough away. Wow, you sort of reminded me of your dad then, Gwen commented. Yeah, Peter agreed. You went full Osborn on him. He shouldn't mess with my friends. Harry shrugged. This is ridiculous. Norman Osborn didn't show any signs that the shouting or even the slamming of the person's hands on his desk bothered him. Truthfully, he considered it more annoying than anything else. He had been in the business for a long while and had gotten experience with everything from people trying to bribe him to actually trying to kill him. You must be joking, continued Adrian Toombs, one of the older members of Norman's staff in terms of age. He had only been working in the company for 3 years or so and had shown quite a lot of promise during that time. Unfortunately, he didn't really get along well with most members of his staff. The man was near bald with only gray hair on the sides and back of his head. He had quite a few wrinkles on his skin and a rather large nose. You can't terminate me, he yelled. I think that you'll find that I can, Norman calmly responded, sitting behind his desk like he did not have a care in the world. A sharp contrast to Adrian, who was standing and leaning on Norman's desk, looking down at him the same way a bird would look at potential prey. You've broken the rules, Toombs, and have caused several big problems for not just me, but the company in general. I have done no such thing, barked Toombs. Oh no, Norman asked, raising an eyebrow. You can't think of a single thing that you have done that could, would and should lead to me booting you out of this company. Not a thing. Toombs glared at Norman. Then allow me to refresh your clearly failing memory. Norman pulled out a couple of files and began reading them. According to the information I have available to me, you were working on a suit that would give a man the ability to fly, correct? Yes, my flight harness suit is undoubtedly one of the best inventions this company has produced. It is an invention but not one that we will actively continue to make or sell to anyone, Norman cut him off. Why not? Demanded Toombs. It's an excellent invention and has so much potential. Think about it. The military could use it to drop soldiers into enemy hotspots or even have those soldiers drop bombs on their enemies and Yes, that's all well and good, but to do so would require the soldiers being able to actually make it there in the first place, Norman interrupted. You've had more than several failed attempts while testing this suit of yours, and quite a few attempts of yours have resulted in injuries. You've blamed the people testing it each time, saying that they've not listened to you or ignored your instructions or were too incompetent to understand the safety procedures, but when there's this many people, then obviously it's not something that can be blamed on anyone other than the person responsible for the project. Every failure was a vital step needed in order to perfect my invention. Toombs argued. Each step got me closer to perfection. And those very steps brought me more lawsuits against my company, Norman pointed out. The money you make from my suit will be more than enough to cover all of those lawsuits, Toombs said dismissively. And like I said, it was their fault for not following the proper safety procedures. All 10 of them didn't follow the proper safety procedures. Norman asked with disbelief and a bit of anger. He was more than a little annoyed at how many people had gotten injured without him knowing it. Exactly, Toombs quickly agreed. Besides, my flight suit works now. I tested it just yesterday. Are you sure it hadn't caused damage to your brain? Norman responded, feeling his grip on his temper loosening. The last person you tested it on had broken his back and damaged his hip. Norman gritted out. The man in question was currently filing a lawsuit against Oscorp. The other people had been happy enough to accept some cash settlements as their injuries had been fairly minor in comparison, and the worst of them would not be able to use his right arm for 6 months. Besides, they all had signed contracts and knew just how good Oscorp's lawyers were. But this last guy felt like he deserved nothing. Less than the most amount of money he could get, and the worst part was that Norman couldn't help but agree with him. Norman did not know how it had escaped his notice for so long that so many people had been injured, but he would find out, and then there would more than likely be some more people getting fired. Yes, but his sacrifice was what had allowed me to perfect my creation, Toombs replied. I think that. Sacrifice. Norman repeated angrily. He took a deep breath before he stood up as calmly as he was able to. Sacrifice, as far as I am concerned, implies willingness and choice, and I assure you that that man did not choose to have so much damage caused to his body. If he's lucky, he will be able to walk again. And from what I understand, this creation of yours, one that has caused so much damage to not just the lives of these people but also my company, you want me to sell it. To who? The average civilians? The military in charge of defending us? I think not. Osborn, listen, Toombs said in a quiet voice. Listen to me. He hissed, much louder than before. It works, I've perfected it, it works. I've got it working. I'm just talking to a brick wall, Norman whispered to himself. Toombs was apparently more than willing to repeat the same argument all day. This could be big, Toombs continued, ignoring Norman's self-talk. This could be the catapult that would allow me to be placed into the annals of history as one of the greatest inventors of our time, and it could push Oscorp into newfound heights. It may not have the same firepower as one of Stark's, Iron Man's suits, but it's easier to produce and it has the potential to be so much better. Do not do this to me, do not rob us both of greatness. It is clear to me that I'm just wasting my time with you, Norman sighed. Your invention might sound great on paper, but it's far too dangerous. I don't trust it to not explode when it's not being worn. You've constantly refused to let other scientists onto the project. Because they could steal my ideas. Toombs snapped. Believe me when I say that nobody wants anything from you, Norman replied. Your refusal to let other people work with you might very well have been the reason there were so many people injured. If somebody else had been with you, then it's possible that they could have picked up on what you had missed. But no, that didn't happen. Your work attitude and attitude to others are only part of the reason why I plan to terminate you, but not a small part by any means. You don't get along with others, you've injured a great many people, and you've cost this company far more than is acceptable. No, Toombs said quickly. Don't you dare do this to me. You're fired, Norman said sharply, cutting him off. Get out of my office, pack your things and then leave my building. How dare, you can't do this to me. Toombs yelled. I believe I just did, Norman calmly responded. Now, will you leave or will I have to call security in this office to escort you out? He asked. You'll regret this, Osborn. Toombs hissed. I won't let this stand. I'm sure. Now, please leave, Norman said in a bored voice. You will regret this. Toombs barked. When I'm done with you, the Osborn name will be nothing but a cautionary tale. I will make it so that you and your family will. Whatever Toombs was about to say died down in his throat when Norman reached out and grabbed Toombs by his tie and pulled him hard until the upper half of Toombs's body was draped over Norman's desk. Toombs looked up and saw Norman glaring down at him, and for the first time since this meeting started, Toombs felt intimidated. "Let me make something very clear to you, Toombs," Norman hissed, staring at Toombs like he was ready to squash the man under his boot. "Everything that has happened so far here had been business, nothing but business, nothing but me acting on what I believe to be the best thing for my company. Don't you dare make it personal by bringing my family into it, because let me make something perfectly clear to you, Toombs, if you bring my family into this and make it personal, then I will destroy you without mercy. You go against me and you'll be known as nothing more than the old vulture who didn't know when to stay quiet. Now, get out of my office." Norman shoved Toombs, sending him off the desk and causing him to fall on his butt. There was a brief moment of silence where Toombs simply stared at Norman as he tried to process what just happened. That moment quickly died down. Toombs stood up and sent one last glare to Norman before turning on his heel and storming out of the office. "Idiot." Norman shook his head before he straightened his suit and sat back down. He quickly called security to make sure that Toombs was escorted out of the building. "At least that's the last I'll see of him." "Whoa, sorry dude." Harry apologized after nearly driving into someone before he continued skateboarding in between the sea of people in front of him. Harry was currently wearing blue and red trainers along with blue jeans and a gray shirt under an open white hoodie with black stripes going down the arms. Harry currently had a pair of headphones on his head and was listening to music as he skated his way over to the shops. He was rather glad he had gotten his super senses under control. Otherwise this music would be making him feel like someone was splitting his head open. Once Harry got to the shop, he hopped off his skateboard and picked it up before walking to the entrance where he saw Gwen and Peter waiting for him. Peter wearing white trainers, brown trousers and a green checkered shirt, while Gwen wore shin-high brown boots, a blue skirt that descended down to just above her knees and a white t-shirt along with a blue hairband. "What's up, peasants?" Harry asked jokingly in the form of a greeting as he took his headphones off and allowed them to hang around his neck. "Oh look, the rich prince has descended down from the heavens to greet us mere commoners." Gwen Mock gasped in fake disbelief. "I've never felt luckier in my life." Peter wiped away some fake tears from his eyes. "Yeah, well, Olympus got bored of me," Harry shrugged before gesturing to the clothes shop on his right. "Come on then. I really need to buy some new shoes," Gwen commented as they walked in. "Sure, I'm just going to look around and see what catches my eye," Harry replied. "You two love your clothes," Peter said, shaking his head slightly. As far as Peter was concerned, a lot of clothes were unnecessary. He had a bunch of clothes at home and was perfectly happy wearing the same ones each and every day for as long as he could. He understood why girls loved clothes. They were girls, and it was an actual stereotype for them to love clothes. Though he wasn't entirely sure why Harry showed the same amount of appreciation for clothes as Gwen did. "There's nothing wrong with liking clothes." Gwen gave Peter a mock glare. "Yeah," Harry agreed. "How you see yourself and how other people see you always start with your appearance," Harry told him as they began looking through the shop, thinking about his previous life. In his last life he was forced to wear whatever the Dursleys were kind enough to gift him with, and those clothes were pretty much just his cousin's second-hand clothes. Something that had gotten people to make fun of Harry quite a lot in the past, something that he had always been very self-conscious about. Though this time he had the money and parental figures necessary to wear whatever he wanted, and he was happily enjoying that fact. "Harry," Gwen said a couple of minutes later as she held up a pair of knee-length black boots. "Do you think this would look good on me?" she asked. "Yeah, but I wouldn't get these particular ones." Harry frowned as he left the shirts he was looking at to walk over to her. "The quality doesn't look that great on these ones," he said as he took the shoes and put them back. "Try this pair," he told her as he handed her a pair of brown knee-high shoes. "They're more comfortable and cheaper, and they'll look good with that skirt you brought last month." "Huh," Gwen examined the shoes. "You're right," she said, earning a grin from Harry. "Naturally," he replied just before his phone rang. "Excuse me a sec." He took his phone out and pressed it against his ear after pressing it. "Hey, Dad, what's up?" Harry asked. "Who were you talking to?" Peter asked as he walked up to the two after he finished taking a look around and had seen Harry hang up his phone. Harry put it in his pocket before he answered Peter's question. "It was my dad," Harry explained. "He was doing some business nearby and wanted to check up on me. He said he's coming over and will drop us off home." "In his limo?" Peter grinned. "I love that limo. I love this limo." Peter breathed out as he relaxed into the comfortable white seats. "I'm glad you like it," Norman said in an amused voice as he sat opposite the trio, one leg crossed over the other and his fingers crossed together while his hands rested on top of his knee. "So, how is school going?" he asked in an interested tone. "Really well, Mr. Osborn," Gwen answered first. "We're still at the top of our classes," Harry added. "Apart from sports, I'm not really that good at that subject." Peter frowned. Norman hummed, ignoring that last part. "That's good. Have any of you suffered from any more problems from that boy?" "What's his name again? I remember it being something ridiculous." "Fish." "No," Harry replied just as Gwen let out an amused smile while Peter snorted with laughter and covered his mouth to stop himself from laughing louder. "He goes by Flash." "Did his parents not love him?" Norman frowned. "Not that we can tell," Harry answered without missing a beat. "Anyway, he mouths off but doesn't really do more than that. Though Harry makes sure to keep him in line if he ever tries to do something." Gwen couldn't help but add. "Excellent." Norman smiled proudly at Harry who blushed slightly. "Atta boy, Harry, don't take any nonsense from anybody." "I don't," Harry replied. "You shouldn't," Norman continued. "You should know that." Whatever Norman was about to say became lost as the car suddenly swerved and nearly ended up hitting oncoming traffic. "What in the blazes?" Norman trailed off and banged on the black glass behind him. "Can't you drive?" he demanded. "It's not my fault, Mr. Osborn." Arnold, the family driver, protested. The car suddenly started moving and Arnold's voice was suddenly cut off as the car seemed to have actually jumped for a second. A second later all the passengers jumped back in their seats as they saw a sharp green blade pierce through the car's roof. A few seconds later a big part of the car's roof was ripped off to reveal a man standing on top of the car. This man wore a black full-body suit with green metal boots that traveled up his leg and connected to the green knee pads he was wearing. On his upper body, he wore green chest armor that covered everything from his stomach to his shoulders. His arms were covered from the hands to the elbow in another bit of green armor, but that was far from the only weird thing about this man. The most noticeable thing was the big green, metal wings that were attached to the man's back, the upper metal feathers connected to his arms. On the man's head, he wore a metal green and black mask that covered everything from his nose down to his neck and was shaped like a bird's beak. "Hello Osborn," the man hissed. "Toombs," Norman blurted out in shock, recognizing the man easily. "It's been a while," Toombs glared at him. "What are you doing?" Norman demanded, ignoring the urge to point out that he had talked to Toombs only a couple of days ago. "What's your game, Toombs?" "Vengeance," Toombs spat out, staring hatefully at Norman. "Don't call me Toombs, Osborn. I am now what you called me before, I am Vulture." "You're deranged," Harry spoke up. "Ah, Osborn Jr." Toombs, now apparently Vulture, laughed. "What do you hope to accomplish here?" Norman shouted, directing Vulture's attention back to himself. "I had warned you, Osborn." Toombs raised his right arm and in doing so raised his right wing. "I had warned you that, arg." Vulture fell back and off the car after a wine bottle had hit his head. "Sorry about throwing your expensive wine, Mr. Osborn." Gwen apologized quickly, looking panicked. "Forgiven," Norman dryly replied before banging on the black glass again. It lowered to reveal Arnold. "Get us out of here and fast," he ordered. "Yes, sir." Arnold had barely managed to get out before Peter spoke up. Guys, a creepy old dude at 6 o'clock. Peter pointed and the group turned to see Vulture actually flying behind them. Vulture got closer to the car and two blades popped out of his feet. He slammed the blades into the car before trying to pull it to a stop. "You don't have a machine gun in here, do you?" Peter asked hopefully. "I got one idea," Harry said before rushing to the driver's side of the limo. "Arnold, pass me your lighter, now," Harry ordered. Arnold quickly did as Harry said whilst doing his best to not crash into anything. Harry grabbed the lighter and rushed towards the door on the right and reached into the small storage hole near the bottom where he knew his mother kept some emergency hair products. "Love you, Mum," Harry barely got out before Vulture's feet smashed through the back window and grabbed onto the passenger seats. "I will not be denied my vengeance by a bunch of snotty-nosed brats," yelled Vulture. "I will, arg." Vulture let out a scream when Harry shot some hairspray through the lighter, turning it into flames that had very nearly burned him. "This car ain't cheap, asshole," Harry yelled before sending more flames at Vulture's way, causing him to let go of the seat and fly a safe distance back. "You miserable little brats," Vulture roared before swinging his arm, sending a trio of metal spikes from his arm. One spike pierced the boot of the car while the second narrowly avoided hitting a car tire, and a third shot through the hole in the window and traveled between Norman's legs and pierced the seat. Quote! Norman cursed as he realized how lucky he was that the spike hadn't gone a bit higher and struck his Osborn maker. "He nearly got my siblings," Harry gasped before glaring at Vulture. Vulture let out an angry roar and was about to send another bunch of spikes at them when suddenly a shoe box hit him in the head, causing him to get distracted enough to crash into a lamppost. "I just brought those shoes," Gwen hissed at Peter. "I'm sorry. I wanted to contribute," he yelled at her just before the car turned left and drove into an underground car park. "Contact the police immediately," Harry began but trailed off when he saw his father had gotten his phone out and was already doing that. "I can't believe that happened," Peter spoke over the phone to Harry. "That night. Tell me about it," Harry sighed, rubbing his eyes. "Mum was properly worried when we got home, crying her eyes out and everything." "That's," Peter replied. "How's your father doing?" "Honestly, he's more pissed than anything else, not that I blame him," Harry answered honestly as he paced up and down his room. Truthfully, he was handling the situation a lot more like his father than his mother. Harry had years of experience with his own life being threatened by some person or the other, usually Voldemort. Truth be told, after a certain point, he saw the threats to himself to be more like major annoyances than anything. But the threats to his family were something that filled Harry with anger quicker than any insult ever could. Harry got his family in this world and he had no intention of losing them. "I swear, if I ever see that old buzzard again then I'm going to rip his wings off." "You probably could, Peter responded. "Aunt May was really worried when I got back, looked at me like I was a ghost or something before she pulled me into a hug. I think she might have broken a rib or two." Peter half-heartedly joked. "And what about your uncle?" Harry asked, not really in the mood to make jokes about Peter's aunt. "Better than her, but he's worried too," Peter answered. "They're worried about you as well. They want us both to be as careful as possible since the old buzzard is still out there." "Have you talked to Gwen yet?" he asked. "Not today," Harry let out a deep breath. "I'm going to try tomorrow. I don't know how her dad is going to be handling this. But it's quite possible that the supercop will put her under house arrest for her safety or something." "Maybe," Peter hummed. "Either way, if I was you, I'd be a lot more careful from now on." "Don't worry," Harry said as he walked over to his desk and picked up his web shooters. "Next time, I'll be ready." "So, then I told her, no way in hell is that happening, honey," Emily told Harry as the two sat on the sofa as Harry painted her nails pink for her. "I mean, who does she think I am? The Prime Minister of Britain. I never liked her," Harry confessed, moving on to her right hand. "So then what happened?" he asked. Emily opened her mouth to answer but stopped when she saw Norman walk into the room, tucking his phone into his pocket as he did so. "Well, you two look like you're having fun," he commented. "Yeah, laugh it up, you're next, big guy," Harry snorted. "So, what's happening?" he asked, leaving his mother's nails alone for the moment in order to focus on his father. "You and your friends will not be going to school for the week," Norman began explaining. "The police will be watching their houses and we have several officers keeping an eye out downstairs. We're also setting up some guards to be positioned on top of the building and we'll have a couple posted on the balcony as well. Plans are being made in case this situation lasts longer than a week. Though hopefully, it doesn't." Harry frowned, knowing that Gwen and Peter were also under house arrest because they had been involved in stopping Vulture's attack. "Do the police have any idea where he's gone?" Harry asked hopefully as he went back to doing his mother's nails. "They're looking into it," Norman sighed as he removed his blazer and tie before sitting on the sofa beside them while unbuttoning his top two shirt buttons. "Anyway, what are you two doing?" "We're spending time together," Harry shrugged as he finally finished her hands, not really bothered by spending time with his mother. Besides, he knew that distracting her helped stop her from worrying about Vulture attacking. That's lovely, darling. Emily smiled and said Harry's forehead. No problem, do you want me to get your feet as well? Harry asked. Emily hummed before looking at Norman. What do you think, honey? Do you think my feet, nails would look good painted? She asked. Norman stared at her. He opened his mouth to answer when he caught Harry staring at him with wide eyes and frantically nodding his head. The meaning behind the action was not lost on Norman. It roughly translated to say you like it or suffer the consequences. I'd think so, dear. Norman smiled, even though he truly wasn't that bothered by it. After all, it's not like he stares at her feet. Thank you, Emily smiled before turning to Harry. Yes, I would like my feet done. She shifted and placed her feet on Harry's lap while leaning her upper body against Norman. As you wish, Harry smiled in an amused manner while Norman silently mouthed out a thank you. So, how are you doing? Gwen's voice asked. All in all, I could be a lot worse, Harry confessed as he stood upside down on his ceiling, one hand running a hand through his hair while the other held the phone to his ear. But I'm not exactly great right now, what about you? He asked. Not too bad, Daddy's staying home for the week so that's pretty enjoyable. Now tell me what you meant about not doing great. She asked. Harry could tell that she was probably frowning. He could imagine her doing so right now while sitting at her desk and doing homework or reading a book. It's nothing, Harry said dismissively, pacing around the ceiling. He really did enjoy being upside down for some reason. Anyway, Peter and I had. Harry, Gwen interrupted. Please, you can talk to me. You wouldn't understand, Harry said softly, his voice barely above a whisper, leaving him somewhat surprised when Gwen had heard his answer and actually responded. How can I understand if you won't talk to me, Harry? She asked. Please talk to me. I don't want to sound nagging but I can tell you're worried about something and I think you'd feel better if you told someone. Harry paused and took a very deep breath. I'm scared, Gwen. I am utterly terrified. He confessed. Of Vulture? Gwen asked, slightly disturbed by the almost broken tone in which Harry had spoken. Harry, I know what happened was scary but. No, not that, Harry cut her off. I've got powers, Gwen, I've got the power to do things. To help people, and that scares me. Why would it scare you? Gwen questioned him, clearly not understanding. Gwen, when I saved that kid, I was able to brush it off as a one-time thing. Harry began explaining. But now this has happened, and if I get involved then I don't know if I can stop, Gwen. And if I can then what happens the next time something happens? What if I can't stop? Where would it end? Me with no family and friends. Bloodied, broken and dead in a ditch. No, Gwen said quickly. First of all, you'll always have family and friends, Peter and I will always be there for you. Didn't know you could predict the future. Did you learn how to do that when you figured out a way to guarantee you'll stay alive longer than me? Harry asked sarcastically. Shut it, Gwen replied. And listen to me. I don't know when I'll die but I promise that no matter what, I'll always be there for you. Don't make promises you can't keep, Harry sighed. Those are the best kind, Gwen's reply caused him to roll his eyes. Look, Harry, I don't want you in danger. My dad's in enough as it is, the last thing I want is for you to go out there and start fighting baddies. But, no matter what, I'll be by your side. Besides, there's no guarantee that you'll end up even tangling with Vulture, the police will probably get him. Probably, Harry hummed, hoping he didn't sound too doubtful. Gwen, I've got to go now, I'll talk to you later. Harry hung up before she could respond. He took a steady breath before his feet stopped sticking to the ceiling and he dropped down. He tilted himself in midair and managed to gracefully land on his feet. I got to be prepared, he thought to himself before he made his way over to his desk. He sat down and opened up his notebook. The first page he came on was an aerosol he was working on that would cause his webs to dissolve. He hadn't perfected that yet but decided to come back to it later. He turned the pages until he came across his notes on his web shooters and began looking through them, trying to find ways to make them better. Roughly an hour later, Harry had managed to tweak the shooting mechanism slightly to make it just a bit faster. Once he had finished doing it, a thought occurred to him. I need to decrease the chances of me being recognized. He thought, knowing that if he did end up in a fight, then the last thing he would want is for it to be public news that the heir of Norman Osborn had spider powers. I need to distract people and hide my face, he thought as he went to his clothes cupboard and opened it. After a bit of rummaging around, he had managed to find an old red hoodie that he had not worn in ages. He had tossed that on his bed. I don't really have anything much to cover my face besides that bandana unless I take advice from old Sockhead, Harry thought, thinking back to meeting the devil, as the man called himself. I'll have to make some eye holes, obviously, but that could work. I'll need something to distract people from my face though. He stared at the hoodie. Norman, has there been any word on that vulture person? Emily asked hopefully as the family sat together the next night, watching TV whilst munching on popcorn. Not yet, but I'm quite confident that they'll catch him soon, Norman told her. I guarantee that we won't be hearing from him soon. Dad, Harry groaned. Please don't talk like that, you're just tempting the universe to prove you wrong. Don't be ridiculous, Norman rolled his eyes. We are perfectly fine and we are not going to be in any danger from that flying old buzzard. Whatever he was about to say was cut off quickly by the windows of their apartment shattering, causing all of them to drop down to the floor just as the two men that had been standing guard on their balcony dropped down a short distance in front of them before Vulture flew in and started hovering above them. Long time, no see, Osborn, growled Vulture, glaring at Norman. Whenever you doubt me in the future, I want you to think back to this moment, Harry whispered to his father before the trio stood up. How the hell did you get here? Norman demanded. The guards on the roof should have shot you down. I tried to tell you just how good this suit was, Vulture chuckled. It was even easier with the help of a side project that I had been working on. Say hello to my newest inventions. He gestured behind him just as two green drones with wings just like flew in. Both were the size of a soccer ball and equipped with smaller versions of Vulture's wings. I hope your family likes these little gifts of mine. Unfortunately, for you, I will personally see to your demise. The two drones suddenly zoomed towards Harry and Emily. The fastest one shot out a burst of fire that would have burnt Emily if Harry hadn't managed to tackle her out of the way. The second drone quickly increased its speed and tackled Harry before he and Emily could reach the floor. It pulled Harry away from Emily, who ended up being thrown hard onto the floor when the first drone had tackled her, while Harry was now being held up in the air by the drone. No! Norman screamed, but was unable to do more than that before Vulture quickly swooped down and grabbed him by the shoulders before lifting him off the air and flying him out of the window. No! Get off of me! Emily! Harry! Off! Harry roared and punched the drone that had tackled him hard enough to dent it. A second punch caused it to stop working entirely. It dropped to the floor, causing Harry to drop with it. As soon as Harry dropped down, he jumped in the air and threw an overhead punch at the other drone, sending it down to the ground before Harry dropped down next to it and finished it off by slamming his fist into it. Mum! Harry rushed to Emily, who was now lying down on the floor, unmoving. Mum! Harry quickly dropped down to the floor next to her. Mum, wake up! He yelled, shaking her slightly. He quickly checked to see if she was breathing. He breathed out a short sigh of relief when he saw that she was. He was interrupted when he heard a scream. He turned his head and saw his father being carried away by the Vulture into the night sky. Harry gently placed a K.S. on his mother's head before he stood up. I'll be back, Mum, he vowed. He took off his hoodie and turned it inside out before he placed it on, leaving him wearing a red hoodie with a black spider logo that Harry had painted on the chest and upper back. He took out the bandana that he had stuffed into his pocket before he took out a second that had already been tied and placed it over his head, covering the top half of his head entirely with the exception of the two eye holes that allowed Harry's eyes to be seen. Right now those emerald green eyes appeared to be glowing. Harry quickly rushed out of the apartment and onto the balcony. He hopped up on the rail and immediately paused when he looked down and saw the busy streets below. Images of himself splattering on the street pavement filled his mind quickly, but they were quickly replaced by the images that popped into his head of what Vulture would do to his father. Come on, you stupid Gryffindor! Harry took a deep breath before cursing Lily and James Potter for transferring their Gryffindor genes to him. With that being done, Harry jumped. What the is wrong with me? Harry screamed out as he plummeted towards the ground, his body shoving the air out of the way. Harry was fairly experienced with flying down at fast speeds, except that during those times he was normally in control of the broom he was riding on. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Phewick. Please work. Harry prayed before he aimed his web shooters at the nearest building. He pressed his web shooter button and the web line shot out and thankfully grabbed onto the building. A second later Harry found himself swinging until he had released the web line, leaving him once again plummeting back to the earth. Part of Harry was admittedly tempted to just stop and call it a night, but that part was drowned out by the sheer determination he had to save his father. Harry aimed at another building and quickly shot out another web. He swung before releasing and shooting out another. Slowly Harry felt himself starting to get used to the sheer speed he was experiencing as he continued swinging. It wasn't the same as flying on a broom, and if the situation wasn't so dire then Harry would probably enjoy it. But right now, he had one focus, one goal. Apologize. Vulture demanded, hovering high up in the air while dangling Norman above the city. Say you're sorry, Osborn. Now. Never. Spat Norman, filled with rage instead of fear. I'll never apologize to the likes of you. You had better kill me, Toombs. Because if you don't I swear I will make you suffer. Last chance, Osborn. Vulture warned. Get Ed. Roared Norman before Vulture decided to let go and allow him to drop to the ground. Norman screamed as gravity pulled him down towards the streets below. I got you. A voice said just before he felt somebody grab him by his arm. Norman looked up and saw that he had been caught by a masked man whose other hand was holding onto a white line. The two swung forwards until they both landed on top of a nearby building and ended up falling on their backs and rolling a good few feet. Norman looked up at the masked man who was currently facing away from him and beginning to stand up. Norman opened his mouth to ask who he was when suddenly Vulture swooped down and slammed the new arrival down to the floor by landing on him hard. Another friend of yours, Osborn? Vulture asked, sneering under his mask. Vulture was about to say more when he felt the new arrival pushing himself up, something that should be impossible when one considers the advanced strength of his suit. Vulture took to the air, pulling the stranger with him while Osborn watched the whole encounter with wide eyes. You're pissing me off. Harry roared before he reached back and grabbed Vulture's feet talons. With a yell Harry used his super strength and snapped them off, leaving Vulture unable to hold him. Harry spun around as he dropped down and shot a web that attached itself to Vulture. Harry pulled himself up and grabbed Vulture. The two of them grappled in midair before Harry was able to hop onto Vulture's back. Let go of me. Vulture screamed before he started flying around in the hopes of throwing off his opponent. Nice backpack, Harry commented, noticing that big metal pack on Vulture's back were what his wings were connected to. Harry slammed his fist into the backpack, breaking through it. Harry grabbed onto the first bits of wire he could find and yanked them out. No. Vulture screamed before he and Harry fell down onto the top of an entirely different building. Harry recovered first and quickly grabbed Vulture by the wings before placing a foot on Vulture's back. Harry grunted before he started pulling on the wings. What are you doing? Vulture demanded just before Harry ripped both of his wings off. No. My wings. You've got bigger problems, Harry growled as he placed both of his hands around Vulture's bald head and started squeezing. No. No. Vulture screamed out in pain as he felt his head getting crushed by the vice-like grip that was slowly getting stronger. Mercy. Mercy. He screamed out. Mercy. Harry chuckled humorlessly. You tried to kill a family and you beg for mercy? He asked, his bright eyes glowing in the dark, not that Toombs could see, given that he was facing away from Harry and felt like his head was in a vice. Please. Begged Vulture, feeling like he could die at any moment. I should kill you, Harry breathed, smiling under his mask. I should. Harry stopped and trailed off before he shook his head and stared down at Vulture. Harry growled before he let go of Vulture, leaving him alive. I would think very carefully about your future choices, I might not be so nice next time. He finished before aiming his web shooters at Vulture. Harry was thankfully able to get back home before anyone else was able to. He noticed an ambulance parking on the ground before he arrived, something that made his life easier since he didn't have to call for one. Once he entered the apartment he saw that his mother was still unconscious. He checked on the guards and saw that they were also alive, but he didn't know for how long. He rushed over to his mother and checked that she was thankfully still breathing. Harry reluctantly held off on doing more as he knew that soon help would arrive and the last thing he needed was to be seen wearing this mask and hoodie. He took off his mask and was about to take off his jacket when he noticed something. No, no, no. Harry breathed out, his voice barely able to be heard. He quickly reached down and picked up the piece of glass that had caught his attention. No, 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 Harry repeated as he stared at his reflection through the glass. How the hell is that possible? He blurted out as he stared at the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Harry slowly nodded his head along to the music coming out of the black headphones he was wearing. His hands were shoved into his hoodie pockets while his hood was placed over his head as he leaned back against the backrest of the red chair he was sitting on. I battle with depression, but the question still remains. Is this post-traumatic stressing or am I suppressing rage? And my doctor tries to tell me that I'm going through a phase. Yeah, it's not a ing phase, I just wanna feel okay. He was aware of all the people walking past him as he sat there alone. The police were currently questioning his father while his mother was in a room being looked over by the best doctors this hospital could afford, all while Harry, who the doctors had already checked out, was waiting outside. Yeah, I struggle with this bullshit every day. And it's probably 'cause my demons simultaneously rage. It obliterates me, disintegrates me, annihilates me. Harry, Harry, a voice called out for him. Harry, Harry, are you okay? 'Cause I'm about to break down, I'm searching for a way out. Harry. Someone pulled his hoodie down and pushed his headphones off of his ears so they were now resting around his neck. Harry blinked and looked up to see who was standing in front of him. Gwen. He blurted out as he quickly stood up. Gwen immediately pulled him into a hug and he was just as quick to return it. Harry hugged her as tightly as he felt he could without hurting her, burying his face into her K's hair. Are you okay? Gwen quickly asked once she let go of him. Her blue eyes quickly began looking him over with a laser focus and almost scary intensity. Physically, I'm fine. Harry sighed as he ran one hand through his hair. Well, apart from this. He added as he gestured to the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Apart from what? Gwen blinked before suddenly turning her gaze towards his forehead. I don't see anything. You don't see this big lightning bolt scar on my head. Harry blinked. Well, yeah, I see that, but you've always had that. Gwen pointed out, causing Harry to stare at her. Always. He repeated, more to himself than Gwen. Yeah, ever since I met you. Are you okay? She asked, noticing that Harry had grown noticeably paler. Just, give me a sec, Harry told her before he quickly turned and rushed to the nearest bathroom. The first thing that Harry did was run to the mirror on the wall and stare at his reflection. After confirming that the scar was still there, he quickly pulled out his phone and began searching through his photo gallery. The look of shock on his face seemed to be damn near permanent as he searched through old photos of himself and saw that every photo he had of himself had that damn scar present. Me twice on a Sunday. Harry breathed out. Well, Mr. Toombs, Captain George Stacy said, as he looked through the files in front of him. I have a few more questions for you. Captain Stacy was currently sitting opposite Mr. Toombs, the man who was now dubbed as the Vulture by everyone from police to the media, in an interrogation room. The Vulture was handcuffed to the table that was in between them and was glaring furiously at Captain Stacy. I want my suit back and I demand that you release me at once. Vulture snarled. My first question, Captain Stacy began, ignoring the demand that Vulture had made to multiple people at least 10 times in the last hour. After your attempted murder of Norman Osborn. It was justice, not murder. Vulture protested. With all fairness, that's not really for you to decide. Captain Stacy gave him a cold look before he continued. He was saved by an unidentified individual. Both you and Mr. Osborn have claimed that he wore a red hoodie with a black spider logo along with a mask. He's a madman, spat Vulture. A monster. He was going to kill me. According to Mr. Osborn, you had attacked him first after he prevented Mr. Osborn's death, Captain Stacy replied in a calm voice before looking up from his files. It could be argued that this individual was acting in self-defense. 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 Vulture screeched. He had his hands around my head and was about to pop it like a grape. He was going to kill me. Then why didn't he? Captain Stacy asked, raising an eyebrow. How on earth would I know? I didn't ask him. Vulture snapped at him. But let me tell you something, this person is most definitely not human. Not human. Captain Stacy repeated in a droll voice. He was strong enough to disable my suit with his bare hands. No regular human is capable of that. Vulture glared at him. It's quite possible that Osborn has conducted some illegal experiments in an attempt to create a superhuman bodyguard, perhaps he wished to recreate another Captain America. So this man is in league with Osborn? Captain Stacy asked. Is that what you're claiming? That is simply a possible explanation, and in my opinion, the most likely. Vulture sniffed. Osborn is no saint, let me tell you something, no perfect man gets as rich as Osborn is. He's involved with that spider person somehow. Well, what do you think? One officer asked Captain Stacy as they walked away from the interrogation room. I've met Norman Osborn multiple times, he's never given off the impression of being the sort of guy crazy enough to try and make a superhuman bodyguard like Vulture is claiming, Captain Stacy replied. Though I won't deny it's possible that Osborn knew him from somewhere. Mr. Osborn claimed that that was the first time he had ever seen him. The officer reminded him. It might be, Captain Stacy shrugged. Either way, we'll keep an eye out for this guy. Now, we need to wrap this up, I have to go to the hospital. Are you sick? The officer asked in a concerned voice. No, my daughter is friends with Osborn's kid, he began explaining. My wife and her are visiting him in hospital, his mother was apparently hurt during the attack. Poor kid, still, even if something happens, he still has plenty of money too. The officer trailed off when he saw the look that he was getting from the captain. She should be fine, Gwen whispered to Harry. Harry was still sitting outside of his mother's hospital room, except now he had been joined by Peter and Gwen. Peter's aunt and Gwen's mother were sitting along with them as well. Harry was so upset that he hadn't even bothered trying to flirt with Aunt May. Peter had told him that Uncle Ben couldn't make it thanks to work, while Gwen told him that her father would be there soon. Both of his friends had also given Harry a look that made it clear that as soon as the adults were gone, they expected to be told exactly what had happened. Back to the Osborn attack, Harry's head turned in the direction of the TV hanging off a wall a little bit down the hall. Norman Osborn was apparently attacked in his home by Adrain Toombs, now dubbed to be the Vulture. Mr. Toombs had seriously injured the bodyguards guarding them before he had attacked the Osborn family. Mr. Osborn's wife, Emily Osborn, has been sent to hospital along with their son, Harry Osborn. It has not yet been confirmed, but many believe that the two of them were injured. We will do our best to find out as soon as possible. Mr. Osborn on the other hand was overall unharmed and is currently being questioned about the incident by the police along with the Vulture, who was caught, not by the police but by an unknown individual who had decided to interfere. Reports of a masked man swinging through the city have made their way to the ears of. Excuse me, a voice spoke, causing Harry to stop listening to the reporter and turned his attention to the doctor that was now standing in front of him. How is she? Harry asked quickly, getting up to his feet. Is she okay? She's fine, the doctor answered with a small smile. A bit banged up, but she'll be fine. We'd like to keep her overnight for observation, but she should be fine to be released tomorrow morning. She's been asking for you, if you want, you can go in and see her now. The doctor had barely finished his sentence before Harry had rushed past him and entered his mother's room, absently closing the door behind him. Hi Harry, Emily smiled at him, sitting in a hospital bed with a white bandage around her head. Are you all right? Harry rushed over and quickly pulled her into a hug that she quickly returned. I'm fine, sweetie, honestly, how are you? She asked, pushing him back slightly so that she could look at him. Harry watched and noticed that her eyes had barely even glanced at his scar, providing more proof to Harry that things had been changed somehow. His mother would have definitely said something if this scar was new. Surviving, Harry answered. Dad's being interrogated by the police. I know, I'm sure they just want to find out what happened. Don't worry, your father did nothing wrong. We'll all be back together by tomorrow, I'm sure of it. She stated confidently. I'm glad you're okay, Harry said her forehead gently before he sat down next to her on the bed and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. You're such a mama's boy, she teased as she wrapped her own arm around him. And proud, Harry smiled. A few hours later Norman had entered the room, or rushed in to be more accurate. He saw Harry and Emily together and a huge smile made its way onto his face. I'm not interrupting, am I? He asked. Dad. Harry jumped off the bed and quickly rushed forwards to pull Norman into a hug. Norman had barely managed to return it with a hug of his own before Harry let go of him. Are you okay? Harry asked. I'm fine, promise. Norman pulled him back into a quick hug before he let go of Harry to walk over to his wife. Are you both okay? He asked, giving Emily a small kiss. Meanwhile, Harry thought about how Norman also hadn't said anything about his scar, further proving his theory about something changing not just him but also everyone's memories of him. We're fine, dear, Emily assured him. What's happening with that vulture guy? She asked. The rest of his life will be miserable if I have anything to say about it. The words that came out of Norman's mouth may have sounded calm, but the storm in his eyes was anything but calm. Inside his head, he was already formulating plans to discreetly deliver some money to some of the guards and possibly inmates in the prison that Vulture was all but guaranteed to be thrown into. If Toombs thought he was going to be left in peace to rot in jail, then he was mistaken. If that man ever got out of prison, then he would be so broken that he wouldn't be able to even consider kicking a kitten if Norman had his way. Eventually, Harry found himself back in the comforts of his own room. He had changed clothes and was now wearing a comfortable pair of red and white tracksuit bottoms and a light blue t-shirt. He flopped down onto his bed and stared at the ceiling for a while, thinking about what had happened to not just him but his family. He couldn't help but think that this was just the start of everything. In his experience, one fight rarely ever didn't lead to another. If you try to stand up to one of the Dursleys, then another Dursley will join in helping to beat you down. You stand up to one school bully and then another helps them out if they don't do it themselves. You stand up to one servant of Voldemort and suddenly spend the rest of your school life fighting against monsters, evil wizards and worst of all, politicians. If one madman is willing to attack my family like this, then what's to stop another from doing the same? Harry wondered. Harry let out a deep sigh, knowing that it wasn't just going to stop at defending his family. If Harry saw an innocent person being attacked, then he would undoubtedly leap in so he could them out. He might try to deny it, but that was just who he was. The boy that had jumped on trolls and climbed down into secret chambers and haunted buildings to save people. Last time I tried the hero business, it didn't really work out for me. He thought to himself. But then again, I wasn't really as active as I should have been. He frowned, remembering that he hadn't really spent as much time learning about magic as he should have done. No, this time I'll be prepared. Harry leapt off the bed and quickly picked up his headphones. He put them on and sat down at his desk while pulling out a notebook. I'm checking my vital signs. Drawing my battle lines. Going to war again. Feeling the rhythm inside of my chest. All I need is just a pen. I know I was born for this. I know I was born for this. He opened it and found a blank page before he thought about what he needed to do. The first thing he wrote down was a note about finishing his web-dissolving spray, as that could come in handy down that line. If possible, he would try and fit it into his web shooters. Don't care for the critics. My words are like physics. A force that they can't stop. They just don't get it. I think they forget. I'm not done till I'm on top. I know I was born for this. I know I was born for this. I need to work on the mask as well, he whispered to himself. Anyone that gets remotely close enough can take it off, and then I would be a stupid with no secret identity. He frowned before writing down a note to work on his mask while also writing down a note to work on getting some protective clothing. He was fast, but he didn't want to test if he could dodge bullets without wearing some form of protection, nor did he want to try and see if he could survive a bullet. I believe, we can write our story. I believe, we can be an army. Harry hummed as he thought about getting Gwen and Peter involved. The two of them would be a great help, providing that they didn't try and stop him. A great part of him wanted to leave them out of it, but he was also realistic enough to know that that wasn't going to happen. If he didn't tell them about it, then as soon as they got a whiff of a masked man going out and shooting webs, they'd be on him like Dumbledore on a K.S. drop. But would Gwen and Peter be enough? We are the warriors, who learned to love the pain. We come from different places but have the same name. 'Cause we were born for this. Wait, there's still that devil guy. He thought, remembering the man's offer of help. He didn't really know if that offer was still on the table though, given how their last meeting had ended. We are the broken ones, who chose to spark a flame. Watch as our fire rages, our hearts are never tame. Harry wrote down a note to try and learn as much about this devil guy as possible. Harry heavily suspected that the man was probably a mutant of some kind. Perhaps Harry could get his help in learning more about his powers, or perhaps nothing would come of it. Either way, he'd at least try. 'Cause we were, 'cause we were. 'Cause we were, 'cause we were born for this. We were born for this. I've struggled for years and, through all of the tears, I've faced the doubts I hide. I never gave in to my fears deep within. 'Cause I heard my voice inside. As Harry continued writing down his notes, he couldn't help but find himself to be a little disbelieving about how his life had brought him to the point where he was now planning to go out and become a vigilante, but truth be told, it wouldn't be the craziest thing he had ever done. Harry wished that he could simply stop and spend the rest of his days living in the peaceful comfort that came with his new life, but he also knew he couldn't do that. The incident with Ryan was proof enough, and shortly after that, his family gets attacked. No, Harry was sure that this was only the beginning, and he was positive that he was going to be involved, one way or another. I know I was born for this. I know I was born for this. I will never lose my voice. If I cut out all the noise. I know, I was born for this. I know, I was born for this. Tombs. A voice called, causing Vulture to slowly wake up from his sleep. He blinked repeatedly and rubbed his eyes until his vision could clear up. He opened them and found himself back on his bed in the damn cell that he was currently confined in. Except that now, it wasn't just him in the cell. Standing by the entrance was a large prisoner whose arms were bigger than Vulture's legs. Who the hell are you? Vulture demanded, shifting back until he hit the wall behind him. I'm your new roommate, the large man grinned as he slammed one of his fists into his other hand. Just outside the cell, down the hall, two officers were walking, both of them sliding some money into their pockets. Someone really wanted that old geezer punished, huh? One guard asked the other. I suppose, the second guard hummed, sounding quite uninterested. Doesn't really bother me much, just means the old man won't cause more trouble for us. You didn't hear the lunatic earlier, but I did, he's a mad old man. Do you mean angry or crazy? The first guard asked. Both, the second guard lightly snorted. Went on and on about how he'd get revenge on Osborn and that spider freak. It's nuts, man. If someone's paying us a bit of extra dough to look the other way for that guy to be kept in line, then I won't complain. Do you think our bonus pay came from Osborn? The first guard guessed. Would make sense, old man apparently went after Osborn's family as well. Are you stupid or something? The second guard shook his head with disbelief. No way is Osborn going to risk getting caught trying to bribe us. Then who did give us the... Shush, the second guard cut him off, giving him a hard look. Listen to me, don't ask too many questions, just accept the money. You know who it is. The first guard realized. Don't ask more, hissed the second. He saw the other guard was about to say more, so quickly cut him off. One more word from you and I'm taking that money from you right before I haul York. Stow the warden and tell him about you accepting bribes. Are you serious? The first guard stared at him with complete and utter belief. Keep your head down, don't ask too many questions, take your bribes and enjoy your life as best as you can, the second guard told him. Keep your voice down while you still have it. I know who gave us the money and I value my life far too much to tell you. This is so much bigger than you can imagine. You will eat your breakfast and you will like it. Harry told Emily as he placed another spoonful of cereal into her mouth. Emily was in bed while Harry sat next to her, feeding her. Harry, Emily began after swallowing. This is really unnecessary, I am perfectly fine, Harry guessed, giving her a knowing look. Perhaps it's not father that I get that from, he joked, earning a smile from Emily, who stopped her protests and accepted the next spoonful that Harry gave her. Still, I am perfectly capable of feeding myself and I can still get up, I'll make you breakfast and... That's fine, I already ate, now shut up and accept my damn love, Harry told her. Fine, Emily rolled her eyes. Don't you dare roll your eyes at me, young lady, Harry mock admonished her, letting his mouth drop open as he pretended to be offended. Oh, you think I'm still young? Emily grinned with delight. Yay, that brightens up my day. Love you too, Harry let out an amused snort as he gave her another spoonful of cereal. Are you serious about this? Peter asked, staring down at Harry's notes along with Gwen as they stood on either side of Harry while he sat down in his chair at his desk. I'm more serious than a guy named Sirius, Harry answered, the corner of his lips curving up slightly. But yeah, I am doing this, and I would like both of your help with this. What? You want us to help you with this? Gwen blinked and stared at him with pure disbelief. Well, I can't do this on my own, can I? Harry asked before pausing and looking thoughtful. Well, actually, I think I probably could, but I wanted to include you guys since I figured that you would find out anyway. And we're very appreciative of that, but can't you see how this is absolutely nuts? Peter stared at Harry with a look that let the emerald-eyed boy know that Peter had already drawn his own conclusion on that particular question. I mean, you stop one crazy old guy in a vulture costume and now you want to start going out and fighting crime. A vulture costume. Harry couldn't help but laugh, though it wasn't a funny laugh or even a happy one. Peter, that costume of his tore into my dad's limo like it was wet paper. Well, yeah, but Peter, Harry cut him off. That costume of his allowed him to grab my dad and fly him off and nearly killed him. Yes, but we have no reason to believe that anything like that will ever happen again, argued Gwen. Don't we? Harry scoffed. Gwen, I can stick to anything and I'm strong enough to lift a car. That doesn't just happen, nor does a vulture guy suddenly show up and attack my father. This is just the beginning, I know it. Besides, I knew this would happen, I told you both that this would happen. Harry stood up and turned to face Gwen. I told you that I don't know if I could stop or not, and I had meant it, and I was right. If I stop and know that anyone else had gotten hurt when I could have prevented it, then that will haunt me. I've denied who I am for far too long. But I don't understand, Gwen sniffed, shaking her head slightly before she continued. Why? Why do you want to go out and play hero? Call it a saving people thing, I suppose, Harry shrugged. Now, I need to know, are you going to help me? He asked before moving back and staring at both Peter and Gwen. Are you both going to help me? He asked, hopefully. I'm in, Peter spoke up first. This is mad and crazy, but I think it's better if it happens with me by your side. He added before they both looked at Gwen. I hate the both of you, she said with a suffering sigh before she stared at Harry for several seconds. I've spent my whole life being worried about my dad going out and getting himself killed. I don't want to do the same with you, but I also know from that look in your eyes that nothing I can do would really stop you. She knew that she could tell Harry's parents, but she felt like that would cost her his friendship and be a temporary solution at best. And she sure as hell wasn't going to report him to anyone since his getting arrested was also pretty high up on the list of things that she didn't want to ever happen. But I want you to promise me to be as safe as possible and to do your best to stay alive. She told him in a firm voice. I do that anyway, but yeah, Harry agreed with a small nod of his head. Fine, we'll both help. Gwen gave him a short nod before looking back at his notes. I don't know where we're supposed to get half of the stuff we'll need, Harry. I mean, protective armor. I suppose it's possible to get you a vest or something, but actually, I do have a few ideas on that, Harry said, gently cutting her off. We'll circle back to that later. I think the web shooters and the mask are the more important parts we need to work on. Let's start with the mask, Peter suggested. Are we going for a partial or full coverage? Gwen hummed thoughtfully. I'd say full, Peter crossed his arms. Makes it less likely for his face to be seen, thank God. Oi, Harry laughed. Careful Parker, you're just jealous of my godly looks. Yeah, you look just like Zeus. Peter rolled his eyes. Really? Cool. Harry grinned. Not as cool as you'd think, Gwen replied. He pretty much did his best to get it on with everything that moved. Cool, Harry repeated. I mean everything, Harry, Gwen told him in a meaningful voice. Probably even the stuff that didn't move. Less cool, and let's move on, Harry said quickly. Back to the mask, why not add some stuff to it? Oh, like a built-in camera so we can see what you can see. Peter said excitedly. Exactly, Harry smiled, enjoying the moments Peter and Gwen spent together, making stuff. Harry had plenty of ideas for not just his mask but also his suit. I suppose I could put some runes in too. Harry stopped that train of thought particularly quick. He didn't really want to bring magic into this unless absolutely necessary. Call it what you will, but Harry wanted to stay away from it for as long as possible. Quite honestly, he wasn't even sure if his magic would work in this world. He hadn't even tried it since being born here. Quite frankly, he didn't want to try it. Harry only had the barest understanding of runes, and he was well aware that if he still possessed his magic, then experimenting with it was extremely dangerous and could possibly end up with his head being splattered all over a wall. Besides, it's not like I'll need magic in the future, Harry thought to himself. Right. Oh, I owe you. Norman asked in an amused voice as he talked on his phone whilst walking down one of the many hallways of Oscorp. For what exactly? Au contraire, I seem to recall that it was I who had helped you the last time. Oh, and what do you plan to do? It would be your word against mine, and to tell people means to let people know that you helped me bribe those guards. Really, I don't know why you're acting like this. We have a perfectly good business relationship and I don't think it would be beneficial for either of us to get greedy and change that. You keep up your good work and I'll keep up mine, deal? Good, now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few meetings to attend. He hung up the call before pocketing his phone just as he turned a corner and saw the receptionist sitting at the desk outside of his office. Don't bother getting up, Linda, Norman spoke when he saw her about to stand. Okay sir, What meeting do I have next? He asked impatiently. Dr. Jeffries is waiting for you inside of your office, she answered him quickly, knowing by now that he was not a fan of wasting more time than necessary. Excellent, and what of Dr. Connors? Norman asked. The doctor was informed of your desire to talk to him and will be heading here in an hour. Good. Norman offered her a small nod before walking past her and into his office. I am expecting good news, Norman said without breaking stride as the door closed behind him. Norman walked over to his desk and sat down in his seat before staring at Dr. Jeffries who was now standing opposite him. Well, he asked the middle-aged brown-haired man. Well, Mr. Osborn, we've been able to have a look at the designs of Vulture's suit and it's pretty impressive, to be honest, Dr. Jeffries began. The propulsion system is ingenious and I am well aware of how brilliant it is, Norman cut him off. You should be able to recall that I was the one who saw it in action. Now, tell me what we can do with what we have. Norman's posture was quite laid back but in truth, he was more than a little pissed off. The fact that Vulture had come close to killing him and his entire family had made him angrier than he had ever been. Norman was not content to simply lay back and hope that nothing like this would ever happen again. He wanted to be prepared. From now on, he would do his best to keep his family safe. Are you sure that your dad won't mind us being here? Gwen asked as she, Harry and Peter stood outside of the Oscorp building. Gwen looked at the people coming in and out of the building whilst wearing suits and business clothes and couldn't help but feel underdressed in comparison seeing as she was wearing white shoes, blue jeans, a green blouse and her green headband. Meanwhile, Peter was wearing white trainers, a pair of brown slack and a white t-shirt under a blue jumper. Harry was dressed in red and black Adidas trainers, blue jeans, a button-up green shirt and an open dark gray hoodie and a black backpack. Positive. Harry nodded before walking forwards with the other two following after him. The trio got their fair share of looks from strangers that were clearly wondering what three high school students were doing in Oscorp. Peter and Gwen followed Harry who quickly started walking to the receptionist's desk. Hey, Vicky. Harry greeted the pretty woman that was sitting behind the desk. How are you doing? He asked. Quite well, Harry, she smiled at him. How are you today? She asked. Much better now that I've gotten to see you, he smiled flirtatiously at her. Harry, you've been trying to flirt with me since you were 11, Vicky rolled her eyes with amusement. Unsuccessfully I might add. Well, why stop such a lovely tradition? Harry grinned. Anyway, my friends and I are just going to spend some time around here. Harry gestured behind himself to Gwen and Peter, the latter of which gave Vicky an awkward wave. I see, Vicky hummed before typing away at her computer. Once she finished that she reached under her desk. And how is your mother doing? She asked. Better, Harry sighed. Well, tell her I wish her all the best, Vicky told him before pulling out 3 guest passes with stamps attached and handing them to Harry and his friends. You kids have fun. We will, say hi to your family for me. Harry waved at her before walking off with Gwen and Peter. I still can't believe that you're allowed to just come in here whenever you want. Gwen shook her head with disbelief as they placed the passes over their necks. Perks of being an Osborn, Harry shrugged. Dad lets me come here whenever I want so long as I don't damage or disrupt anything. Cool, Peter grinned before his smile turned into a frown. Are you sure you want to go through with this? He whispered to Harry. I can't think of a better alternative, Harry whispered back just before they entered an elevator. Harry pressed a button and the elevator door began closing, but just before they did a man managed to sneak himself into the elevator. Oh, hi Dr. Connors. Harry nodded to the new arrival, a brown-haired man with glasses that was noticeably missing one of his arms. Ah, hello, Harry, Dr. Connors smiled at him after pressing one of the elevator buttons. Visiting again. Yep, Harry smiled as the elevator began moving. Oh, and these are my friends, Gwen Stacy and Peter Parker. Guys, this is Dr. Connors, he's one of Oscorp's best scientists. Don't praise me so much, I might blush, Dr. Connors chuckled. Wait a sec, Gwen spoke up excitedly. I know you, I did a paper on you for school. Really? Dr. Connors smiled at her. Well, always a pleasure to meet a fan, not that I have many of those that are your age, either way, this seems to be my stop. He trailed off just as the elevator stopped and the doors opened. I'll see you later. He nodded to them before walking out of the elevator. He seemed nice, Peter commented before the elevator doors closed and the elevator started moving again. Most of the people here are nice, ignoring the obvious exceptions, Harry replied. Good, I don't think I could take a building full of angry vulture people. Peter pretended to shiver. Are you sure that this will work? Gwen asked Harry nervously. Please, Harry snorted. We're Harry Osborn, Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy, how could it not work? He laughed as he wrapped an arm around each of their shoulders. I'll give you points for confidence. Gwen chuckled as the door opened. The trio exited the elevator and walked down the hallway until they reached a door labeled security. Knock knock, Harry said as he knocked on the door. Who is it? A voice called from behind the door. Your new stepdad, Harry called back just before the door opened and a tall muscular man in a security guard uniform stepped out. Hey Lou, Harry greeted the man before he found himself pulled into a headlock. All right kid. Lou affectionately noogied Harry's head. Get off, Harry pushed him off with a laugh. How are you doing? He asked. Same old, same old. Lou shrugged. Doesn't look like it, looks like someone's lost some weight. Harry grinned, lightly slapping Lou on the stomach. A bit, Lou grinned. What are you doing here anyway? Just showing my friends around, Harry said, gesturing to Peter and Gwen. Can we come in for a bit? He asked. Yeah, sure, just don't mess around with anything, last thing I need is to lose my job. Lou waved them in and closed the door behind them. Welcome to the heart of Oscorp security, he said proudly as he gestured to the multiple security monitors on the right side of the room. Can see just about everything from here. Cool, Peter said before nodding at Harry who stepped into the opposite corner of the room. Oh, Lou, we've got something you'll want to hear about. Harry said excitedly as he pulled out his phone. Come and look at this, he said as he began putting up a video. What is it? Lou asked curiously as he walked over to Harry and looked down at his screen while Gwen followed and had now joined the two while Peter walked over to the control console. Give me a sec, Harry said, putting the phone on the highest volume he had. Watch this, we found this video the other day. As Harry and Gwen distracted Lou with the miracle of technology known as a smartphone, Peter quietly and quickly began getting to work. How the hell's he do that? Lou wondered as he stared at the video. Probably years of training, Gwen guessed. Must have. Started practicing when he was a kid. Harry looked over his shoulder and saw Peter back away from the control console and give Harry a small nod. Harry nodded back before he turned his attention back to Lou just as the video ended. Harry put his phone away and back into his pocket. The things people can do these days, Lou shook his head with disbelief. I know, right, Harry smirked. Anyway, I and the guys better get going, we're hoping to catch Dad in between one of his meetings. Good luck with that, Lou nodded. You kids have fun and stay out of trouble, alright. Us? In trouble? We'd never do that. Harry winked at Lou who chuckled in amusement as the three kids left. Did you do it? Harry whispered to Peter as they walked down the hallway. Yeah, the cameras in the room will be on loop for about an hour, Peter confirmed. Great. Harry nodded before he quickly grabbed the two of them and pulled them into the men's bathroom. What am I doing in here? Gwen hissed before she felt her senses get assaulted by a horrible smell. Ew. She quickly covered her nose. I promise you, it's worse for me, Harry told her before he looked around to make sure that nobody else was in the bathroom. Now, you two go out of here and meet me down at the bathroom on the ground floor. Do you remember your plan? Gwen asked. Get in, change the computer records, take what I need and leave, now go, Harry told her before he crawled up one of the walls and pulled open a vent grill before he climbed into the vent. You know what, this is surprisingly clean. He told them before he closed the vent behind him and began crawling through the vents. I cannot for the life of me believe that that actually worked. Peter shook his head with disbelief as the trio were now standing in Harry's room. I can't believe we didn't get caught. Harry snorted. I can't believe that we were stupid enough to do it, Gwen commented, half joking. Yeah, well, it worked. Harry breathed out a sigh of relief. After traveling through the air vents for some time, he eventually found the room he had wanted. After sneaking in, he had managed to alter any computer records he could find while also changing the written records before he grabbed what he needed and shoved it into his backpack before sneaking back out through the vents. The thing in question was currently laying down on Harry's bed, a black bodysuit that covered everything from the feet up to the neck, including the arms. What's so special about this thing anyway? Gwen asked. My dad told me about it. It's a prototype body armor that they invented for the military, Harry began explaining. Damn near bulletproof and apparently is very good at stopping knives. That's amazing, Peter ran a hand over it. Why doesn't the military have a ton of these? Too expensive to buy for every single soldier, Harry shrugged. So they don't. Won't Oscorp know it's missing? Peter frowned. It's possible, Harry admitted. But I don't think they will. Dad told me that since nobody was buying it that they were scrapping the project. They had made 2 of these in total and had already gotten rid of one of them. I've just taken the other. I changed the records to show that they've been ordered to be destroyed. Just like that. Gwen blinked. It wouldn't be the first or even last project that they've completely gotten rid of, Harry replied. Either way, I've done all I can to cover our tracks. Nobody has any reason to suspect us 3 of stealing it, and even if Oscorp realizes it's stolen, what are they going to do? Sue the guy in a mask. We still need to work on changing its look, Gwen responded. I've come up with a few ideas, Peter spoke up before handing Harry a book with several drawings in it. He watched as Harry frowned and began flipping through the pages. No, maybe, Harry muttered as he looked through Peter's designs. No, possibly, too gay, no, not gay enough, I'm not putting an American flag on any costume of mine. The best one I've seen so far is this red and blue one, but it's not for me. That's all right, we'll think up something else, Gwen said as she, Peter and Harry all pulled out a pencil and began getting to work on designing a costume. Got it, Harry yelled triumphantly an hour later. Yes, Peter cheered after throwing another bad design into a growing collection in Harry's bin. Show me, Gwen moved and stopped behind Harry, looking over his shoulder. That's actually pretty nice. She smiled. Wow, not bad. Peter grinned once he came over and looked at it. Let's start making it straight away, Harry said enthusiastically. Actually, Peter and I have to go home now, Gwen reminded him, pulling her phone out and showing him the time. Fine, let's start making it straight away tomorrow, Harry said, just as enthusiastically. Yeah, Peter and Gwen cheered. Well, what do you guys think? Harry asked the next day as the trio gathered at their usual hangar in the abandoned train station. The trio had spent the majority of their day working on changing the look of Harry's costume, and after a few hours of work, they had finally gotten some results. Well, it certainly leaves an impression, Gwen commented as she stared at the costume that Harry was wearing after he took his mask off and handed it to Peter. The majority of the suit was completely black apart from at the top. His shoulders and neck were red, and the red covered his chest in a V shape with the tip ending just at the top of his abs. On his chest was a big black spider with 8 legs, the 2 lower legs spread out and end before reaching into the black part of the costume. The next pair of legs did the same with the upper chest, while the top pair traveled across his shoulders to his back and connected to the black spider on his back. The red parts of the costume also had black lines all around it that looked like spider webs. That looks quite tight on you, Gwen couldn't help but comment as she stared at the skin-tight costume, blushing slightly. It's not as uncomfortable as you'd think, Harry said, rolling his shoulders. But personally, I think we need to work on the mask. What do you mean? Peter asked, holding a red mask in his hands. Well, it doesn't exactly hide the shape of my head really well, Harry pointed out. I think we need to fit a helmet in there. We can make a foldable one, Peter agreed. Great, anything else then? Harry asked. Could you turn around? Gwen asked, crossing her arms. Okay, why? Harry asked as he turned around for her. Just confirming something, she said in a casual voice. Yep, she thought to herself. The front is just as good as the back. I don't think that that's true, Peter, Harry said into his phone while sitting at his desk. He was holding the phone in between his ear and his shoulder as he used his hands to finish fixing up his mask. I'm telling you, the Matrix is real. Peter insisted. I have to ask, why on earth do you think the Matrix is real? Harry sighed, rolling his eyes. I was cleaning the dishes and then through the window, I saw this cat walking past my house and then a little while later I saw the same cat walking in the same direction. That's déjà vu, Peter said, sounding panicked. Has Agent Smith popped around to greet you yet or what? Harry snorted with amusement. I am fairly confident that we're not in the Matrix. How confident? Peter asked in a hopeful voice. Like 90% sure, Harry answered. Really? Actually it was 88.7 but I've just rounded it up to 90, Harry explained. Anyway, how's everyone doing? Harry asked. Fine, for the most part, Peter said, sounding relieved to know that the likelihood of him being attacked by the agents from the Matrix was fairly low. At this point Harry honestly couldn't tell if Peter was faking the whole thing or not. Uncle Ben's boss is being a bit of a dick to him, but other than that, he's okay. I keep telling your uncle that if he ever needs a better job he can try and apply to Oscorp, Harry pointed out. He's not really fond of taking charity from anybody, Peter replied. It's not charity, Harry rolled his eyes once more. It's an offer to get himself some valid employment at one of the most famous companies in the world. Do you really think that my dad is ever going to intentionally allow an unqualified man into his company? At best I'd be able to just speed up the job interview process and I can't even promise that. He'd still have to actually prove himself capable. Just talk to him. I'll try, but he's stubborn, Peter sighed, knowing that that conversation wouldn't go well. Anyway, how's the mask coming along? He asked curiously. I'm just about done, Harry replied. I got to go now, Pete, I'll call you later. Okay, see you later, Peter replied. You too, watch out for the agents, Harry couldn't help but add. Wait, what? Peter managed to get out before Harry cut off the call. As far as masks go, this ain't that bad, Harry said as he put his phone down and picked up the mask. Harry stared at it for several long seconds before he placed it around his head and stared at the small mirror on his desk. The mask was a red color that was the exact same shade as the red of Harry's costume. It also possessed the same black spider web lines that Harry's suit had. Once combined with the suit, the lines should look like they were all connected. The eyes were made up of two photochromic lenses from a pair of glasses that Harry had brought, meaning that in daylight they would change color and become black, though they should be clear at night. The foldable helmet also meant that the shape of Harry's face wouldn't be recognized, and Harry was also able to fit in a small microphone inside to alter his voice. It wouldn't really give him a voice like Batman, but it would alter his voice slightly. Testing, Harry spoke, hearing his voice. The pitch of his voice was a bit lower and it did sound slightly more robotic than usual, but not so much that he actually sounded like a robot. That'll do. All in all, it wasn't the best mask that Harry thought he could come up with, but it wasn't bad for a first attempt. Especially given that Harry didn't exactly have as much equipment or materials as he'd like. Though, with that being said, Harry fully intended to come back and improve it in his suit in the future. But for now, it was time to give it a test run. We need backup. A rookie police officer yelled into his radio as he and his partner drove after a group of criminals. The day started off as normal as any other day for him, giving a few people speeding tickets and mostly just dealing with a few minor problems. But then, that all ended up changing when four thugs decided to break into a bank, assault several employees and drive off in their car. If that wasn't enough, then he was pretty sure that they just hadn't insured their car, just as an extra middle finger to the law. He had been placed with an older policeman named Jack, who clearly knew what he was doing and was a devil behind the wheel. Unfortunately, that didn't mean much when you couldn't get close to the actual criminals. The two in the backseat of the car had machine guns and were happy enough to fire at them whenever they got too close, meaning that they had to stay back to reduce the risk of civilians getting shot, not to mention themselves. Though with the way that the getaway driver was driving, it likely wouldn't be too long before a fatal crash occurred. We need to stop them quickly. He hissed to Jack. Don't worry, rookie, we'll get them, Jack said confidently as he kept his focus on the car in front of him. This isn't my first car chase, boy, with the number of years I've spent serving in the police force, not much surprises me now. He let out a sigh before grabbing his radio. "Where's that backup?" he yelled. The words had barely left his lips when all of a sudden he caught something in the corner of his eye. A red and black blur zoomed past the police car before ascending high into the air. He blinked when he took a good look and realized that it was actually a person. This new arrival shot something out from his arm. It looked a lot like a white piece of rope. He grabbed onto it and swung in the direction of the speeding criminals. The young officer turned to look at his older partner, who looked absolutely stunned by what he had just seen, though to his credit he was still driving perfectly. "You surprised by that?" he couldn't help but ask. "A bit, yeah," the older cop answered in a shaky voice. "Woo," cheered Harry as he released his web and shot another before swinging after the car. He released his web and allowed himself to fly forwards until he reached the building on his right. He ran along the side of it before leaping off it and landing hands first on top of a lamppost. He pushed off the lamppost with ease, shooting himself several meters into the air before he shot out another web. Given the speed at which he was swinging, not to mention the lack of traffic in the air, he easily began catching up to the speeding car. "What the hell is that?" the driver of the getaway car yelled. Unfortunately for him, he never got an answer as Harry landed on top of the car a moment later. Harry reached into the open backseat windows and grabbed the thug on the right before tossing him out of the car. A quick web shot from Harry caused the man to end up hanging from the top of a lamppost by his legs. All of a sudden Harry felt a tingle in his head. Without thinking about it, he leapt to his left to avoid the bullets that quickly shot through the car roof and would have hit him had he not moved. "What the?" the backseat thug blurted out when he saw Harry sticking to the side of the car. "You guys should really be wearing your seatbelts," Harry said before he reached in and yanked the gun out of the thug's hand with ease before he grabbed the thug and tossed him out of the car, allowing him to land harshly on the floor. "Ooh, that guy definitely broke something," Harry blurted out upon seeing the thug's landing. "Still, at least he's not dead, he added to the other two before he jumped back on top of the car and hopped onto the bonnet of the car, landing just in front of the front passenger. "Now, I consider myself to be a fairly nice guy, so I'm going to give you both a chance to stop this car and surrender," he said in a cheerful voice before staring at the driver. "I suggest you take it," he hissed at the driver. Harry was slightly surprised by his voice as it sounded like he had almost descended down into Parseltongue, something that surprised Harry since he hadn't tried to speak it in years. He made a mental note to try and find a SKE later and check if he still had it. "Back off, freak," the front passenger yelled, reaching for a gun. He had barely pulled the gun out when Harry webbed it and pulled it out of his grip. "You don't want to stop?" Harry asked, aiming his wrists up into the air and sticking his feet to the bonnet. "Fine, I'll stop the car for you." He shot a web line from each web shooter. The webs attached themselves to nearby buildings. Suddenly the car ground to a halt. The driver continued to press the accelerator while Harry was trying to keep the car from moving by pushing it back with his feet and using the webs to keep himself in place. "Keep going, man," the passenger shouted. "I am," the driver shouted back, pressing as hard as he possibly could on the accelerator. The driver continued trying to accelerate until eventually, the car started to tip over with the back part of the car going up into the air. Harry leapt off the car with a backflip and landed on his feet just as the car flipped upside down. He reacted quickly enough and caught it, lifting it into the air with the driver and passenger still inside. He couldn't help but notice all the people on the sidewalks on either side of him. They were all staring at him. Not that he was surprised given that he had just stopped a car, flipped it over and was now holding it up along with the two people that were still in it. "Excuse me, sirs, can you please exit the vehicle?" Harry asked in a professional voice, shaking the car as he did so. "Holy shit," the driver blurted out as he fell out of the car, followed by the passenger. "Thanks," Harry said appreciatively before he turned around and dropped the car behind him. Truthfully, Harry was glad that he had managed to catch them during one of those rare moments when there wasn't any traffic. This would have made the traffic much, much worse. "So, I'm your local superhero," Harry stated matter-of-factly as he turned towards the two criminals and began webbing them up. "I bruise, capture, occasionally injure bad guys and antagonize them in every way I can think of. I do home visits, I'm fairly cheap and I even work weekends." He stopped once he was satisfied that the criminals were fairly webbed up. "Feel free to tell your friends about me." "Who are you?" One random stranger asked, recording Harry on his phone along with nearly everybody else around them. Who do you think? Harry asked, gesturing to the logo on his chest. He was about to say more when he heard the sound of the police siren, letting him know that the police had gotten close. Oops, better go. He thought to himself, not in the mood to be questioned by the police, he could just tell that would get messy quick. He turned and jumped several meters into the air and shot out a web before he began swinging away. If one was currently looking for Norman Osborn, then they would be able to find him sitting behind his desk in his office at Oscorp. The billionaire was meticulously reading through and signing several documents, hoping that he could get his work finished quickly as he still wanted to read through the report that Dr. Jeffries had left for him. According to the summary that he had gotten, Dr. Jeffries apparently thought that the design was brilliant but could be improved upon. In truth, Norman hoped that the good doctor was right, since the idea of having flight-like Toomes was fairly attractive to the billionaire. If only Toomes wasn't such an idiot, Norman thought to himself. If that old fool had simply been capable of working with others, then there's no telling how much better this technology could have been right now. A knock on the door interrupted Norman's thoughts. He let out a small sigh before calling whoever it was and telling them to come in. A second later, his receptionist, Linda, walked in whilst holding several documents in her arms. "I am sincerely sorry for disturbing you, Mr. Osborn," she said quickly, sounding apologetic, "but there are a few more documents that I have for you to sign," she added as she gently dropped the documents on his desk. "It's fine, what's a few more documents when I'm already dealing with so many," he said with a roll of his eyes. "By the way, sir," Linda said, shifting slightly. There's something I think you should see." "What?" he asked impatiently. Instead of answering, she picked up his TV remote and turned the TV on. Norman resisted the urge to sigh and decided to humor her. He watched as the TV turned on and she found a news channel. In today's news, there have been reports of a new vigilante swinging around the city, and I do mean actually swinging, a female news reporter said. This morning a group of criminals in a speeding vehicle were being chased by the police when all of a sudden a masked man quite literally swung in and attacked the criminals. Pulling two out of the car, throwing one of them roughly onto the ground, causing him minor injuries, whilst the other was left attached to a lamppost but was otherwise unharmed. A video of the criminal that was webbed to the lamppost appeared on the screen. Norman couldn't help but lean forward and give his full attention to the screen just as the video changed into a video of the car being stopped. Quite a few people managed to capture video footage of the vigilante catching the last two criminals by actually catching the car itself, the reporter continued as the video now showed the car being held upside down by the vigilante. This amazing display of strength may seem quite unrealistic, but I can assure viewers that the videos have been tested multiple times. There are in fact people wondering if this person is not the same person that had been involved in stopping the Vulture's attack on the billionaire Norman Osborn. This would hardly be the first super-powered individual in our history. That title belongs to Captain America, but that does not make it any less impressive. Could this new arrival be joining the likes of Iron Man and the Hulk? Signaling a new age of heroes? The reporter asked before the screen switched to show a fat man with balding hair that looked like he was in his late 40s. Honestly, it was amazing. The man blurted out excitedly. "I was just walking my dog and next thing I know, this red and black guy's holding a car over his head. It looked like he was straight out of the cover of Action Comics No 1 Foot. Unbelievable man," he added with a grin before the screen changed to show a brown-haired man in a business suit. "This is the last thing we need," the man sighed deeply. Iron Man was one thing, okay, Iron Man was one thing. But then you add that green freak into the mix and now this. I mean, what's next, huh? Flying women. There are many divided opinions as of the moment, the reporter said as she appeared back on one half of the screen with a picture of the vigilante taking the other half of the screen. Though as of the moment it seems the majority are happy with this new arrival. There has been no official word on him yet, not even a name, though that didn't stop people from trying to make one. So far he has been called the Human Spider, the Spider, and even Spider-Man. And not just from those around during the chase, there were several muggings stopped today and the witnesses that reported their attacks all said they were saved by a masked man and gave very similar descriptions of their savior, all of which sounds a lot like our car-stopping vigilante. It is truly amazing how much impact one person can create in a single day. Indeed, Norman murmured, staring at the screen with an unnerving focus. Hi, Harry, a group of girls giggled as Harry arrived outside the school on his skateboard. He had fortunately been able to convince his driver to drop him off a few blocks away from the school, giving him the chance to skate for a bit. Hey girls, Harry smiled as he stopped, and hopped off his skateboard. He looked at the girls, recognizing that most of them were in his year. You're all looking wonderful today, he said with a smile as he picked up his skateboard. Just today? One of the girls asked challengingly as the others giggled. No, today's just the day I decided to point out the obvious, he grinned at her. No limo today, one of them asked disappointedly. Sometimes I like to get some fresh air, apparently it's good for you. He gave them a nod before walking off. He heard them talking about him as he left, quite easily with his hearing, but he didn't get a chance to focus much on it when Peter appeared beside him and started walking alongside him. Dude, you've damn near broken the internet, Peter said excitedly. Shush, Harry said quickly as he started looking around. Thankfully Peter hadn't attracted that much attention. Sorry, Peter quickly apologized. This is amazing, he said in a lower voice. It's damn near spectacular. Harry chuckled as Peter pulled out his phone and started playing a video recording of Harry stopping a car. I still can't get over the fact that you can do this, Peter whispered. Harry. Gwen quickly popped up next to him. You're all over the news, she whispered as she started walking with them. How can you tell? Harry asked in a dry voice. Oh, haha, Gwen rolled her eyes as she gave him a fake laugh. Seriously, you're everywhere. If I was you I'd really start picking a name, she suggested. A name? Harry blinked at her. Yeah, like, the Red Spider, Gwen replied. Or, Arachnid, maybe, Man Spider, Peter suggested. Or, Spider-Man. How about, Spidey? Wait, your costume's got red in it so we could call you the Scarlet Spider. Or we could call you. Guys, Harry interrupted them before they could continue. As tempting as it is, I don't really want or need a name. Yeah, you do, Gwen replied. If you don't give yourself a name then somebody else will pick one. Imagine if they pick a really horrible one and it sticks. I'm not going to go around calling myself a ridiculous name, Harry rolled his eyes. Your funeral, Peter shrugged. That guy is awesome, the trio heard someone shout. They glanced to their right and saw Flash along with several other popular kids, including Liz Allen, gathered around and watching a video on Flash's phone. Look how strong he is, Flash gasped, obviously watching a video of Harry. You got a crush, Flash, one boy teased. Ew, Harry whispered, not at all pleased with even the mere thought of Flash having a crush on him. No, Flash said quickly. Don't be childish, look at him, tell me you don't wish that you can do that. He's certainly not that bad from the back, Liz commented with a smile. Harry blinked at that and stared at Peter who stared right back at him. The two of them then turned to Gwen who had an airy look on her face like she hadn't also just heard what Liz had said. Gwen, Harry spoke up. Is my back? Yes, Gwen quickly nodded. But then that means, yes. But do you really? Yep. Seriously? Yeah, even with, definitely. Gwen nodded firmly. Huh, Harry said in a surprised voice as he looked over his shoulder and down. You know what, Liz might be right. So, how does it work? Peter asked as the trio joined together in Peter's basement. Gwen and Peter were currently sitting down and facing Harry who was hanging upside down from a web that he had attached to the ceiling. Well, I pretty much just go out and fight crime whenever I have time, I guess, Harry shrugged. It's not like there's a superhero manual just lying around for me, he pointed out. What about that devil guy? Gwen asked. Didn't you say that he had actually offered to help you out? Yeah, he sounded like he knew what he was doing, Harry responded in a thoughtful voice. I kind of don't want to find him just so I can avoid his, I told you so. But needs must and all, better to at least give it a try. Exactly, so now we just have to find a vigilante that's been able to avoid being captured by not just the entire police force but also every single goon and thug in this damn city, Peter sighed, rubbing his eyes. You don't half make things difficult, you know, he added to Harry. Oh, like you're a walk in a park, Harry scoffed. How many times do I have to drag you out of fights that you shouldn't ever be close to? I still think I can take Flash, just saying, Peter grinned. Whatever you say, tough guy, Gwen smiled, lightly tapping his knee. So, should we get to work on tracking down the devil? Sure, first of all, let's rule out down there. Harry pointed down to the ground, which was sort of, up, for him. Noted, Gwen said with the utmost seriousness in her voice. This is not my night. He thought to himself as he forced himself to get back up to his feet. The man, sometimes called the Devil of Hell's Kitchen, was currently dressed in black combat boots and trousers, the latter of which had several cuts on it. He wore a black full-sleeved shirt along with forearm pads and black gloves. His shirt, gloves and pads all noticeably had blood scattered on top of them, while the shirt also had several cuts, including one cut that had actually managed to reach the devil's chest. The rest of the blood on him had thankfully come from other people. On top of his head, he did not wear a helmet or a full-face mask. Instead, he wore a black scarf that covered the top part of his face. He could feel the mask against his face, the sweating had made it stick more to him, and the bruise on his right cheek made it hurt, but he couldn't and wouldn't take it off until he had reached the safety of his home, especially with what he was currently facing. He took a few steps back, managing to avoid stepping on the several unconscious bodies behind him without even looking. A short distance in front of him were 5 thugs, big and strong and armed with bats, knives and steel pipes. Can I take them all? He wondered. At this point he was tired. This wasn't his first fight tonight, nor was it even his third. This would be his 5th, he didn't count the unconscious bodies around him, seeing as they were all part of the same group. He was currently in a warehouse, an empty one. The open space could be both advantageous and horrible, depending on the situation. Right now it was really bad for him since he had nowhere to hide from the group. If I lead them outside, I could start taking them out, one by one. He thought to himself, knowing that if things went really bad then he'd still at least be able to escape. All of a sudden his head twitched as a sound came into his ear. He listened closely to it, ignoring the threats and insults shooting out from the thugs. After several moments of listening, he suddenly started laughing. The thugs froze as they stared at the man in front of them. When somebody was battered and bruised and outnumbered while mostly likely going to die soon, then the obvious reaction from that person would not be laughter. What are you laughing at? One of them demanded to know, gripping his knife tightly. The Devil of Hell's Kitchen didn't immediately answer and laughed for another few seconds before his laughter slowly died down. What's so funny? You're outnumbered, we got men and weapons. What you got? Back up, the Devil of Hell's Kitchen said with a sadistic, toothy grin. 2 seconds later a couple of webs shot out from the shadows and grabbed 2 of the men from the back before pulling them into the rafters. The thugs all turned around and stared up at the rafters. They couldn't see much thanks to the shadows of the night. What the? One man blurted out before 2 more webs shot out and grabbed 2 of them and pulled them up into the air before yanking them into the shadows of the rafters. Who the is that? The remaining man demanded to know, pulling out his phone and using it to shine a torch at the rafters. The ability to see through the shadows didn't really help the thug's fear. Hanging from the ceiling were his friends, all covered in webs, and right in between them and sticking to the ceiling was a masked man in a red and black suit with a spider logo. Why? You're that spider guy. The man blurted out, taking a step back. Boo, Harry said as threateningly as one could say that word. The thug took another step back and turned around to run, only to end up running into a powerful right hook from none other than the Devil of Hell's Kitchen. Here I thought that we would never see each other again, Devil said in a casual voice. I guess God blessed you with my company, Harry replied. Who's to say that it's not the other way around? He smirked. Fair point. Harry dropped from the ceiling into the ground with the ease of jumping off a final step on a staircase. Impressive, Devil whispered quietly as he took a step back. So, you've been in the news for a while, he said as he turned and started walking with Harry following after him, both of them not commenting on the unconscious and tied-up thugs that they had left behind. Trust me, I know, Harry replied. Did you really fight a guy in a bird costume? Devil asked, sounding part amused and part intrigued. Yeah. He wasn't fun, Harry said, shaking his head slightly. He was a bit of a dick actually, major ego issues. I'll take your word for it, Devil said, letting out a heavy breath. You skip cardio or something? Harry asked, noticing how tired he looked. Just a bit beat up, I'll be fine, Devil said dismissively. Are you sure? Harry asked in a concerned voice. Trust me, I've had worse, Devil responded. Anyway, how did you find me? He asked curiously. You're becoming a tad bit too predictable, Harry shrugged. A few minutes of internet research revealed that you only really ever operate within Hell's Kitchen. The latest newspaper article that I could find about you revealed that you are currently having a little spat with the Bones and Skulls gang, which I assume are the guys we just left behind, Harry added as they both exited the warehouse and continued walking. Yes, they are, Devil confirmed with a small nod of his masked head whilst also noting the British words that were being used. Well, then after that it was more a matter of tracking them down instead of tracking you, Harry continued explaining. And they were a lot easier to find than you, I have to admit. Then I just started looking for them, figured I'd be able to find you, and if not then I could at least stop a few of them. I stopped 2 groups of them tonight, not including the last one we just dealt with. Did you just say 2? Devil asked, sounding more than a little interested. Yeah, why? Because if you didn't miss any then I think that we just stopped the gang permanently, Devil smiled briefly. Providing the police don't botch it up. Well, from what I've heard, we've got some pretty good policemen in this city, Harry commented. He couldn't help but frown since he felt an almost instinctive need to defend the police on behalf of Gwen when she wasn't here. Anyway, last time we spoke, you made me an offer. I'd like to take you up on it. You said you'd help me out. I need to know more about this hero gig. You've done it before. I don't know if I classify as a hero, Devil softly snorted. Besides, I haven't been doing it for that long. Longer than me, Harry pointed out. Fair point, Devil shrugged his shoulders. Meet me tomorrow at the train tracks where we first met, be there at 11 p.m. Got it. Got it, Harry nodded his head. I guess I'll see you tomorrow then. This was a good talk. He smiled under his mask before he leapt into the air and began swinging away. Huh, Devil chuckled. Good talk, kid. Hey Mum, I'm going out. Harry called as he walked towards the door. Wait, Emily called, stepping out of the kitchen and stopping in front of him in the door. Have you done all of your chores? She asked. Yep, Harry smiled at her. You cleaned your room? She asked, giving him a questioning look. It's as clean as a teenager's room is ever going to get, Harry nodded. Today was also your turn to clean the bathroom, she reminded him. Did you clean that as well? It's the cleanest bathroom in the country, Harry said with the utmost confidence in his voice. Maybe even the world. Oh, and I did the laundry as well. I'll take your word for it, she said with a small smile on her face before she reached over and said his forehead. Okay, go and have fun. I will, Mom, love you, Harry said as he walked out of the door. Love you too, he heard her response just before he closed the door. What a lovely woman, he smiled to himself before he began walking to the elevator. A few minutes later Harry was outside the building and was skating down the streets towards Peter's house, dodging the people and obstacles in his way with ease. Several minutes later he was still skating and had just skated past some old woman that he heard complaining about kids with skateboards. He ignored her comments with ease before he continued skating along. He only stopped when suddenly a kid rushed out of an alleyway in front of him and began waving his hands wildly, signaling Harry to stop. Harry slowed down before stopping just in front of the kid. Hey, what's the, wait. Ryan. Harry blinked, recognizing the kid. It's you. Ryan gasped, also recognizing him. Please help me, he quickly said, grabbing Harry by his hand before he tried and failed to drag Harry into the alley. Harry let out a small sigh before he got off the skateboard and quickly strapped it to his back before he allowed Ryan to drag him into the alley. What's going on? He asked Ryan. I need you to help my sister. He cried out. Your sister? Harry frowned as Ryan suddenly stopped. I got put in a new family and I have a sister and we were walking and then these bad guys came and tried to take our money and she told me to run. Ryan babbled with tears in his eyes. Please help her. You saved me and... Hey, it's okay, Harry cut him off. Where is she? He asked. Ryan was about to answer when suddenly they both heard a loud crash noise followed by a bunch of swearing before slightly up the alley they spotted one rough-looking teenager being thrown on the floor. A second later a girl stepped out of the corner. She looked to be about Harry's age. She was wearing black shoes, black jeans and a black coat while wearing a thin, gray beanie hat on her head which covered the majority of her head but still allowed her long brown hair to spill out and fall down to her shoulders. On her shoulders, she wore a scarf covering the bottom half of her face, leaving just a pair of blue eyes currently darting around until her gaze landed on Harry and Ryan. That's her. That's her. Ryan said quickly, pointing to her. You got to help her. Come back here, K.S. A voice yelled, pushing the girl into action as she started running towards Ryan just as two more teenagers appeared and started chasing after her. Ryan, run, she yelled as she got closer. Remember, don't tell anyone that we've met before. Harry quickly whispered to Ryan before he stepped to the side and started walking a few steps forward. He allowed the girl to go past him. She spared him a quick glance before rushing to Ryan. She barely stopped in front of him before she turned around, realizing that the men that were chasing them would have caught up. She had adopted a fighting stance, but it turned out to be unnecessary for her. She blinked when she saw that Harry had grabbed the closest boy by the hood of his hoodie with one hand and had raised him in the air for about a second before he tossed him at the other man, sending them both to the ground. Harry let out a small whistle and he rolled his shoulders forwards and backwards before finally speaking. All right, boys, we got a problem, Harry asked in a casual voice. Screw you. The one that Harry had grabbed yelled before he slowly got up to his feet and pulled his friend up to his feet. The two of them glared at Harry and the two behind him before they turned and ran to their other friend and helped him up so they could all turn and run. Welcome to the friendliest country in the world, Harry snorted before he turned back to look at Ryan and his sister. Both were staring at him. Ryan with awe, while the only thing Harry could see from the girl was a bit of surprise. Are you both okay? He asked. We're fine, the sister said quickly, no longer in a fighting stance but still looking fairly cautious. She was smaller than Harry, about an inch taller than Gwen, whose head ended at the top of Harry's chest. If you're sure, Harry said, his emerald green eyes staring at what little he could see of her face. Are you hurt? He asked, not seeing any damage. They never laid a hand on us, right Ryan? She asked Ryan, who quickly nodded his head. Okay, Harry nodded as he pulled out his phone. Give me a sec, I'll call the police for you guys. We don't need the police, we're fine, she replied quickly before Harry could say anything more. Yeah, Ryan agreed, though Harry suspected that he only did so because of his sister. Are you sure you're okay, kid? He asked Ryan. You don't want an ambulance or anything? I said we're fine, the girl replied. And I'm asking the kid, not you, Harry responded before staring at Ryan. Harry was pleased to notice that Ryan definitely was looking better in the short time since Harry had seen him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ryan smiled brightly. This is my sister, she's really nice. He chirped, grabbing his sister's hand. Okay, Harry sighed before turning to the sister. I'll trust your judgment on this, but if the kid looks even a bit off, then I want you taking him to the hospital, deal? He offered. The sister stared at him for several long moments. Deal, she eventually agreed. Now, excuse us. She gave him a short nod before walking away while holding Ryan's hand. Bye-bye, Ryan said happily as he waved at Harry before he and his sister turned a corner and went out of Harry's sight. Did you know that guy? She asked Ryan once she felt that they were far enough away. Nope, Ryan said with an innocent expression on his face. You're a horrible liar, you know that, right? You're early, Devil said as he and Harry both met up at the train station, both in their costumes. Eager to learn, sir, Harry said, saluting Devil. I'm not a soldier, you don't need to salute, Devil smiled. Sorry, just trying to ease the mood, Harry replied. Anyway, what are we starting with? Harry asked excitedly. I am a big believer in learning through experience, Devil said, definitely smirking now. Cool, Harry said just as excitedly before pulling out a notepad and a pen. Are you really going to use those? I might need notes, Harry protested defensively. Devil stared in his direction for several seconds before staring up. God, give me strength, he muttered. If he does, can I have some as well? Harry asked hopefully. Do you have any fight training? He asked, hoping to get back on track. Not really, Harry admitted. But I have been in a few fights. Harry frowned under his mask, thinking back to his days with the Dursleys. I can dodge hits with the best of them, can take a few too. Then we've at least got something to start with, Devil nodded. How many martial arts do you know? Harry asked curiously. Aikido, Jiu-Jitsu, Judo, Taekwondo, Muay Thai and boxing, just to name a few. He answered without even trying to brag a bit. Blimey, Harry blinked under his mask. Someone's busy. A bit, Devil couldn't help but agree. So, you're going to teach me all of that? Harry asked. No, Devil shook his head. Unfortunately, I don't have time to teach you everything I know. I have a day job and my time at night is limited. Oh, Harry frowned. Fair enough, I suppose. So, what do we start with? First, I'll teach you a few fighting moves, Devil began. Then, we're going to go somewhere together. Where? Harry asked. Is it? Later, Devil cut him off. First let me teach you a few moves. Oh, are we going to start with Muay Thai? Harry asked curiously. I heard that that's really good for street fights along with Krav Maga. Or am I supposed to forget about all I know? Like that, empty your cup so you can fill it, crap. You talk a lot, Devil noted, staring in Harry's direction. Are you criticizing? Harry asked. Not at the moment. Well, this looks inviting. Harry snorted as he and Devil stood on top of a shipping container at a shipping dock where it didn't look like there was much work going on. Instead, Harry saw several armed men walking up and down, patrolling the area. We're here for a specific thing, Devil whispered to Harry. Do you know what it is? He asked, much like a teacher would ask a student. I'm guessing it's something to do with these people. Harry looked around. I see at least 10 people in front of me, there might be more. There's definitely more, Devil said confidently. There are currently 18 men here, all of which are packing at least one gun. What are they after? Harry whispered, wondering how he knew that. They're not after anything, they're guarding something they already have. Devil pointed to a specific container. In there. Harry turned his right ear towards the container. Quote exclamation mark quote. Harry hissed suddenly. What is it? Devil asked. There are kids in that container. Harry growled. How many? Devil asked him. I count at least 4. Harry glared in the direction of the container. How? I can hear them, Harry explained. My senses, they're heightened. It was a case of a time waking up and hearing damn near everything around me. I have got it under control though now, luckily. How good are your senses? Devil asked curiously. If I focus I can hear that flag going around that guy's ass, Harry said, pointing to the man closest to the container. And you knew exactly how many kids were in there, didn't you? Harry asked, noting the lack of surprise from the man. You're not the only one with good hearing, he spoke in a soft, almost soothing voice. Anyway, let's focus up. These men are part of a human trafficking ring. First things first, don't just rush in unless you have to. Look around, spot vantage points, and ways to escape, and don't forget to use your senses to keep track of everybody. We're going to take them out, one by one. Won't they start noticing that their numbers are going down? Harry asked. Most likely, Devil nodded. Sometimes they don't, but a lot of times they do. If that happens then you need to either take them out before they can act or keep the pressure on, stay hidden and take them out one by one. They'll get scared. When they're scared, they make mistakes and they don't think straight. Now, how do you want to go about it? What? Harry blinked. I thought you were taking the lead here. As I told you, I believe in learning through experience, Devil smirked. Besides, I won't always be there to hold your hand, you need to learn to do this on your own. Fine, Harry rolled his eyes before taking a look around, noticing several high lampposts and vantage points. Okay, I've got a plan. Let's hear it, Devil replied, gesturing for him to continue. I'm going to go high, starting on the right, I'll take them out and web them up, meanwhile, you go on the left and we'll take them out one by one with a pincer movement until we got the ones standing by the container. From then on I'll try and create a distraction, to draw their attention to me, I'll distract them long enough for you to get the kids out or for you to come and help me take out the rest, whichever you think would be better. And if it goes wrong? Devil asked. I'll wing it, that's how I do all of my best work, Harry shrugged. Let's get to work. Good luck, Spider. Don't call me that, please. Harry sighed, last thing I need is for the name to stick. You'll need to give me some name to address you with, Devil pointed out. If I must, Harry growled before pulling out his phone. What are you? Wait. Harry hissed before dialing up Peter's number and calling it. Hey, Harry spoke into the phone as soon as it was answered. You know how we were discussing names for me earlier? Yeah, why? Peter's voice asked. Give me one, quickly, Harry requested. How about, Arachno? No. Arachnid? No. The Black Spider. You racist shit. Are you seriously doing this now? The Devil looked at him with disbelief. Who's that? Peter asked. The devil, not the one with the horns, Harry answered. Oh, the vigilante guy? Peter asked in an excited voice. Yes, and he just told me I need a name. Give me a good one, Harry replied impatiently. Oh right, how about, Webby? No, we're wasting a lot of time, right now, Devil glared at him. Oh, how about the one I suggested before, Spider-Man? Peter asked. Okay, I'll go with Spider-Man. Great, okay, thanks, bye-bye. He ended the phone call and placed his phone away before turning to face his unimpressed, crime-fighting companion. What? He asked defensively. First of all, that friend of yours knows your identity. He asked. Yeah, I wanted him to help me make these. Harry gestured to his web shooters. I'd be very careful with who you're telling your secrets to, he responded in a serious voice. It could end up going bad for both of you. It's not like I'm broadcasting it to everyone, I'm wearing a flipping mask. Harry pointed out as he pointed to his head. Second of all, don't ever just suddenly decide to call someone midway through trying to stop a crime. He admonished. Right, got it, so, shall we proceed? He asked, earning him a small glare. Yeah, let's get on with it, Spider-Man. Devil snorted before leaping off the container. Spider-Man shook his head before he leapt up into the air and shot out a pair of webs before pulling himself up and landing on top of a tall lamppost. Once perched there he found the nearest available goon and aimed his wrist at the man's direction. A web shot out from his web shooter and grabbed onto the man who was barely able to let out a surprised gasp before he was yanked into the air and tied up against the lamppost, just under Spider-Man, his whole body wrapped in a web cocoon before Spider-Man covered his mouth with webs. Just sit tight right there, and stay quiet or I'll eat you. Spider-Man whispered menacingly into his ear. Because I'm a spider. Do you understand? The man let out a small squeak before he quickly began nodding his head. Oh good, thought I was being too subtle. Spider-Man leapt off of the lamppost and swung over to the next one where he saw two gunmen standing beneath him. I could probably get the jump on them, he thought, feeling tense. But the objective is to take them out quietly. If I jump them then they might make noise. Got to separate them. He aimed a web shooter to his left and fired a short web shot that flew a small distance away before impacting against one of the containers. Did you hear that? One of the thugs whispered to the other. I did, go and check it out, the other thug replied. Why me? Why not? Go check it out. You're a dick, he huffed before walking off to search for the source of the noise. Yep, the remaining thug nodded to himself. He let out a small sigh before he suddenly found himself pulled high up into the air. He was spun around in midair before a web grabbed his chest and pulled him towards Spider-Man, who knocked him out with a single punch before webbing him to the lamppost. There wasn't anything there, the thug complained when he returned, only to find that his friend had gone. What a dickhead. Pretty much, he heard someone say. He turned around and received an unhealthy knuckle sandwich that knocked his lights out. The spider looked around while also using his senses to keep track of the goons around him. He heard one walking in his direction. He turned around just as the thug turned a corner and appeared in front of him. He shot out a web and pulled himself towards the thug and knocked him out with a flying sidekick. This is surprisingly fun, he whispered to himself. A few minutes later and a bunch more thugs were knocked out and webbed up before the spider met Devil by the container where the kids were being kept. We got everyone? Spider-Man asked. Just need to free the kids, Devil confirmed, casually punching one man who looked like he was about to wake up. Right, and which of us is going to greet these scared kids? Spider-Man asked. Because you look like the Ing Boogeyman and I hardly look that much more welcoming. He finished by gesturing to his black and red costume. You'll do it, Devil decided. Why me? Why not? Go and do it. Devil smirked. You're a dick. Spider-Man huffed before he walked over to the container and unlocked it. He gently opened it slowly. Once the doors were open he saw a sight that in the simplest of terms, angered him greatly. He saw several frightened children in the crate, all covered in dirt and wearing clothes that looked old and far from clean. They were all frightened and huddled in a corner. The smell of the container alone nearly made Spider-Man vomit. Give me a minute, he told the scared kids before he closed the doors again. Once the doors were closed he turned his attention to the nearest thug who looked like he was starting to wake up. Spider-Man casually placed his foot above the man's hand before stomping down hard, causing the man to scream out in pain and release enough noise to wake up the dead. My hand, he cried. What are you doing? Devil asked, looking somewhere in between wanting to stop Spider-Man and joining in with him. These assholes hurt those kids, Spider-Man growled. I think it's fair to share the pain, he said, sure that every bone in the man's hand was broken. I don't blame you for wanting that, Devil spoke, his voice as soothing as always but also filled with understanding this time. I want to do a lot worse than break his hands. But there's a line you can't cross, especially with a bunch of kids able to hear every one of his screams. Well, that's just not fair, he muttered before silencing the man's screams with a kick to his head, knocking him out. Spider-Man tilted his head to the right, staring at the body in front of him for several seconds before he suddenly straightened up and clapped his hands together. So, let's go help those kids, he said in a cheery voice before turning and walking back to the container. If his sudden change in mood bothered Devil, then the man didn't say anything about it. Slowly, Spider-Man opened the container once more before he knelt down on the floor and stared at the children. Hey, I'm Spider-Man, he greeted them politely. My friend and I have come to rescue you. His words didn't seem to inspire much confidence in the kids. Hey, look, he lifted his mask up just enough for his face to become visible. I'm just a normal guy, he told them, not really worried about being remembered. It's dark, they're frightened, and he doesn't really have anything that would particularly stand out except maybe his eyes. Once he was sure that showing his face had at least some sort of positive impact on the kids, he pulled his mask back down. Come on, he said, holding out a hand. Let's get you out of this place, and hopefully somewhere with baths. Yeah, whenever you're ready. He kept his hand out for them. Eventually, one child, a small boy with black hair, slowly broke off from the rest of the children and cautiously stood up. He gingerly walked over to Spider-Man before placing his hand in his. Nice to meet you, Spider-Man greeted him. What's your name? James. The boy timidly replied. Nice name, Spider-Man said warmly. Morning, Harry yawned as he sat down for breakfast with his parents. Morning, Emily replied. Someone looks tired, she noted, staring at Harry. Didn't sleep much, he shrugged. Bad dream? Norman asked. Yeah, in it I ended up looking like you, Harry casually replied. Would be much better than how you currently look, Norman smirked. Mother, tell him his eyesight isn't working properly, Harry requested before he continued eating. Don't bring me into this, Emily said simply before reaching for the remote and turning the TV on. And in other news, a reporter started speaking. It has been reported that just last night, the mysterious crime fighter that has burst onto the scene had struck again. Everyone turned their attention to the TV. The masked vigilante, dubbed as the Spider, had previously been seen assisting the police in stopping a car filled with armed criminals. However, we've received info that the man has been working with the vigilante known as the Devil of Hell's Kitchen, aka Daredevil. Daredevil, Harry mentally repeated with a small smirk on his face. Definitely calling him that the next time I see him. The two of them together had stopped a gang full of human traffickers, rescuing multiple children. The children reported that the masked vigilante had identified himself as Spider-Man. The reporter added, wiping the smirk off of Harry's face. I knew that name would stick. He mentally sighed. Still, all in all, not the worst name around. He thought to himself, truth be told, the name was starting to grow on him. Continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.